次精彩嘅表演啊！相信我哋今個馬季亦都會同我哋嘅醒獅表演一樣，充滿朝氣、精彩刺激。唔該晒。跟住落嚟咧，我哋會有請上屆嘅冠軍騎師潘頓率領所有騎師出場，同各位馬迷見面㗎。Now let's welcome all jockeys led by last season's champion Seth Purden to join us for the ceremony. 有請潘頓 Seth Purden、Alexis Bedell 巴道、Harry Bentley 班德禮、Wyner Borges 波健士、Alfred Chan 陳嘉熙、Jerry Chow 周俊樂、Angus Jung 鐘奕禮、Luke Curry 嘉利、Luke Ferreris 霍宏星、Anton Hamlin 賀銘蓮、Vincent Ho 何澤堯、Lyle Hewitson 希威森、Alex Lai 黎海榮、Derek 梁家俊、Dylan Mo 毛顯東、Matthew Poon 潘明輝、Sylvester De Souza 蘇兆輝、Harris Teaton 田泰安、Jack Wong 黃浩南 and Victor Wong 黃俊。再一次歡迎晒我哋嘅騎師 ，Welcome Jockeys。喺呢個時候，我哋有請本會主席利子厚先生，陪同行政長官李家超先生、民政及青年事務局長麥美娟女士、各位董事以及行政總裁應家柏先生上台主持開鑼儀式。May we now invite the Honourable John Lee, accompanied by the club chairman Mr. Michael Lee, the Honourable Alice Mack, club stewards, and CEO Mr. Winfrey Engelbert Breskis on stage for the gong striking ceremony. 歡迎晒咁多位。Would Seth Purden please hand over the golden pole to club chairman？ 有請上屆冠軍騎師潘頓將開鑼金棒交俾主席 ，and would chairman please hand it to the Honourable John Lee？ 咁亦都見到咧，主席係將開鑼金棒交咗俾行政長官，預備為2022至2023年度嘅新馬季揭開序幕。呢一刻我哋影張相先嚇 ，Let's take a photo first。嗱，各位馬迷，一陣咧一齊同我倒數3聲咧，跟住我哋有請行政長官為我哋敲響銅鑼噶。Are we all ready? 3, 2, 1。隨住銅鑼一響，新馬季正式開始。The sound of fortune signifies the opening of the new racing season。唔該晒咁多位，請咁多位繼續留步㗎。咁當然就要聯同我哋嘅醒獅再次影返張大合照嚇。Please kindly stay with another group photo with our lions。今日嘅開鑼儀式咧已經係接近尾聲啦，而今日嘅焦點賽事當然咧就係2點30分開跑啊！我哋第4場嘅賽事特首杯，大家一定要拭目以待啦。Thank you， 唔該晒台上面嘅嘉賓 ，Thank you。And this is the end of the opening ceremony. Today's feature race, the HKSAR Chief Executives Cup, is scheduled at race 4. Let's stay tuned. 最後咧，祝各位今日得心應手，轉頭我哋喺頒獎禮再見。See you all at the trophy presentation. Good luck.
哇，係好熱鬧啊！現場好似過年咁開心啊！唔怪之我哋翻嚟都收到利是啊！
係咯，咁啊都係祝大家啊得心應手，旗開得勝啊！呢句開心啊！咁啊睇睇要旗開得勝呢個，首先研究條跑道先噃。咁啊養草咁耐嘅 A 跑道啊，上季開鑼就好公平嘅，即係擺前面嘅又有，後面好後追嘅又有，中字形追嘅又有㗎。咁啊 A 欄多數都係咁樣㗎啦。咁啊2.72嘅讀數，咁大家睇下個灑水情況啦。星期3、星期4咧係冇灑水嘅，咁啊5、6日。咁即係今日啦，都比較多啲。雨量方面就星期3落完之後咧，其實跟住一路都係星期4微量啦，近幾日都冇雨嘅。好啦，我哋落馬場揾阿基哥同阿豬仔傾個偈先。
你哋好啊，大家好。
你好啊，基哥豬仔，你哋好嘛？
係啊，今日最緊要大家得心應手啊！呢個真係好緊要啊！
係啊，好犀利啊！啲掌聲啊，尤其是，好耐都冇聽見。
咁多掌聲啊！
咁多掌聲，
咁啊，餓馬咁耐啊，基哥，咁啊，今日有咩 好嘢咁啊，入到啲馬房啊，咩動態咁啊？
冇乜特別啦，我今日都係同啲馬迷即係希望共同進退啊！大家希望嗰樣嘢，所以中唔中咧都冇乜所謂。攞個意頭啦，我中意心想事成啊！所以祝各位馬迷心想事成啊！最緊要啊！
好啊，咁啊，朱姐咧，
我就個個都希望揀到隻冠軍名區啦。我係揀咗頭場嘅，咁啊呢啲馬落到5班都好着數噶啦。因為受過傷嘅呢啲，咁啊冇咩特別可以再保留嘅，咁啊希望今次都可以能夠頭位頭勢啦。我好記得上季就係頭場賽事仲要得獎啊嘛。咁啊
呢個拍檔好嘢喎，咁啊揀啲馬名咧開鑼搞到好似過年咁啊，有冠軍又心想事成咁話。
最緊要心想事成啊！
咁啊現場個天氣點樣？因為前幾日或者
好似有啲翳焗咁喎。
我翳焗好定係熱得滯好咧？因為其實有部分幾位練馬師同我講，其實今季嘅天氣係你諗下9月份，今年嘅9月份咧，前兩日係破咗歷來最高氣溫紀錄。係啊，佢話對於啲側身馬其實對影響都大嘅，尤其是經驗淺啲嗰啲。咁啊，當然啦，你跑黃昏馬呢啲已經唔使講啊，唔會發生嘅事。我哋就 focus 翻。你覺得今日嘅天氣會對有啲馬或者人馬有啲影響咁樣咧？
最緊要咧，即係對18台啲朋友冇影響就得㗎啦。係咪啊？即係唔係18台嗰啲影響都冇乜所謂啦。
不過都講真啦，你話啲馬今季季初嚟講咧，我覺得好大部分咧都真係跳得慢過以前嘅。咁啊，係咪真係會因為個天氣咧？因為今日其實你兩位講得啱嘅，又熱又焗嘅。好似翻起滴水啊！今日入場嘅時候係熱到。因為你就睇試集啫，有啲馬係講緊佢哋譬如8組集，係講嗰個跑埋地係去到差唔多8點零9點先試㗎，對有啲馬係有啲影響啊，所以佢就調配啊。啲練馬師今季有時有部分馬房可能有啲唔同嘅諗法都未定，咁啊臨場又可以再睇多啲啦。要啊，睇啲出汗啊嗰啲添啦，尤其是。好啊，咁啊臨場一齊睇咯喎，咁啊唔該晒豬仔基哥。咁啊呢個時候我哋睇下兩位拍檔嘅心水嘅賠率如何啊？先睇下各場賠率。咁啊先由第一場開始睇起啦。咁啊大熱門咧就落咗喺2號呢隻澤星光輝嚇，咁啊鍾易禮嘅坐騎啊，咁啊4倍嘅啫喎。係啊，咁因為可能又計過條數，呢場馬佢跑法比較機動啦，上季亦都係出色簡單嘅，即係個姿態啊，所以成為熱門。加上而家啲小將好多時候都成為焦點嘅。佢第二場一場5班1200米嘅賽事啊，比較勻循啊。熱門係6號馬美滿將來喎，42蚊。咁啊，斬晚去到第3場啦，大熱門就落喺5號啊！哇，呢隻誒頭先阿翠絲啱啱講喎，呢側身馬而家天氣咁熱，會唔會咁急或者季初嚟搶攻咧？不過沈集成咧，原來咧就過去10年有8年咧開鑼日都有馬贏過，3年就起碼添喎嚇。咁啊呢隻叫做維港智能啊嚇。咁啊3倍，哇！係咪全日最熱佢啊？都唔係嘅，第3熱啦，都算。好啦，咁啊熱過佢啊，包括而家第4場呢一隻啦。以往沈集成就係呢個特首杯有好成績嘅，今季就暫時冇馬報名啊，咁所以打熱門就落咗喺啱啱講啦。季初好積極試閘備戰嘅馬房文家良嘅金鑽貴人身上，咁啊冇辦法騎翻嘅潘頓，因為即係點做都捉唔到榜啊。蘇兆輝21個半。好啦，去到第5場咧，大熱門就落咗喺6號啊，又係潘頓喎。不過呢啲啊唔係咩側身馬，咁啊話都有，其實又冇乜估到呢隻會熱喎嚇。咁啊去到4.8倍就係呢個微妙星啊。評分就唔好着數㗎啦，睇下呢啲中年馬會唔會狀態嚟得比較快啲。以往跑新鮮就好㗎。大家都覺得唞埋埋啊，試閘啊咁嗰啲因素啦。咁可以話佢體力上係必然係跑新鮮咁好嘅嚇，咁都熱得嚟都有4倍咁啦嚇。第6場熱門又係勻循一場賽事啦，就係落喺5號馬美麗笑聲身上。咁啊莫雷拉暫時未翻到嚟，巴道我都係睇新聞講咗同好多支持啦嚇。咁啊睇下可唔可以合作愉快啦，48個半。咁啊去到第7場啦，大熱門咧就落咗希斯喎，東方飛影。咁啊希斯上季開鑼咧就3 win 2披。咁啊好彩啲嘅，即係大4喜添嘛。咁啊呢個馬房就不嬲都係嘅喎嚇，即係一嚟到搶攻，其實佢一啱啱到港，即係翻嚟香港嗰季都係啦，一嚟就搏殺㗎啦。咁啊都好中意搶攻嘅希斯啊。咁呢個東方飛影熱到2.7倍啫。
8場都係5號啊，連續幾場5號熱門喎嚇。天內飛天潘頓嘅坐騎就38個半，大家都可能覺得好奇怪喎。點解8場3號皮具先鋒一隻上季咁出色嘅表現佢唔揀咧？咁啊令到嗰隻馬反而有7倍喎嚇。
可能都係同阿希斯啊比較合作多啲啦，潘頓啦。咁去到第9場啦，唔講唔覺喎，即係翠絲講下，真係5號多喎，又係5號第二本，又係潘頓喎，美好世界啊！咁啊上季尾又好難贏嘅馬，羅富全爭冠軍都加到 win 啦，咁啊而家43蚊，可唔可以又繼續贏咧？
嗰隻上季嘅季尾嗰場，哇！又我當我重磅點得㗎咁啊，落飛打得咁好啊！
嗰陣時爭冠軍喎，
係咁就係今季點啦嚇？好啦，去到尾場都係你喎，10場就4個熱門嘅坐騎潘頓啊，大博36蚊。
不過頭先我哋睇醒獅嘅時候都見到啊，即係好似潘頓即係同我哋個騎師陣容嘅感覺，佢係真係零4突出㗎。咁啊，到底騎師王啲賠率係咪咁反映咧？
咁啊唔係日期㗎啦，即係唔一定。但係因為佢集合阿莫雷拉又唔喺度，佢本身集合咁多大熱門，佢亦都自己好積極即係做榜，盡量啲輕磅馬騎到都騎嘅話，佢1.65嘅最熱係佢。咁啊，另外田泰安霸道都係守住2、3位喺個騎師王賠率啦嚇。
咁我哋睇1至7啦，都逐個比較佢啲坐騎啦。咁嗱，大熱門唔使講㗎，潘頓就嗱，你淨係睇數紅字嘅話。咁1、2、3、4嗰啲5隻，咁但係其實話就話5隻啫喎，嗰啲差唔多係8隻嘅喎，因為其實個8隻馬都係5倍樓下左右嘅，係階段差5.2嘅啫。
我諗其實佢今日嘅成績好取決於希斯有冇上季開鑼咁威，同埋即係上季你知希斯都係好似玩完咗成個馬計玩上中半場咁咯，做下半場都提早唞選咁樣啦，睇下咪累積咗好多即係呢啲馬匹評分啊咁樣就。令到今日可以開來有好嘅成績咧，希斯。佢
可能習慣早開早收啊，翻早班啊嘛，希斯啊。
田泰安係點咧？
咁其實佢個坐騎咧，就同阿潘頓都雖然啊，佢冇咁多紅字啊，但係佢都其實都守嗱，你睇啲賠率變嗰個啟示咧，佢啲差唔多手握咗啲次熱門喺手嘅。其實佢唔係話小潘頓好多實力做，但係飛數咧。我覺得相對於潘頓嚟講，佢算冇飛嘅，即係一個1.6咁，一個就6倍。你睇佢10倍樓下都好多馬㗎，係嘛？冇
錯，但係田泰安我哋提醒大家喎，個不嬲騎師王都係以一個比較被人忽略，佢本身自己嘅成績都係咁樣㗎啦。
佢低調冷門啲。係啊，
咁你又可以睇下佢有好多時候頭幾場有表現咧，佢又持續嘅。咁啊睇下蘇兆輝啦
，3號先，巴道先。嗱，巴道相比田泰安咧，其實佢啲飛數算勁，因為你睇嗱，佢咧牌面有飛嘅馬唔多嘅喎，必長勝啦、歡喜福星啦、美麗笑星啦、電源之區啊，但係佢同田泰安嘅飛唔係差好遠啊，田泰安6倍嘅8倍半，相對嚟講，我覺得巴道嘅飛係強。
但因為佢都有手執嗱，其實譬如心想事成呢類啊，俾阿基哥睇中做冷門呢一馬，我本身我諗。佢今日跑呢個路程先至會有咁嘅賠率嘅啫，佢增程都已經一定係好多嘅，咁但係跑個披可能都好分過下一次嘅1000-4㗎嘛。其實佢都手執唔少半冷門啦，譬如連歡呼我覺得有冷門搏嘅，咁所以的確阿巴道如果今日有翻工肯翻工嘅話，佢係可以留意住嘅，佢本身成手馬嚇。
蘇兆輝啦，嗱蘇兆輝就正常啦，12倍嗱佢手馬咧。就又冇啊巴道咁多有飛嘅馬啦，巴道都要有4、5隻啊，佢得2隻咁12倍啊，冷過巴道少少都合理啦，合理啊。
但係我又想講喎，其實我哋每一個即係幾個騎師，我哋都覺得啲馬有啲份量。阿潘頓嘅1.6倍嘅騎師王，其實相對唔係話真係完全咁穩陣嘅。係啊，好睇梁家俊啦。
梁家俊就上季開鑼嘅成績都好好嘅。咁啊，今季咧嗱，大家啊，其實佢都幾多人睺㗎啦，包括其實你諗下10倍樓下嘅馬，佢都有佔咗5匹嘅喎，所以佢15倍咧，其實佢啲飛反映起，所以我特別覺得頭先阿巴道啊嗰啲蘇兆輝嗰啲都算有飛啦。咁你諗下，佢梁家俊其實有賠率嘅馬都唔少，但係佢都10幾倍。咁嗱呢位啊潘明輝點啊？咁佢就15倍，但係佢都係10倍樓下嘅都有2隻啦。
總之點樣睇極都好啦，睇咁多騎師，潘頓唔係話一面倒，即係1.6倍會完全佔盡上風，而其他騎師冇得爭啦。其實潘明輝啊都有啲冷門馬嘅。
呢位森咧就嗱，佢10倍樓下就4隻22倍。咁啊初步咁睇咧，我覺得阿巴道同阿蘇兆輝咧就好似抵薄啲喎，啲飛似樣啲。
其實你都未加埋鍾易禮啲，雖然佢坐騎唔多，啊唔係話佢做咗騎師王咧，今日佢減咁多磅咧，佢啲馬都可以值得留意下嘅。睇埋近10次勝出騎師王啦。
咁啊，所謂近10次就上季尾啦，上季尾個 trend 都係阿潘頓惡晒㗎啦，你睇雷神都可能都該去休息下㗎。係啊，
有一段時期蔡明紹嘅即係成績係寫得好好，咁但係而家就暫時檢疫就隔離中，咁好快同大家見到面嘅嚇。好啦，就冇上陣。
咁啊呢個時候咧，我哋睇下開來日嘅各大報章馬膽先。
《星島日報》6場5號美麗笑聲，《東方日報》馬膽7場4號年年有型啊！
明報同天熱。已經同電利騎士嗰場第3，其實一啲都唔曳，因為如果大家諗翻咧，電利騎士頭嗰2場嘅步速咧，即係頭嗰2段嘅步速控制得好慢嘅。當日佢係唯一一隻喺後面追上嚟嘅馬嚟嘅，因為第2日都係擺前走黃龍帝國啦。咁變咗呢隻天航飛天咧，第1場可以跑得咁好咧，就證明佢係一隻狀態好容易嚟嘅馬。咁啊，而家咧跑1400咧，佢跑得好嗰場就步速好快嘅，咁但係而家始終唞埋第1場跑1200啦。咁結合埋希斯上季開來日嘅動態咧嚇，我都偏向相信希斯會係急進嘅，即係佢最起碼佢而家暫時翻嚟香港個表現都係咁啊。咁啊潘頓今都最好拍檔嚟㗎啦，我睇佢贏唔贏都係難講嘅，始終季初啊。咁但係咧，佢應該係大屬穩定咗喺前列翻嚟，應該都唔應該有咩大問題咯。
其實就潘頓唔知係咪因為上季跑完1場就錯失咗佢策騎權啦，咁啊俾咗阿薛恩接手，咁之後都未攞得翻嚟騎。咁今季就即係佢對住希斯好多馬都一手摸一手，好緊張㗎啦。咁啊喺我心目中皮佢先鋒係上季大家都哇咁犀利 mark 住嘅馬嚟嘅，即係一出跑1400跑得好嘅馬真係少嘅。咁佢係第1場爭啲贏，再出經過一場好 hard fight 啊，可以保中嘅馬唔揀。咁啊，當然你可以兩邊睇法嘅，嗰隻都係好嘅。咁但係我相信以阿潘頓嘅睇法，呢隻馬喺佢心目中都有一定嘅份量嘅。咁啊，正路馬膽啦嚇，係啦。咁啊，今季咧其實我哋啱啱節目開始前就講咗得好多新嘅有嘅練馬師啦，有新練馬師，有新嘅騎師面孔啦。其實咧新嘅嘢，除咗我哋兩個係舊嘅喺翻度，馬會有個新嘅彩池嘅話。
係啊，咁啊。其實都即係講起話呢啲新賽，我覺得去一路好多馬迷嘅聲音咧，其實都希望有多啲唔同嘅彩池去嘗試啊！我覺得好似你話騎師王啊、練馬師王啊，其實好多都呢啲不停嘅變化，我覺得都係好事嚟啊！
咁啊係時候問下啲馬迷，今時會唔會玩呢個新彩池？
係啊，聽下啲馬迷點講啊！
咁我哋聽下就係黃先生電話。
你好啊，
係你好啊，兩位主持。
係啊，早晨黃生，祝你旗開得勝，今個馬季嚇。
好啊，阿最先啊，第1場同埋第4場嘅2626正 Q 或自 Q 點睇啊？
第1場嘅2626啊，澤星光輝，我覺得就啱啱講咗啦，好啊，即係起碼咬住好位啊，佢而家肯用個見習心再減磅啊。雖然即係你話跑 A 跑到咗，但係我立過呢場馬，其實跑法機動前置係嘛唔多嘅，咁佢就係。所以呢隻係好嘅，標企飛你係點睇咧？驚唔驚個後置一啲？不過有度好咧，就係 一跑1600米咧，過往往績顯示有一樣嘢咧，就係跑開長途有長力㗎嘛，可能縮落嚟1600，未需要熱身，即使你表面上嫌短嘅馬咧，佢都有機會即係你喺個氣量方面佔先咧，而有上風喎。你係咪因為咁揀佢咧？
係啊，同埋因為何澤堯上季嘅手風都係差少少，所以我先至追下何澤堯啫嘛。係
啊，咁另外一場係點啊？另外一場中意第4場4場26啊，標誌未來同埋夢想成金嘅指風點睇啊？
兩隻都係曾經有個時移開始上季未好翻嘅馬咯，特別係好似夢想成金，我哋成日都話佢自從 check 過之後咧，好似喪失咗個鬥心咁樣啊，就完全冇晒國際興趣。但係上季尾咧，佢好明顯已經開始打踏地好翻，我睇佢都係反彈中嘅馬嚟嘅。
即係同埋嗱，佢即係搞啊，咁佢一直其實都失望㗎啦。咁啊，除埋條綁禮擺，搞翻啲配備之後，肯擺翻前，即係前一次啦，佢就已經跑得好啦。我相信呢啲馬以馬房咁多馬。而佢都呢啲即係到底可唔可以持續都唔知，一定係趁季尾一陣個完整性留翻今季繼續用㗎啦。咁標誌未來就係不嬲我都一隻我好中意嘅馬嚟嘅，佢就健康出個問題，轉一轉馬房有啲新鮮感，我相信都係其中係肯用嘅見習生減磅啊，跑得出水準，我諗都係呢一度其中嘅爭勝分子。但係啊，我想問你一個問題，黃生，點解你唔揀金鑽貴人啊？
我覺得金鑽貴人佢太過熱咯，唔直搏咯。係
正常啊，我自己覺得賠率上佢係偏熱，但係金鑽貴人理應啊，我相信結合佢試習啊，馬房今季嘅諗法啊、部署啊，佢呢一場都其中一隻爭分要角嚟，睇下個點樣擺嗰個投注策略啦嚇。咁你買一條貴招過關、Q 過關啊，咁都刀仔鋸大樹，中咗就賽後打嚟同我哋分享喜悅啦嚇。好啊，多謝黃生電話出嚟，多謝。
好，跟住聽下蘇太嘅電話。你好啊，蘇太。
你好啊。
蘇太係咪我哋嗰日？
嗰日我哋係啦，一齊聚會啊，蘇太。
係啊，你好啊，蘇太。係啊。
冇錯啦，你好啊。
咁啊，今日點啊？開來啊，睺到啲咩好嘢啊？
開來日大家旗開得勝啊！
好，大家咁話。
第5場12號。
5場12號。
5場12號就係中意隻福佑
啊，蘇太就中意呢啲，你呢隻要你講啊，蘇太。
唔係，我諗住咧高伯新咧，唔知會唔會配合佢起即係位置啫。我要個心想事成搭佢啊嘛。
我都自己有，因為我哋之前上個禮拜同阿高伯新做咗個訪問啦，咁有傾開個馬房啲馬部署啊。咁其中一隻福佑，因為由於馬主即係福日同主馬嚟嘅，即係一個家庭啊，個女㗎嘛，咁佢都覺得呢隻馬係一隻慢慢嚟緊啊，慢熱啲跑長啲好。如果你有睇翻我哋試習，即係我哋晨操節目，我哋好多睇晨操嘅同事專家都話：呢隻福佑今季係明顯就馬定咗啊，長成咗啊，係進步咗嘅。咁當然呢個路程可能蘇太講啦，佢有幾大變化，可能都係搏下個位置啊。咁但係你話今季呢隻馬係完全係一隻已經比上季進步咗嘛？我相信認同林場又可以睇下啦。
我睇係必須要好分咯，蘇太呢隻馬。因為佢所有嘅條件都幻想出嚟㗎嘛，係嘛？包括佢朝早我哋覺得佢係即係睇落去好似係進步咗啊，或者定咗啫嘛。但係其實佢喺陣上面咧係冇證明嘅能力嘅。唯一攞獎金嗰個第5咧，你諗下佢係同啲咩馬跑？佢係同嗰啲騰龍超影輸咗俾騰龍超影嘅。咁所以其實佢喺個賽事裏面咧，其實以 All2 黑啲咁早熟嘅種嚟計咧，佢第一個嘅表現係算好曳嘅。咁不過朝早你見到佢好咗啦。所以我點解話一定要必須係結合。
There you can see the track looking superb. The guys and girls over the off-season done a terrific job. It would have been stripped right back and it's been fully renovated. It is good. There's not been too much rain. There was quite a bit going back to the 7th, around about 30-odd mils, but they've been putting a lot of water on the track, so 34.5 mils and 2.72 the reading there. And the breeze...
No, it's very, very light, that's for sure. So I think that's pretty much accurate there, 5 kilometres at the moment.
Yep, that was taken about half an hour ago or so. Let's rip into the program. We can hear from last season's champion jockey, now a 5-time champion jockey here in Hong Kong, it's Zach Purton. Zach, congratulations on becoming champion jockey of last season to make it a 5-time champion for yourself now. What did you do over the off-season and how were you able to reflect on your achievements of the past season?
I didn't reflect too much. We
hadn't had the opportunity to leave Hong Kong for such a long period of time that, you know, it was just exciting to be out of here. So we just jumped straight into the holiday and didn't really give it too much other thought and just enjoyed our time off. We went to Dubai first and then to the Maldives, so that was nice. And then, yeah, just come back to prepare for the new season.
I know you said you've not had a lot of time to reflect on the titles you've won, but could you just about say last season arguably maybe one of your finest?
I think so, with all the adversity that I had to overcome and setbacks and sort of having to push myself through there. You know, there were a couple of stages where I was very close to pulling the pin on the season, and I just sort of kept thinking if I can just get through one more meeting and then one more meeting, and you know, I did that, and then I had to take a few mornings off track work, and you know, it was really hard to manage my body to be able to get to the races, and so that aspect of it was really hard. And then it was such a tight fight that, yeah, had that side of it as well. And you know, obviously it came down to the last day, and fortunately for me I had a nice day, so that was good. But yeah, it was certainly you know, the hardest season I've had to go through, I think.
How was the body feeling, the mind and everything else that goes with riding race day?
Yeah, we've still got a couple of little issues we're ironing out, but anyway, I'm here and we'll see how we go.
You're 39 now. Do you approach a season like this maybe differently to what you have?
We have 2 new trainers coming in. We've had one leave, got a new jockey. You know, the dynamics always change. Everything is different. Just depends on the support you get from the trainers and owners, and hopefully I can ride a couple of winners early and start to get going. But yeah, I've been here for long enough now to know how the system works and what to expect.
Do you sort of map out any things that you'd like to achieve over the season, or just let the wheel of fortune run?
Oh, obviously you always try and hope to be competitive in the championship. Always look for horses in December, international races there, try and find a Derby horse. You know, the season generally flows quite well. So yeah, just looking forward to riding some winners and winning some big races.
Champion jockey Zach Purton. Okay, Jenny, runners just about in the back parade ring. You need to get round there, so who's your best?
I'm going to have to scoot very quickly, but my best is going to be Beauty Tycoon in race number 6. This horse only had 5 starts, and he's had a couple of seconds, a couple of thirds. I think he was still on a bit of a learning curve, wave a little bit better in the parade, and I think from gate 2 he's got a really good chance. So Beauty Tycoon for me, Paul.
Race 7 for me, number 4, Super Fortune. The horse normally leads. I think he'll get an easy lead from barrier number 4. I think he can get first run on the favourite, Orange Will Smoke. So I think Super Fortune can win race number 7. Nick?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I'm going to go the race before you with number 4 in race 6, Amazing Victory, Karis Teeton. I'm surprised he hasn't won one just yet, this horse. I think he's knocking on the door to do so. Liked his recent trial, and hopefully he can get the best of it here this afternoon, dropping back in trip. So race 6, number 4, Amazing Victory for me, Tom.
Thanks, Nick. Race 8, number 2 on debut. Good win last presented back in June, and I think he's trotting on board. Today it's Jerry Chow riding for Rabena Jung, so race 8, number 3, Leather Vanguard is my best bet of the day. It is excellent to have your company here at Sha Tin as we build into the first of 10 races. It's meeting number 1 of 88. Here's the runners that have been to Chung Fa: Regency Master, Winning Steed, Run Des Run, Loyal Ambition and Smart Cousin. They've all been up and back in the last third. To you for the speed map before the parade ring. 2 Michael Chang horses going forward here. Mr. Monty 1 and Star of Glory the other.
Yeah, look, Angus Chung, who's be his first ride. Look, he didn't normally goes to the forward, does Star of Glory. Mr. Monty's drawn wide. He's got Dylan Moe on. He likes to go forward as well. So hopefully they don't get into a speed duel. But being from the same stranger things have happened. Loyal Ambition, he'll want that because he'll try and slot in there just in behind Winning Steed, then Circuit Spirit Tanto. Run Des Run, now he's the biggest horse in Hong Kong. He's over 1,400 pounds, this horse. He needs space, so that's if he's 2 bad for him. But let us go through the market here for race number 1. Regency Masters at 8.2, Star of Glory 4.1, 6.9 about Winning Steed, 22 Mr. Monty, Sky Gem 23, Turf Brilliant 28, 37 Fortune Patrol, 14 Run Des Run, 11 Grand Power, 21 Loyal Ambition, 14 Superb Daddy, 21 Circuit Spirit Tanto, 45 Smart Cousin, and money for Zach Purdon's mount as well. That's 4.8. This is Charisma. Okay, so give Jenny some time to get back from around the front, and she's just about in place now, and we can start looking at these horses. And we're going to start with the horse that's been downgraded, which is the one here, Regency Master, well-rated horse now, Jenny, and has won off fresh in the past.
Look, he has, and he's got the class drop here, so I think that could hold him in good stead. I've got to carry the 135, so that's probably the big issue with him, but he's a very neat type of horse. He's about your average height. He's quite strong, weighing in at 1,051 pounds here today. He seems to be stepping out perfectly okay, and he looks well. He looks nice and healthy, and he's well enough relaxed, so he's good.
Yeah, I give him a chance too down in this grade. He's come into Class 5, and he's at 8.2 and 2.6 carrying the 1.
That was Regency Master. Then we move on to 3, Winning Steed. Sylvester de Souza back in Hong Kong. Good to see him here as well. Right, this one for Dennis Yip. And tongue-tie going on. Hood coming off here this afternoon. Jenny, recent form though, or when we at least saw him last, probably needs to be improved upon.
Well, it does. This horse has actually had a few issues right for, and then he had a suspensory injury. So he's been off the scene for quite some time. And he actually looks like he's done plenty of work, though, going into this. He's actually dropped 25 pounds, and it shows. He's bandaged in front, but he's really fit, very healthy, and he's quite eager and keen with his 2 handlers here. So I think he actually looks ready to go. I'd respect him.
And there is money for him as well. Always keep an eye on that when Dennis Yip runners get backed, and he's in at 6.9. Going back to the 2 now, Jenny, which is the current favourite, Star of Glory. Did finish off the season quite well last season with a win and a second, and welcome to Hong Kong for Angus Chung.
Yes, a nice ride, and it takes the 10 pounds off here, so he's only a little horse, but he's quite neatly put together. I did like the way he was going towards the end of last season. He does look really healthy in his coat, just being restrained by his 2 handlers there, and getting a little warm around the flank area and just near the girth, but not over the top. Walking out freely, I think he looks well. He's not a standout type, but he's well in himself, so he's there with some chance.
Good report for Star of Glory. Angus has got 6 rides this afternoon, and he's got some very good ones as well, scattered across the 10-race card. We move on to number 4. This is Mr. Monty. Michael Chang trains this 9-year-old. Dylan Moe will be the man on board for the 11th time, and he's got a pretty good record on this horse, Jenny.
Yeah, look, he has, no doubt about it, a couple of wins, Dylan, and this horse, he's never been a terribly clean walking horse behind. He just lifts those hinds up, particularly the off hind, a little high, but not as bad as I've seen him in the past, to be fair. So he's nice and relaxed, which he often is, really healthy in his coat. He does look like he's done enough work as well. He looks quite fit. So maybe he's there with some place claims.
Next one is number 5, Sky Gem. This looks like a pipe opener for him, a little bit short of his best.
It is, yeah. I prefer him over a little bit further. He tends to get a long way back in his races. He always looks good, though. He always fronts up looking well. He's an athletic type of horse. He's nice and healthy still in his coat, sweating up a little bit behind, but walking out cleanly as he always does. And he does look quite fit. So if he's running on late, that's not going to shock.
We've had a couple of trials, old Sky Gem. Look for him perhaps at Happy Valley over the 2200. That's where he seems to excel and do all of his best racing. But he lines up here in the first this afternoon. We move on to 6, Turf Brilliant. This one trained by Chris So. Vincent Ho will be the man on board. Has drawn a wide gate here, Jenny, but did manage to get the win 2 starts ago. That was 2,000 metres, though. Yeah,
most of these, of course, have trialled prior to coming into the parade here today. And this horse trialled. I thought his trial wasn't over the top by any means. He was a bit hard ridden there for a while. He's actually not a bad type. He's got a bit of strength. He's got a little bit of height and scope. He seems to be walking out well, and he's a pretty nice and relaxed type of horse. So I can't say no about him, but I tend to like him over a little bit further.
He's at 29 and 7.9 as the 6, Turf Brilliant. The 7, Fortune Patrol, will fall into that same category, Jenny. I think he needs a lot longer as well. Yeah,
he had a couple of wins last year, this horse, so he can bob up every now and again, winner of 4 races. He often looks good too. He's always been a pretty clean walking horse, and he does have a bit of strength. I don't think much has changed there. Weight-wise, only put on 7 pounds. There's nothing wrong with him, so I'm not going to say no about him.
In a very productive February did Fortune Patrol, won a couple back-to-back, both at Happy Valley and Sha Tin. Harry Bentley getting on board for Tony Millard today, so good luck for that combination. Aces Run Des Run, the biggest horse in Hong Kong. He is huge, to say the least. His only win, Jenny, has come on the all-weather. Jerry Chow jumps on board for the first time today.
Yes, 1445 pounds. So he's put on 33 pounds in the off-season. Obviously enjoys his food, this fella. He's a big, solid, strong-bodied horse. Plenty of scope about him. Always carries that bit of weight around the midsection. Always had a really good attitude. He probably just needs a little loosen up in front. That's the only little fault that I can find with him. But I thought his trial was quite good. So he's an interesting runner, big, solid horse. He's always going to be. But for me, I've got him probably more as a place chance on look.
It's the Grand Power. He found a bit of form towards the back end of the season. A winner, second and a fourth in his last 3 starts.
Yeah, he did. And I thought his last run was quite okay too. Now, he's probably the plainest horse that I've spoken about so far. He's just a very plain, lightly framed type of horse. 1,063 pounds. He's actually put on 23 pounds. And I think that's a positive for him. Sweating up a little bit, and just the odd sort of throw of the hair, the ears back a little. He's okay, he just doesn't stand out. He does look fit, he doesn't tend to carry much excess condition.
That is number 9, Grand Power, who gained his only win of 17 when Michael Chang's stable were really flying towards the latter part of last season, but did continue in pretty good form with a couple of decent runs after winning. Number 10 is Loyal Ambition, Alexi Vidal and Casper Founds teaming up here. Now they've drawn the outside gate in 14. He's yet to win one in a dozen, Jenny, and they have gone forward with him in the past, so I'll be intrigued to see what we get from him today.
Yeah, look, he's been placed over 1,800 and 2,200, so he's probably looking for a little bit further, and he might be able to pick up a little bit late. To look at, he's clean in his walking action. He's also just a little bit on the warm side. You're going to see quite a few of them sweating up today because it is rather hot. But he looks fit enough. He looks okay. He's not a standout type either, so I'd have him more as just a place chance at best.
22 and 6.2 currently for the Casper Founds charge. The 10, Loyal Ambition. Number 11, Superb Daddy, just a one-time winner in Hong Kong. You have to go back a while for that. That was the 1920 season, was Superb Daddy. Hasn't won for a while, Jenny.
No, he certainly hasn't, and he's been a bit disappointing of late too. I thought his trial was okay. He sort of picked up a little bit late in that trial. Can be slow out of the gates though. To look at, he does look like he's well tuned. He looks really quite fit. And he seems to be walking out okay. He's got a little bit of a pronounced knee action when he walks. But he's fit and he's behaving himself okay. So I could leave him there with a place chance.
Not a bad report there for horse 11, Superb Tanto. Matthew Poon and Manfred Mann teaming up with this son of Frankel. They finished the season with a full-length defeat for 5th behind Flying Mighty. Jenny usually goes around at big prices, this fellow, and today he's 22 and 5.8.
Yeah, look, 1,600. I think 1,400 might be a bit more to his liking. He's never been a terribly smooth walking horse, and it's more so behind than in front. It's just a little bit awkward in that area. Behaviour's quite good, and he does have a little bit of strength in those hindquarters. He's okay, but I'm going to prefer a few others.
He's at 22 and 5.8. Now we're going to go to the 14, Jenny, which is the bottom one. This is Charisma. Zach Purdon will be riding This is Charisma. Again, he's still a maiden from his 24 starts. Did find a couple of placings towards the back end of last season, and he's the current second favourite.
This is Charisma. Yeah, look, he's not totally smooth walking in front, whether or not he's just fiddling around with his handlers there. But since Zach's jumped on board, so he's going to require a bit of a loosen up in front. He's a solid enough bodied horse, weighing in at 1,099 pounds. Dropped 11 pounds since the last time he raced, sweating up a little on the neck area there. But he will require a decent loosen up with that off front there. So I'm going to say more of a place test.
Yet to win in 24, but has placed numerous times. And we've now got a look at 13 for the first time. Back to Smart Cousin here. Dennis Yip and Antoine Hamlin. Antoine will ride the horse. I thought the run 2 back, Jenny, would suggest that there was a case to be made for him, but then a heavy defeat when we last saw him.
Now, his overall record, Nick, is that, 24 starts, 1 win, 1 third and 1 fourth. So overall, he really has been very disappointing, hasn't he? But I know what you mean. He can throw in the odd good run. He actually looks well tuned. He looks fit. His belting is quite well relaxed too. He looks pretty good, actually. He does require just a tiny little loosen up in front, but everything else about him is really good. So maybe a rough chance.
That's the 13 Smart Cousin, the second of the dinner ship runners, and definitely the outsider of the two at 45 and 11. Go through the market here for race number 1 as Jenny puts her top 4 together. Master, he comes up as 8.2, Star of Glory 4, 6.6 Winning Steed, 22 Mr. Monty, 23 Sky Gem, 30 Turf Brilliant, 38 Fortune Patrol, 15 Run Des Run, 10 Grand Power, 22 Loyal Ambition, 14 Superb Daddy, 22 Circuit Spiritanto, 45 Smart Cousin. The second favourite, This Is Charisma, he's at 4.8.
Thank you, Paul. That's how the market shapes for race 1 of the new season. We're 6 minutes away. They are heading out to the track, and well, for the first time this season, we'll ask Jenny Chapman for her top 4 from the parade. Jenny, of the 14, who were the lucky 4 that made it into your numbers?
All right, well, let's hope we can get off to a good start here, Nick. Number 3, Winning Steed. Now, he's been off the scene for a long time. Hasn't raced for 322 days. But he has trialled. I didn't get much of a guide out of his most recent trial. He was under a hold and they didn't really push him along, but he looks like he's done plenty of work. He does have sensory injury in the past, so they've given him plenty of time to get over that. And I just think he looks really quite fit and ready to go. So I'm going to have him on top. I ride for Sylvester de Souza here. From number 1, Regency Master, who's got to carry the big weight. I thought he presented well. I think he's definitely good enough in this grade. He gets the class drop here. Number 2, Star of Glory. Now, he's plain enough to look at, but he does look fit and well, and he's in good form towards the end of last season. And of the rest, well, number 13, Smart Cousin. He just needs a little bit of a loosen up, this guy in front. It's only very minor, but I thought he looked really quite well. That's probably as good as I've seen him. He's a 7-year-old now, so one of the older brigade, but looking quite okay, just at the odds. Might be a little bit of value there. So 3, 1, 2 and 13.
It's Jenny's 3, 1, 2 and 13 here in race number 1. 4 minutes out from the first. We can go upstairs now to Tom Wood for his selections here on the first.
Thanks, Paul. I'm with 8, 1, 14 and 2. However, it does stick out there is quite a bit of money for the dinner ship trained Winning Steed at 6.8. He has been anywhere in the market recently between 8.5 and sort of 13 to 1. So interested to see what he can do today, but I went with the big guy here, Run Des Run. He's the heaviest he's ever been today. He's up 33 pounds to 1,445. He's an absolute whopper, the biggest horse we have here in Hong Kong. I really did like his trial up at Chung Fa. I thought he got to the line really well. Last start he raced wide midfield. He was probably a little one-paced over the last 200 metres. And in that barrier trial, he was wide, no cover, but ran on pretty well at the end, I thought, to win. Ben O'Young and Jerry Chow teaming up from barrier 12. He has won fresh, but that fresh win was back on the 29th of December on the all-weather over 16.50. But I don't mind him here today. I'll happily take the each way about him, especially in Class 5. And his quote at the moment, 15 and 4.2. Outside of them, I've got Regency Master in. I think he'll appreciate the drop back in grade. He is a 2-time winner. Slow out in his recent barrier trial at Chung Fa, but after that wasn't put under too much pressure. Karis Teaton and Danny Shum. Number 14, This Is Charisma, long-standing maiden, having start 25 today. Zach Purton and David Hall ran on well out wider last time out, behind 1 step ahead on the final day of last season. Didn't do too much in a recent barrier trial. And I put a number 2, Star of Glory. Good luck to Angus Chung. 3 in the race. You'd say Mr. Monty rolls forward, but Star of Glory should be in close attendance. Hopefully they don't get into a speed battle. His run last time out I thought was pretty good, and was close up in a recent trial here at Sha Tin. So 8, 1, 14 and 2, Paul, as they head to the start for the first.
On with the 2, the favourite here, Star of Glory. The £10 claim I think is going to be gold for the start of the season anyway. These horses are pretty well handicapped, and that £10 off will really help. He's won off a rating of 33. He's rated 40, but with that £10 claim, he's sort of better off than that 33 win. So he's on top. The 2, the 1, Regency Master. I like the fact he's been downgraded coming into this race too. The 14, This Is Charisma, found a bit of form at the back end of the season, and Zach Purton's obviously keen to keen to ride him as well, so he gets in there for third. And then the 10, Loyal Ambition. He'll need a bit of luck, but I just threw him in there because I didn't mind his trial leading into it. But round the top three, really. 2, 1, 14 and 10 then, Nick.
Yeah, I've got nearly the same numbers as you, actually, Paul. I've got 2, 1 and 14 for the top 3 positions. Star of Glory, really like the fact that he's got the claim, and he did finish the season in pretty good form after winning and backed it up with a second behind Flying Monty. Regency Master, same points made. Obviously, he's won off higher marks in the past, looks well handicapped on his best. The 14, I think, has to go in. And I've friend the 3 winning steeds in Sylvester de Souza on board for Dennis Yip. I mean, he's got to show a bit more than what he has done, but he is downgraded. Tongue tie going on first time is always an addition of equipment that I quite like. I almost sort of give it more sort of, strength than, say, blinkers or headgear in some cases. So I've gone 2, 1, 14 and 3 for me, Jenny, but 3 came out on top in the parade for you.
Yeah, look, Dennis Yip was able to win the first race of last season, and he might be able to do the same with this horse. I think he's prepared him really well. He looks very fit going into this first up. And he just looked nice and eager as well. So taking a little chance with him. He's obviously had some injuries in the past, but coming into this fresh, he looks good. He goes on top. The 3 from number 1, Regency Master. I thought he paraded nicely too. He's a bit slow out in his most recent trial, but after that, it didn't look all that good, I've got to say. But coming into Class 5 here, he's definitely better than a few of these. So he should be able to acquit himself quite well. And he does look good. The 2 Star of Glory, plainer horse, but fit, neat enough. He does look good, and I thought his trial was nice. And then the 13, Smart Cousin, who's very, very hit or miss. He's only won the 1 race, but he certainly does look fit enough to run a decent race here today. So 3, 1, 2 and 13 for me.
3, 1, 2 and 13 for Jenny. We're not too far off a start here, Paul. We'll need a play for race number 1 of the season, please.
Yeah, around 1, 2 and 14, which is Regency Master with a downgrader, with the favourite Star of Glory, and also throw in Zach Purden's mount. That's his Charisma. So 1, 2 and 14. And there's been any retirements, Jenny?
Yeah, there's been a ton of them actually, Paul. So I'm not going to mention them all because there's far too many to suggest or to tell you. But the most recent ones are Witty Scholar from Christo's Yard, Turquoise Hope from Pierre Ng, so he didn't even get a race with him. A Smile Like Yours from John Size. Also Hong Kong Win from John Size. So he was a pretty good horse. Yep. He won over $8 million. And When You Believe from Manfred Mann. So just the 5 of them there, but obviously a lot over the off-season.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes, A Smile Like Yours. He was a handy little horse as well, wasn't he? But we're just about at post time here. They should be loading away very shortly. But Paul, one final check on the market. Star of Glory is the favourite, and well, it could be a really good start for young Angus to kick off his Hong Kong career.
It could well be here because there is money coming for him as well. He's now at 3.4 as the favourite. This is Charisma's been steady. Currently, he's a second favourite. And a lot of money for the Dennis Yip runner, winning steed. He's at 6.9. Then Regency Master, 8.6. Grand Power, another one of the Michael Changs. He's got 3 and he comes up next at 10. And then out to 16 about the big boy Run Dares Run. And also Superb Daddy, he's also at 16.
Thank you very much, Paul. They are loading them away for race number 1 of the new season here in Hong Kong. Very best of luck if you are participating. Best of luck if you're having a bet as well. And it's high time we head up to our race caller for this afternoon, Tom Wood, to call the action for us for the opening day of the new season here in Hong Kong.
Thanks, Nick. And we're getting set for this. The Mount Parker Handicap, 1,600 metres, Class 5. Gates, we welcome wherever you're tuned into our telecast here at Sharton today. You won't miss a thing. We've got 30 brand new cameras around the track as well, so you won't miss a thing with our coverage. Regency Master is coming forward. Mr. Monty coming up. This is Charisma, will be about one of the last ones for the champion jockey, Zach Purden. And race number 1 for the new season is about to get underway. Class 5, 1,600, Fortune Patrol off the inside. Tony Speechley eyes the field and they're racing. Away they go, Fortune Patrol, Regency Master. This is Charisma about the last trio. And Mr. Monty surging forward here with Loyal Ambition out wider. Winning Steed is looking to kick up for De Souza in the centre around Circuit Spiritanto. And Star of Glory on the rail about 4th. Smart Cousin came next, followed by Grand Power and Turf Brilliant with This is Charisma, one off the fence. Sky Gem down on the inside from Run Dares Run. The last trio, Regency Master in the centre of Fortune Patrol and Superb Daddy, the last one. Down the back of the track, 1,000 metres left to go. And it is Mr. Monty in front, leading the way by a neck on Winning Steed second. Loyal Ambition doing it tough, but they're still in a straight line, but he's looking to get across. Is the rider of Loyal Ambition, now does so into the one-off position behind Mr. Monty. Next is Circuit Spiritanto. He's fourth from Star of Glory. Angus Chung having his first ride today at the 700 metres. He's over on the inside, followed by Smart Cousin, Grand Power, Turf Brilliant. This is Charisma, Run Dares Run next at the 550. Sky Gem, Superb Daddy, Regency Master and Fortune Patrol can see them all. They've got 400 metres left to go. And Mr. Monty stoked up in front by Dylan Moe. There to challenge Winning Steed, Circuit Spiritanto, Star of Glory. Then came Smart Cousin down the middle. Turf Brilliant, this is Charisma, Loyal Ambition and Grand Power. It's Mr. Monty, overhauled by his stablemate Star of Glory. Smart Cousin, this is Charisma, and then came Turf Brilliant. Star of Glory, he needs the post. This is Charisma and Smart Cousin. This is Charisma, under the drive of the champ gets it. This is Charisma, breaks his maiden status and scores over Smart Cousin and Star of Glory. Not sure fourth. Circuit Spiritanto, Turf Brilliant, not far away, Winning Steed, Grand Power. Run Dares Run. They were followed by Sky Gem, Loyal Ambition, Fortune Patrol, Mr. Monty, Regency Master, and at the end was Superb Daddy. The five-time champ lifted him over the line. This is Charisma. The 24-start maiden coming in two today. Beat Smart Cousin. Star of Glory third. And it'll be Turf Brilliant fourth after the running of race number one, the Mount Parker Handicap. David Hall and Zach Purton, the old firm strike in race one of the new season. And he's done it in good style. Went off in the end as the favourite in front of Star of Glory there at 3.9. Angus Chung, a great spinner around for him for his first ride here, but there's the numbers on screen. 14, 13, 2 and 6. This is Charisma, the 7-year-old. Off the bottom handicap here, 25 at start 25, wins the first race of the season. Away they go, Fortune Patrol, Regency Master. This is Charisma about the last trio. And Mr. Monty surging forward here with Loyal Ambition out wider. They're in the centre around Circuit Spiritanto. And Star of Glory on the rail about fourth. Smart Cousin came next, followed by Grand Power and Turf Brilliant with This is Charisma, one off the fence. Sky Gem down on the inside from Run Dares Run. The last trio, Regency Master in the centre of Fortune Patrol and Superb Daddy, the last one. Down the back of the track, 1,000 metres left to go. And it is Mr. Monty in front, leading the way by a neck on Winning Steed second. Loyal Ambition doing it tough, but they're still in a rider of Loyal Ambition, now does so into the one-off position behind Mr. Monty. Next is Circuit Spiritanto. He's fourth from Star of Glory. Angus Chung having his first ride today at the 700 metres. He's over on the inside, followed by Smart Cousin, Grand Power, Turf Brilliant. This is Charisma, Run Dares Run next at the 550. Sky Gem, Superb Daddy, Regency Master and Fortune Patrol can see them all. They've got 400 metres left to go. And Mr. Monty stoked up in front by Dylan Moe. There to challenge Winning Steed, Circuit Spiritanto, Star of Glory, Turf Brilliant. This is Charisma, Loyal Ambition and Grand Power. It's Mr. Monty overhauled by his stablemate Star of Glory. Smart Cousin, this is Charisma, and then came Turf Brilliant. Star of Glory, he needs the post. This is Charisma and Smart Cousin. This is Charisma, under the drive of the champ gets it. This is Charisma.
Well, what a fantastic start to the season for Zach Purton and trainer David Hall. They've landed the first with This is Charisma, the always one step ahead syndicate. Well, certainly that here this afternoon. The horse with a power pack finish. Paul gave no secret for the fact that he certainly would have appreciated the break, and he's seemingly come back as good as ever, the champ.
Hasn't he? And what a great ride from Zach as well. They got the horse up and started favourite in the end at 37.50 and 17, but 12 there, and the two, second favourite, in fact, Star of Glory at 16.50. The Quinella 13 and 14, 907, 2,058. The trio 2, 13 and 14, 1,348. The Tears 14, 13 and 2 was 10,138. And Jenny, a great ride to get the favourite home there, Zach Purton aboard.
Yeah, Zach Purton just showing what he's made of once again there. So got off to a great start for the new season, no doubt about it. And this is his first win too. This is Charisma. After 24 starts, he's a 7-year-old, so he's just been able to get there in the nick of time. I thought Smart Cousin actually put up a pretty strong effort there too, and also the third horse, he put in a decent enough effort as well. Of course, that was Star of Glory, who was well in the market.
Just on Star of Glory there, Paul, obviously Angus Chunga, for a fleeting moment, or more than a fleeting moment, it looked as if that might be a fairy tale start for him, but he certainly wouldn't have lost any admirers there. He gave the horse a super ride.
It was, and I thought it was an intelligent ride as well, because he didn't take on a stablemate in front. He did jump one behind, and then he came round, he got into the gap at exactly the right time on the turn as well. We can have a look at the patrol now.
We certainly can. Away they go for the opening race of the new season. Towards the inside, Fortune Patrol, just a little bit slow there, getting away quickly. We had Winning Steed, who went forward, and Circuit Spiritanto just taking back in behind them. Now Star of Glory, he went forward as well on settling down. You can see Mr. Monty from out deep going. Smart Cousin, the eventual runner-up, just in front of the eventual winner. This is Charisma. Grand Power down on the inside as they settle fully into stride. You can see the massive Rundes run towards the outer. Regency Masters out the back. Sky Gem usually a little bit tapped for toe early as well. Superb Deal and Fortune Patrol towards the rear. But at this stage, Jenny, it's Mr. Monty, the old boy, who's leading the way.
Yeah, he's just putting a bit of pressure there on Winning Steed to his inside. I thought Loyal Ambition was just covering a little bit of ground there for quite some time as well, but he's not able to feature. The winner is 6th last there in those white colours with those striped sleeves there. So you can just watch Zach just navigate a path through here to pick up this first win. It actually turns out really quite nicely for him. He's just waiting there, and he's just got to wait for that run to appear, and when it does, he's able to go on and get there in the nick of time.
He certainly is. You can see Zach just getting to work on the winner now. Smart Cousin getting everything on his outside there under Antoine Hamlin. Star of Glory making his bid for glory as Mr. Monty starts to weaken. One that does run on quite well, just in behind the front four, is Circuit Spiritanto. He's kept on okay. Certainly looks capable of picking up a race like this perhaps in due course. But Zach Purton at his very best wins the opening race of the season on This Is Charisma.
And they've weighed in for the first race here of the season. 14, 13, 2 and 6. The Quinella places 13 and 14, 298.50. 2 and 14, 41, and 2 and 13, 410. A composite win was an A1 with the 14 winning, and that returns you 19. We also had a Star of Glory there as well, running 13, 2,058. The 1,752. And if you're lucky enough to get that in the correct order, the first quartet of the season is a healthy one. 185,927. That's for the numbers 14, 13, 2 and 6. The sectional times 25.03 with 23.27. Standards 23.1, 23.74, standards 23.85, and they came home in 23.84, standards 23.7. The overall time, race time, was 135.88, standard is 135.3.
And we're up to race number 2 of the afternoon, which is the Kowloon Peak Handicap. It is Class 5 again. We reduced the trip to 1,200 metres. Handsome Guys taking you further. Sunny Baby, General Trump and Zarshian have all been up to Chung Far and back in the last 30 days. The speed here, Paul, with Glorified Fire in the past also.
He has, and we saw Dennis Yep's horses go forward in the previous race. I think he can go forward too. Has led over 1,000. Now Strive for Glory, he handlebars down for him, and he went forward in a recent trial as well, so he's another one that's a possible leader. He won't be far away. Thought Theatre Hedge won't be too far away. Handsome Guys has changed stables, but it's got a very good draw there in barrier number 1. The Jolly midfield. Now taking you further, it's sort of a query horse because he can go forward and go back, but normally when he draws wide he tends to go back, and there is a lot of pace underneath them. The Good Deal is another one that might want to push on.
A few of the key players here for race number 2. We'll start with Taking You Further. Here he is with the Jolly, the Good Deal, and Fortune Hero, who's been out of sorts for a wee while. But Taking You Further nearly got this, but the Jolly, I think, can certainly show something again from a low barrier.
Yeah, look, he did put a couple together towards the back end of the season, the Jolly, and as you say, he's drawn very well, so he's a good chance. Taking You Further, this is one of the races I'm talking about when he gets run on quite nicely. Good effect there for second as well. The Good Deal, he sort of boxed on as well. He wasn't too far away as well, but as you say, the Jolly from his low draw should get a nice run.
Now here's the trial I referenced before with Glorified Fire. He has put on weight coming into this. He's so well rated, I feel. 68 he started off here. He's down to a mark of 36 for Dennership and Antoine Hamlin. Yeah,
really well rated horse, as you say. And this was the trial, the 1,000 metres. He went straight to the front. And he did win it really nicely. So, look, I think they'll try and be very positive on this horse as well. So I think he's likely to go forward, and he's currently a 12-1 chance.
Yeah, there he is next to UW Brother. Nothing really flash in that trial in particular, but just the way he did it, I certainly did like it there from Glorified Fire. Now, Strive for Glory can Pert and get 2 long-standing maidens home in Class 5. Theta Hedge, who's back in Class 5. And Handsome Guys, Paul, has had a change of barns.
Yeah, look, he's a horse that's always sort of caught the eye at track work in the morning, Handsome Guys. And look, he's trialled quite well, I thought, once again here. He finished off the trial nicely. Strive for Glory, this is what I was talking about before. He went straight to the front and just carried on. And he didn't give any other horse a trial. It was a good trial from him as well. So we'll see what they do. But as you mentioned, he is a long-standing mate.
The horse at the back there, near the back anyway, as this is Charisma out of the previous race, so a bit of winning form there. Okay, Paul, what's happening in the all-ups? A bit of money for MM Johnny.
Yeah, MM Johnny, who is the current favourite there at 4. Theta Hedge is 17 out to 19. Glorified Fire is 12 out to 13. Handsome Guys, 12 out to 14. Strive for Glory. Zach Purden going for a quick double, 5.5 into 4.8. Taking You Further, 29 out to 34. MM Johnny, the favourite at 4. The Good Deal, he's out to 24. Sunny Baby's in the market at 9.6. The Jolly, 6.3 into 6. Dashing Genius, 5 out to 50. Trump, he's no support for the all-ups here, 32 to 35. Fortune Hero, he hasn't moved from his 20 quote. And Zarshian, there's always money for Zarshian. There's money once again here this afternoon. He's 10 into 9.1.
Thank you, Paul. That's how the all-ups shape at this stage. Don't forget the triple trio, races 4, 5 and 6, 38 million. Is the jackpot there for the TT this afternoon, and 7 million for the 6-win bonus. You need races 5 through until the final contest, race number 10 of the afternoon. So a couple of really nice jackpots there here on the opening day of the season for you to get your teeth stuck into. We've got a couple of races before we start the triple trio for the first meeting of the season. Jenny, runners are just filing in. The second of 2 Class 5s. They're never easy, are they? This one looks a bit trappy as well. I think we're going to start with the 7, The Good Deal, on screen. Karis Teaton and Michael Chang.
Yeah, look, it's always a bit difficult, the Class 5s. They've got a little bit of character to them, most of them anyway. So it's tricky, but we'll do our best here. The Good Deal, he's a little bit sweaty. He's walked in behaving himself quite nicely, but he is walking out quite freely. I thought his most recent trial, Neil Weather, was a bit average. He couldn't really finish off the last 200 metres there, but I think he needs to improve. He's awkwardly drawn in gate number 12. He's just a bit warm.
And the punter's agreeing with you there, Jenny, and he's 25 to 1 chances. The Good Deal, 6.3 a place for the Good Deal. He's one of the deep fields we've got here. Cheek pieces will come off and the hood will go back on him. He has run on that before. Has drawn awkwardly though in barrier number 12. So we just might need to work if he wants to get across. Michael Chang, the trainer. Here's Glorified Fire. A horse who's been downgraded, comes into this race, and we did see that trial win from him.
Yeah, I think, you know, lightweight jockey on his back in that trial, but he did get to the line nicely and he looked quite good in doing so. Down into Class 5 here, horse is nicely presented. He's quite dappled up. He looks really healthy. He looks eager and keen. He does look fit enough and he seems to be walking out well. So he's an each-way chance.
That is the 2, Glorified Fire, with those cheek pieces coming off today. Obviously the trial certainly catching the eye. He's drawn 10, so he's going to have to sort of have a plan from there, Antoine Hamlin, but I'm sure he has. And He certainly doesn't look too bad at all. So jockeys making their way into the parade ring for the second. We move on to number 8. This is Sunny Baby, one of a number, in fact, of long-standing maidens, at least here in Hong Kong, in this race. Sylvester de Souza will ride for trainer David Hayes. He's not been he's been very costly to follow, Jenny, put it that way. He's been beaten favourite on more than one occasion, and he was 0 from 9 last season.
Yeah, look, I thought his trial at Chung Pa was quite good, actually, and he's always been a very solid type, but he's had a lame left hind and a lame right leg as well, so he's been in the veterinary reports on numerous occasions. But to look at here, he looks nicely enough prepared. He's a horse that was quite a gross type. I think he looks quite fit here, and he does look really quite healthy too, so he presents perfectly okay. I'd give him a chance too.
Yep, there's money for him as well. He's currently at 8.4 and 3. We're going to the top one now, which is number 1, Theta Hedge. Still another one who's a maiden here in Hong Kong. Did run second off a rating of 39 once he downgraded into Class 5, and this will be his second start back in Class 5.
Nice all-weather trial from him. I thought he got to the line quite nicely there under a pretty good hold too. He was ridden by an apprentice in that trial. Harry Bentley rides in here today. The horse looks nice and relaxed. He's not overly tall, but he does look like he's done enough work. He looks quite fit. Only weighs in at 1,000 pounds, but he has got some shoulder strength, and he does look healthy and just very calm, and does appear to be walking out well. He's bandaged behind, but nothing wrong with the way he's walking there either, so he's good.
I don't mind Theta Hedge actually in this race at a bit of a price possibly. The 3 on screen now is Handsome Guys, Jenny. The blinkers having been removed from him, and as we heard from Tom a few moments ago, he has joined a new stable. Casper Found's his new trainer, and Luke Curry will be the man on board.
Well, he's been very disappointed because he's thrown in a few good, decent trials in the past, this horse, but he hasn't brought it to race day, so he really does need to improve. He's very strong, he's very neatly put together horse, he's got a little bit of size about him and strength, and his behaviour's good, so there's not much to bag him about as far as appearance goes. He once again looks good, he just needs to show us something.
Blinkers off in the new stable for the 3 Handsome Guys. Number 4, Strive for Glory. We saw that trial win from him. It was quite an impressive trial win. That was on the all-weather. Barrier 13, Zach Purden aboard.
Yeah, so Zach rides him. I thought he looked pretty good in that trial, and he's another one. He's quite a neat type of horse. Christo horses often go well at the early part of the season. He's really healthy. He's very smooth in his walking action. He does look fit enough, so he's a chance.
There's the 4, Strive for Glory. He's well found in the market here at 4 to 1. 5 is Taking You Further, who represents Jimmy Ting's stable. Is a 3-time winner from 34. Jenny, I guess the gate's not going to be sort of a help to him. It's certainly a hindrance being out there, but he's a course and distance winner.
Yeah, look, he is, and I agree with you. I think the gate's probably the biggest issue with him. He'll need a lot to go his way. He's a horse that carries a little bit of weight around the midsection. I don't know whether or not he might be in need of a run looking at him. That's my guess anyway. He's well enough behaved and he does have some strength, but he just might be carrying a touch of condition. So I'm going to say more a place chance.
He's 33s and 8.2 is the 5, Taking You Further. Current favourite is number 6, Johnny. Did have a quiet trial behind Lucky Sway Ness, this horse, and here's a last start winner at the back end of the season.
Yeah, so look, he'd had a fair break. He had those 2 runs towards the end of last season, and they were both quite good actually, so he'd been off the scene for a little while prior to that. The horse actually looks in fairly good nick. He's very healthy. He's beautifully behaved with his 2 handlers there. I don't think there's much wrong with his action, and he does look really quite fit. So another one actually parading pretty well. I'd give him an each way chance too.
Yeah, that is the 6, Johnny, who's had 14 runs, and so he's been very hit or miss, and he did manage to hit the target on his last run of the season, and beating Theta Hedge. Strive for Glory was 5th on that occasion as well, so they will meet again today. 9 is the Jolly. Lyle Hewitson takes the ride here for trainer Douglas White. I thought that run at the end of last season, Jenny, was solid without getting too carried away behind Melbourne Hall.
Yeah, solid it was, but he's not. He's a very lightly framed horse. He's 999 pounds, this horse. He's sweating up quite a deal, and he gets himself just a little bit tense in the parade. He has had quite a light prep, and I can see why, because he just doesn't carry any condition. So that's the thing with him. But off that last run, you know, you'd probably want to give him a chance. On looks, I've got him more as a place chance. He's quite warm, and he's just a lightly framed type.
The 10, the next one, is one of the outsiders, if not the outsider, which is Dashing Genius. bit of a one-hit wonder. He did run third on the all-weather in one start, but every other run he's finished towards the back, and I didn't like the trial either, Jenny.
No, been very disappointing. I think he's put in one decent run, but after that it's all been poor, and his trial was poor. To look at, you know what, he gets a pass, there's nothing wrong with him, he actually walks out well, he's got a nice nature, he's healthy, he's got a bit of strength, so he actually presents perfectly okay. I can't put the pen through.
That is the 10 Dashing Genius, is a huge price, just a tick over 50 to 1, and you know, just kind of throw the head around a little bit as well into the face of Matthew Poon. And well, that good run that Jenny alluded to was in a Class 4 on the all-weather for 42. I mean, if he replicated that today, then it probably wouldn't be the greatest shock, but he certainly would need to on the back of what have been disappointing runs. 11 is Medic Elite. Luke Ferraris riding this one for Pierre Ung. Very best of luck to Pierre, of course, kick-starting his training career here this afternoon. The tongue tie's reapplied, Jenny. The blinkers are coming off, and he's had a recent trial under Luke as well.
Yeah, it was a bit on the average side though, wasn't it? He was urged there and he was very one-pace. So if Pierre can get this horse to win, it'll be a big feather in his cap. The horse looks okay, he often does. He's got a bit of scope, he's quite fit looking and he's well enough behaved. But he's been extremely disappointing so far, so he needs to lift. But another one, I can't put the pen through completely because there's nothing wrong with him.
Next one is number 12, which is General Trump. He's a 7-year-old now, General Trump. Hasn't won for a couple of seasons. Couple of placings on the all-weather last season.
Well, he's put on 23 pounds, and it shows with General Trump. He does carry that around the tummy area there. He has got a bit of strength in the shoulder. He's another calm, relaxed type of horse. He's only small, quite nuggety type. Appears to be walking out okay, but I think he'll probably benefit with the run. He's probably not the worst in a race like this, but he just looks like he's carrying a little bit of condition.
He has won course and distance from 9. He's been placed on a few occasions as well, so he's certainly got all the right ingredients to perhaps front up and run a race here today. 13 is Fortune Hero. Alexi Vidal takes the ride here for Richard Gibson. Obviously, those two gentlemen have had very good success down through the last few seasons. What chance this fellow, Jenny? A two-time winner off a mark of 29.
Yeah, coming off not a bad trial on the all-weather as well. He's one of the better types amongst these horses. He's got some good strength in those hind quarters. Another relaxed type. He does appear to be walking out okay. And he actually doesn't look too bad, so I could give him some sort of chance at odds.
Yeah, I threw him in at a price. Fortune Hero, he's currently at 21 and 5.6. 14, Zacian, he's the bottom one. He had 14 starts last season without winning, but he was in single figures for 10 of those 14 starts, and he's in single figures once again.
He is. He's got himself a little bit tense, slightly warm, just sort of tucking up a little bit with nerves, but I think he's a horse that doesn't tend to carry much excess condition. He only weighs in at 1,041 pounds, so he actually looks really quite fit. He won't get into the top 4, but he is a fit-looking horse, I'll give him that.
Oh, dear old Zacian. It would be good to see him win. He's been a frustrating horse, but certainly one that does have ability, and maybe with just 120 pounds today, he might well be able to get his head in front, and as Paul alluded to, he's 8.2 and 2.8. So runners are making their way down to post. Back to Jenny shortly for her top 4 from the parade, but before we do that, Paul, a check on the market for us, please.
Yeah, Johnny 4.1, 5.2 Strive for Glory, 6.1 the Jolly, 8.2 Sunny Baby, and also Zacian. They're the single-figured runners, and then after that we're up to 14 Glorified Fire and 15 Handsome Guys.
Thank you, Paul. The runners making their way down. Jenny, who made it into the top 4, please, for race number 2?
All right, I'm going with Zach Purton here, number 4, Strive for Glory. I thought he presented really well. This is his second go in Class 5 here, and I think he could acquit himself quite well. He looks in really good condition. He looks very fit. The 6 goes in Johnny, another one well in the market. Derek Long rides him from gate number 3. So he's well drawn. He's very fresh going into this, and I think he could acquit himself well too. He looks really fit and healthy. The 13, I thought he paraded quite well too, Fortune Hero. Very hit or miss type of horse, and he's only won 2, both been at Happy Valley. But I think the way he presented, he could possibly run well. He's got some really good strength about him. And of the rest, number 2, Glorified Fire, the grey horse, coming down in grade here, a bit awkwardly drawn in gate 10, but does look really quite fit and well. There's 2 others that actually look pretty good, the 1 and the 8, if you like those. Just don't have room for them. But 4, 6, 13 and 2.
4, 6, 13 and 2 here in race number 2 for Jenny. That's the top of the paddock. How see you this race, Tom Wood?
Yeah, I'm with the 2 here, Paul. Glorified Fire. Now, he's such a well-rated horse. Dinnership, I think, has only got about 9 horses that are above Class 4. He had a bit of a lean season by his standards last season. Made him my value running here at 14 and 4.4 off the back of a good trial. I think a few of Dennis's horses are ready to win one. So Glorified Fire, number 2, over 3 Handsome Guys. Form overall has been poor, but did trial up, I thought, okay. And that recent barrier trial now with Casper Founds, the blinkers are off. Theta Hedge, he's got barrier issues, but the trial wasn't bad, I thought, went second. And the other one I've got in is number 4, Strive for Glory. Can Zach Purton get 2 long-standing maidens home in the first 2 races? He's at 5s and 2s. 2, 3, 1 and 4, Paul.
Like the trial of Handsome Guys, he's dropped 23 pounds, new stable, blinkers off, change of scenery for him, and from barrier number 1, we'll take a chance here at 14s. He's done it on the training track. Let's see if we can do it on the racetrack here. He's on top to beat the 9, the Jolly. Another one that should get a nice run from an inside draw. The 4, Strive for Glory, long-standing maiden, but the trial was good. And like Jenny, I put Fortune Hero in. I know she did it on looks, but when he did win his last race, it was off a rating of 41, and he's down to 29. Didn't mind his work, son of Star Spangled Banner, and he's a decent price. So 3, 9, 4 and 13 for me there, Nick.
Yeah, I've got the 1 on top here, Paul. Theta Hedge. I'm surprised to see him the price he is, to be honest. I thought he'd be a little bit shorter, judged mainly on that run 2 starts to go in Class 5. This is only his second go in the grade, mind, and I know he's not overly big and he has got a big weight, but I just think that trial wasn't the worst either at the end of August. So he'll go on top for me at a price over Strive for Glory, who has also trialled well, and for all he's a long-standing maiden, he does look to find a chance here. Johnny, the 6 in for 3rd, and I've thrown the 14 Zarshian in as well. There is a bit of money coming for him. There he is on screen. Wouldn't shock if he was able to show up and run a race. 1, 4, 6 and 14 for me, Jenny, but Strive for Glory you liked from the parade.
Yeah, look, he's well in the market here, and of course Zach rides him, so he's got an offset gate number 13, but I thought he looked really fit, healthy and well, and he was walking out nice and freely, so he goes on top for me from number 6, Johnny, winner of just the 1 race. He's only had the 14 starts though. Gate number 3 for him, Derek Lung rides a last start winner, so we'll see if he can repeat that. He does look good. The 13, Fortune Hero, I like the strength about this horse. He's a winner of a couple of races so far, but he's coming off quite a nice trial. Hopefully he jumps okay, because he does have a bit of speed if he does jump okay. Didn't in the trial, but on race day he normally can. So we'll see if he can do that. But he does look good. And then the 2, I thought Glorified Fire probably gets an opportunity here down into Class 5, looking really fit and healthy. So 4, 6, 13 and 2.
Thank you, Jenny. That's how the numbers stack up from the parade ring. We're almost at post time here, Paul. So what's the play for race 2?
Yeah, wide open race there. Went 3, 4 and 9, which was Handsome Guys, 4 Strive for Glory. And I put the Jolly in as well. Just thought he'd get a nice run there on the inside. So 3, 4 and 9. Decent prices. Handsome Guys is a 14 to 1 chance. Strive for Glory, he's at 5.4, and the Jolly at 6.1. Johnny's still the favourite here currently though at 4.2, so he's still the favourite. As you said, money coming for Zarshian, he's into 7.5. There's a lot of Quinella money coming through the 2, Glorified Fire. So plenty of support around him. We'll keep an eye on his win and place price. He's currently at 13 and 4.1 the grey. Should go forward as well. But there is Quinella place. So exotic punters are looking at the 2, which is Glorified Fire. And also the 7, the Good Deal. And he's at a decent price at 25 and 6.2 currently.
Thank you, Paul. Runners are being loaded away for the second. About half the field are locked and loaded. Not too many more left to go, so we'll head high up to the grandstand once again and join Tom Wood for the call of race 2.
Thanks, Nick. The Kowloon Peak Handicap, 1,200 metres, Class 5. If you've just joined us, Zach Purton on the board in the first race with This Is Charisma, the long-standing maiden. He rides another one here, Strive for Glory, up to start 23 today without winning, and only 1 placing next to his name here in Hong Kong. He'll be the last one to come forward with Zarshian, and we're all 100 metres. Handsome Guys down on the inside, Theta Hedge in the centre, they're away, and Handsome Guys began well down on the inside, but Glorified Fire's going forward with Strive for Glory. Theta Hedge 3rd, Dashing Genius poking through, and then came Handsome Guys down on the inside. Deeper is the Good Deal, Johnny, and then came General Trump, who's in the centre, and down on the inside the Jolly. Zarshian Now fifth last from Medic Elite. Next is Fortune Hero. He's deep and awkward into the first turn. Sunny Baby and taking you further last of all. So it's Zach Purton with Strive for Glory down the side. Speed is okay. 6:50 left to go. Leads 3/4 Theatre Hedge and Glorified Fire with a good run in the trail. Handsome Guy's looking to get away from the inside but can't because Johnny's holding him in. Dashing Genius, the Jolly General Trump, the Good Deal. Medic Elite, Zarshian's further back with Fortune Hero, Sunny Baby and taking you further, but Strive for Glory given full bore at the 275. Shows out by 2 on Glorified Fire. Theatre Hedge, Johnny. Then came General Trump, the Good Deal, and Sunny Baby out wider. It is Strive for Glory. Digging in is Glorified Fire, but Strive for Glory's holding them at bay. Strive for Glory beats Glorified Fire, I think, second, just in front of the fast finishing Sunny Baby and Zarshian close up. Next in was Theatre Hedge with the Good Deal, Medic Elite and Handsome Guys, followed by Johnny taking you further. Fortune Hero, the Jolly General Trump and Dashing Genius at the rear. 2 down, 2 to Purton. For the winner, Strive for Glory, another long-standing maiden. Beats 2 Glorified Fire, 8 Sunny Babies rocketed home. Zarshian, Theatre Hedge and the Good Deal also close up. Down on the inside here, the place to be, got to the front, has kicked strongly in the straight off the back of a good trial win where he did lead up. Drew barrier 13, a good ride by Purton to send him forward. And Chris So on the board here, a 5-year-old US bred gelding. And at start 23, he is a maiden no longer, and he's gone off in the market at 5. The favourite at 5 and 2.2 for Strive for Glory. Number 4. Zach Purton and Chris So. Number 2 has run second. That was Glorified Fire, his first run in Class 5. Certainly improvement there. Sunny Baby's basically come from last on the home turn right down the outside, and Zarshian was well back also. He's run 4th. The centre, they're away, and Handsome Guys began well down on the inside, but Glorified Fire's going forward with Strive for Glory. Theatre Hedge 3rd, Dashing Genius poking through, and then came Handsome Guys down on the inside. Deeper is the Good Deal, Johnny, and then came General Trump, who's in the centre, and down on the inside, the Jolly. Zarshian's now 5th last from Medic Elite. Next is Fortune Hero. He's deep and awkward into the first turn. Sunny Baby and taking you further last of all. So it's Zach Purton with Strive for Glory down the side. Speed is okay. 6:50 left to go. Leads 3/4 Theatre Hedge and Glorified Fire with a good run in the trail. Handsome Guys looking to get away from the inside but can't because Johnny's holding him in. Dashing Genius, the Jolly General Trump, the Good Deal. Medic Elite, Zarshian's further back with Fortune Hero, Sunny Baby and taking you further, but Strive for Glory given full bore at the 275. Shows out by 2 on Glorified Fire. Theatre Hedge, Johnny. Then came General Trump, the Good Deal, and Sunny Baby out wider. It is Strive for Glory. Digging in is Glorified Fire, but Strive for Glory's holding them at bay. Strive for Glory beats Glorified Fire, I think.
Well, there you go. If that's not a sign of intent, I don't know what is from the 5-time champion. Zach Purton, 2 races into the new season, and he's a 2-time winner with Strive for Glory, who finally gets his head in front here in Hong Kong Pool at start 23. He had trialled up well prior to this, and he's won it nicely as well. Zach just having to take evasive action there. He's a swift mover on his feet as well.
Yeah, 22 start maiden. We saw a horse in the first as well, was a long-standing maiden. He had 24 starts. Zach's got them both home. This one's paid 50, 50 and 22, 50, 45 for Glorified Fire, 35.50 there for the 3rd horse, which was Sunny Baby, coming home quick at the end. The Quinella 2 and 4, 346. The forecast 4 to beat 2, 593. The Trio 248, 1,427. The Tears 428, which is 5,150. And Jenny, 2 from 2 now for Zach.
Yes, fantastic start to the season, no doubt about it for Zach, and he gave that horse a really nice ride. From gate number 13, he was very positive. He went to the front. He had to use a bit of vigour in the concluding stages, but the horse was too good and able to get his first win after 22 attempts. Well done to Chris So too, getting off to a nice start.
Yeah, indeed. Great to see Chris get on the board early as well, and Strive for Glory doing the job for his connections this afternoon. Anything else, Paul? We'll have a look back at the patrol shortly, of course, but I thought the run of Sunny Baby was certainly eye-catching enough.
It was. He headed the line really strongly. Johnny, I thought, came home really well. It was a good run from him. The good deal wasn't too far away. He was trapped a little wide from his barrier number 12, so there might have been a slight improvement there.
And I think his run wasn't too bad either, Nick. He was getting home quite well.
He certainly was, wasn't he? Yes, from the back of the field. Another run that sort of said, you know, you might want to be on me next time, perhaps, but it hasn't quite happened for him just yet. Theta Hedge, I thought, travelled around quite well before weakening. Maybe the weight just told for him as well. And there you can see the quartet on screen there, just shy of the 36,885 for the quartet. We'll tidy up all the D, but we'll have a look at the patrol now.
And you can see as they come out here, the horse that wanted to go to the front early was Glorified Fire. He pushed on there from his outside. Strive for Glory, Zach Purden, he came across as well. And then Jack sort of summed it up there, as you can see. He decided to go forward and hit the front there early, and that's where he stayed for the majority of the race. Theta Hedge, you can see he was quite keen. On the inside there, 3 back on the inside, Handsome Guys was really pulling and really didn't get a really good run there at all. He was sort of just really over racing, so maybe a slight excuse for him as well. The other horse there, the 6, which is Johnny, wasn't too far away as well. And out wide, Dashing Genius, he didn't have much luck as they came into the straight here, Nick, but you can see at this stage Strive for Glory in front.
Yeah, absolutely, and he sort of had it sort of sealed up at this stage, didn't he? Theta Hedge, you can see just weakening, and the horse, obviously the greatest in behind, that's Glorified Fire. He's boxed on quite well, and just have a look right down the outside. That is Sunny Baby finishing off strongly, and Zarshian weaving a bit of a passage there in the dark blue colours, yellow armbands, but a good win, and that's 2 from 2 for Zach.
Yep, and they've weighed in here on the second, and the numbers you need are 4, 2, 8 and 14. The Quinella places 2 and 4, 122, 4 and 8, 134, and the 98.50. This Quinella places composite win was an A1. Number 4 was the number you needed there. So we've had 2 races down and 2 A1s there. Forecast 4 to be 2, 593. Getting some more of these exotics come through. The first 4, 2, 4, 8 and 14 returns 1,625. That was Zarshian finishing off there in 4th position. And the quartet, if you manage to get that one in the correct orders, numbers 4, 2, 8 and 14 returns you 36,885. The double 14 into 4, 254.50, 14 into 2, 123. Sectional times 24.39, 22.83, standards 22.5, home in 23.08, which is inside of a 23.35 standard. The standard time, the actual race time was 110.3, which is just slightly outside standard of 109.7.
Race number 3 will kickstart the first leg of the first double trio this afternoon, and it's Class 4, 1,200 metres with the Hulk, Happy Hero and Birdsville will be up to a chung days. The speed here, Paul, Country Treasure, he has certainly led in the past. He has to overcome barrier 12, but Sonpak Fu led up in a recent trial and looked to trial fairly nicely.
He did, and look, they might take advantage of barrier number 1 as well, so I thought he could be on the pace. Bit of luck from his wide draw, but he has got Zach Purden aboard. Victor the winner. Now he's another one that's led in recent trials, so he's an alternative leader as well. He's on debut in Hong Kong, is the current favourite. Melbourne Hall wouldn't be too far away from an inside draw as well. And when horses like Super Red Dragon, Happy Hero, the Hulk who've drawn wide, likely to go back.
Okay, we can hear now from David Hayes. He is the trainer of Birdsville, and Zach Purden shooting for 3 in a row. David Birdsville, an 11-start maiden who trialled well at the beginning of last season. He looks like he's been trialling well again. Has he been a little bit frustrating, this horse?
Yeah, his problem has been that he's been getting on the wrong leg, wanting to go Melbourne way, and he's taken a while to adjust. On his trials, admittedly they were in a straight line. They adjusted to Hong Kong, but I sort of want to see him do it in a race, but the trials suggest he'll be competitive.
Yeah, the trial up at Chung Fo during the off-season, has that sort of been to his benefit as well, going up there and spending some time there in the open space?
Yeah, well, James Lau, the owner, allowed me to just cool his jets at the end of last season and set him for this season, and hopefully he'll get the benefit.
He raced forward in that trial at Chung Fo and he's got 119 pounds on his back. Is that potentially on the cards here just to let him roll, or...?
Yeah, look, he's got a slightly sticky gait, but he's got Zach Burton on, so I'll leave it to Zach.
David Hayes on at Birdsville, and he's in the market at 6.2 and at 2.3. Again, Paul, a few moves through the all-ups.
Yeah, exactly, especially with the Zach Burton winning the first two. You can see that move on Birdsville. But the whole 5.3 up to 5.9, Gallup Waking out to 27, Success Fighters out to 31, Super Red Dragon 8 into 5.8, Victor the Winner's at 3, Sunpak Fu, he's at 28, 4. Mighty Star 101, 51 Blissful Life 25, 1 for All, 52 about Universal Crown, Birdsville's at 6.1 and 9 about Melbourne Hall.
Thank you, Paul. That's the all-up market ahead of race number 3. I think we've got some key races to take a look at. Having a look at a trial here, Paul did it quite nicely. This fellow would need to elevate the race form, though.
He would, yeah. Look, it was a nice trial from him. He did hit the line nice. He's a decent price here. He's still at 30 and 4.6, but he was pushed out a little bit in the trial, but maybe there is a little bit of improvement there for this horse, Success Fighter.
There he is, finishing off his trial. He's a big price here today, currently at 13.4.6. We move on to the next one, a straight trial here at Sha Tin, Paul.
Yeah, Victor the Winner, the horse we're looking at here, and he's a debut runner. He's had 2 starts, and he's been two trials, as I say, and he's won both of them. He looks good once again here in this trial, as you can see, and hit the line really strongly. So a nice trial here from Victor the Winner. It's currently at 2.9.
He's a very interesting runner, isn't he? This newcomer. He's won a couple of trials and clearly has the talent. Now, Sunpak Fu is also in winning form at the trials. He's had just the one run. Connections have changed headgear with him as well.
Yeah, I like this trial. Let's leave a Vanguard in behind. It'll go around one of the favourites later on in the card. Again, it's similar to the Strive to Glory trial I thought they did, who won the previous race. The horse has only had one start in Hong Kong, and it was on a wet track, so he had clear excuses. From barrier number 1, I thought he'll get a nice run, so I made him the each-way play at 24 and 5.4. I didn't think it was a bad trial.
No, and it's a good price as well, in fact, for him. He does look the type that could improve. Country Treasure, we're taking a look at a trial from this fellow now. He's another one who's had some headgear changes for today, Paul. Was drawn an outside gate, and remember, he was very well fancied on debut, wasn't he, this fellow?
Yeah, it was odds on, and look, you can see him, a nice quiet trial from him, I thought here. I thought it was a good trial. Definitely think he's a major player in this race. He seems to have strengthened through the off-season as well. Blinkers will come off him. Just barrier number 12, but I think they'll be positive and go forward on Country Treasure.
He has shown good speed in his second and third races. Did sustain a cut leg actually on that debut as well, so that might be a slight excuse for the failed performance at short odds. Don't forget, you can head across to www.hkjc.com and you'll find all the replays of today's action, entries, race cards, news, you name it, it is on there. But we move up a gear now, Jenny, into a Class 4 race, and just today, I mean, there's some real nice quality, isn't there, across the course of the afternoon, and some very intriguing sort of newcomers as well to enjoy. One so in this race.
Yeah, the winner, he's trialled extremely well. There's no doubt about that, and I thought Sunpak Fu also trialled really quite nicely, and he looks like he's pretty good value as well. With this price favourite. And later on, of course, we've got a horse from Brazil and another private purchase as well. Ray, always nice to see.
Yeah, interesting to see that horse from Brazil going out later on. It's a worldwide thing here. He's called Dynamic Spirit. he'll be racing at race 7, number 1. He's had 7 trials to get him ready. He's been gelded since he's been here. Number 8, the first one we'll look at, Jenny, which is Happy Hero. He's only had the 2 starts, and both horses have finished towards the back. Both races he's finished towards the back.
Yeah, look, he hasn't done a great deal in those runs, but his trial up at Chung Fa wasn't disgraceful. I thought he got to the line quite okay there. There's not much of him, that's the problem. He's only 1,051 pounds, so he's a bit of a slight type, but he carries no excess condition. He does look really quite fit and healthy, but he just probably lacks a little bit of overall strength, so I'm probably happy to watch him.
Yeah, that's the 8 Happy Hero, who would need to do a bit more, I think. Recent trial at Chung Fa over 800 metres as well. Now here is number 5, Victor the Winner. Matthew Poon and Danny Shum teaming up with this fellow. They put a tongue tie on him, Jenny. How does he parade this newcomer? Obviously we've seen his trials form, but I guess a bit more informative could certainly be his parade. How does he look to you?
Yeah, nice enough type, very well put together, really quite dappled in his coat too. He's very healthy looking, and he's beautifully behaved with his 2 handlers here too. Does look like he's done enough work. He looks really fit. I like the way he moved in those trials, and I've got to say he looks really fluent in his walking action too. So he looks well prepared, and I like his attitude, so he should acquit himself well.
2.9 for the current favourite, 1,094 pounds, just had those 2 trials, and the tongue tie will be on for his debut run. Barrier number 5 for the 5, Victor the Winner. Now we're at the 2, which is Gallant Waking. He's currently at a decent price here, 25 to 1. Did win on debut here in Hong Kong. Yeah,
so he needs a bit of a loosen up area. In the past he's been quite tense in the parade. He's a bit calmer here today, but I haven't really noted that he hasn't been a smooth walking horse in front. So he's going to require that loosen up. He's big, he's tall, he's got a bit of strength, and he carries a little bit of weight around the midsection there. Although, looking at him, I do think he's probably fit enough, so I'll leave him there with a place chance.
Yeah, I've always liked Gallant Waking as a horse, and I think he needed that gelding operation as well. He won on debut at Happy Valley and didn't quite go on with it shortly after that. We move to the top of the page, number 1, the Hulk, who is downgraded here today, Jenny. The record for his rider, Karis Teeton, is very good, and the course and distance record's pretty respectable as well.
Yeah, he looks well placed here, doesn't he, in Class 4. So he's got to carry the big weight, and he's awkwardly drawn in gate number 10. But I think amongst a number of these, he's probably quite good enough if things fall his way. To look at, very calm and relaxed. He's never been a terribly smooth walking horse in front or behind. That has remained the same. It's no worse, it's just the same as it always is. So I think he looks healthy, he does look fit enough, and I like his attitude, so he's there with some chance.
Number 3 was Success Fighter. We're on him at the moment, and he's a big price at 30. And we're also looking at the 4 Super Red Dragon, Jenny, the 3 and the 4.
Okay, it's bandaged in front, the 3 Success Fighter, quite a solid body type, put on 15 pounds, does carry that weight around the midsection, so probably happy to watch him at this stage. The 4, yeah, well, this horse, he always finds a bit of trouble. He gets back in his races. He's a bit on the warm side. He's tall, he's quite rangy. He's not totally smooth in front, but he's very fit looking once again. Maintains a little bit of that winter coat still, but he's got a healthy enough look to him. He's okay, he's not standing out, so place hope.
That is Super Red Dragon, the 4. We move on to number 6 now. This is Sun Pak Fu here, Jenny. Those cheek pieces are coming off, and we saw that recent trial. Looked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, look, I love his attitude. He's so laid back, this horse. He's not terribly tall, but he has got a fair bit of scope for the size of him, and he's also got a fair bit of strength. Thought he was in need of that first up run. Wouldn't be surprised if he needed another one here, although he's quite a nuggety, solid type. Does walk out nice and cleanly, coat's good. So as laid back as they come, I'll leave him there with a place chance.
The 7 Country Treasure had that quiet trial leading in, and blinkers come off him.
Yeah, Country Treasure now, he has tended to get himself a little warm in the past, and unfortunately that's occurred again here. The sweat is dripping off his tummy area there, and he's just a little agitated with his 2 handlers throwing the head around. Unusual for a John-sized horse, but he does look really quite fit. He has got some talent, and fitness might hold him in good stead, but he's very hot.
Here's the 9, Jenny, Mighty Star. He's been big prices in 2, and today doesn't look to be any different.
This is the 9?
Yes, please.
Yeah, look, he's got himself a little bit hot and bothered too. He's a horse that does have a little bit of strength, but I thought his trial was ordinary. And just his attitude is probably just slightly questionable too. He was quite cheeky last time, and the odd swish of the tail might be a difficult horse to handle. So I'm happy to watch him.
The 10, Blissful Life. The next one we're going to have a look at, Manfred Mann, Derek Long team up. He's a big price of 46.
Yeah, I thought he moved okay in his trial. He's a horse with a little bit of beautifully behaved, sweating up just slightly in little patches here and there, not enough to be concerned about. Does walk out rather smoothly, going out at fairly big odds here. He's not going to be the worst. Maybe a rough hope.
Not a bad report for the 10 there, Blissful Life. We move on to the 11 now, Jenny. One for all. Richard Gibson and Alexi Bedell teaming up. He's had the benefit of 3 runs, and the middle run was not the worst, I don't think.
Yeah, that's true. Gate 11 for him here, so that's probably going to make it a little bit on the tough side. I think to look at here, another one just slightly warm. Does appear to be walking out okay. It's not the smoothest. He's okay. He's got a bit of scope, and he does look quite fit. He gets a pass, but nothing really jumping out about him either, so only place hope for me. 12
Universal Crown did win a couple last season, one at Happy Valley and one on a wet track.
Universal Crown, yeah, look, he's a horse that is probably better suited just down in Class 5, but he does look really quite fit. He's always had a pretty good attitude, and he looks well enough. Once again, that's a very typical parade from him. He hasn't changed much at all, so he's pretty good.
That is Universal Crown. Luke Ferraris and Douglas White. Birdsville, Zach Purton shooting for 3 winners this afternoon. David Hayes, we heard from him a few moments ago. Jenny just needed to put a few things right with this horse, and he thinks he's got him there now. Zach's riding at 120, puts 1 over.
He's a horse that arrived on a rating of 65, so he's down to 44 now. He should be at a mark where he should be competitive. His trial was quite good, but I suppose you've got to query the opposition a little bit in that trial. A little bit on his toes. He's not too hot and bothered considering, but very, very fit looking, so he looks well prepared. He's an each-way champ.
He's at 7.2 and 2.6 is the 13 Birdsville. The 14, the bottom one, Melbourne Hall. He's in the market at 9.3. He's the last winner at the back end of last season.
Yep, well, he wore blinkers for the first time there, so he's undefeated in blinkers, and they're on him once again. He gets him with the lightweight. Good draw. The horse has always been a nice enough type. Very casual, smooth walking, looks healthy, slightly warm but very fit looking, so he might acquit himself well. He looks good.
That is Melbourne Hall, who is the mount of Lyle Hewitson here this afternoon. There he is, number 14, making his way out of the parade ring shortly. Jockeys are mounted for race number 3. We're 6 minutes away. Back to Jenny shortly. She will put together the top 4 for us from the parade ring, but the market here, Paul, has the newcomer, Victor the Winner, heading it at 2.7.
Yeah, he's at 2.7. About Super Red Dragon, 7.3 about Birdsville. He's drifting back out after those all-ups. Melbourne Hall, he's at single figures at 9.4. Then we're out after that 24 about Son Pak Fu.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's how the market shapes up at this stage. There is the Hulk, Jenny, leading them out to the course. Karis Teeton and Casper Fowles. Did he make it into the top 4?
Yeah, I was considering him or the 6th horse for that 4th position there, so he does scrape in. Number 5, Victor the Winner. Gee, he's acquitted himself really well for a horse having his very first start here in Hong Kong. His trials have been good. He's shown that he's got some ability and he's a really good mover. Nice, neatly put together type. He does look in good order there. You can see for yourself on screen. So he goes on top, Victor the Winner. From number 14, Melbourne Hall, a last start winner with the blinkers on. He's drawn gate number 1 here. So he might be able to get himself a nice run. He'll need a bit of luck in the straight. But once again, he does parade well and he looks really fit. So he goes in. The 13, Birdsville, another one that looks like he's done a ton of work, coming off a nice trial. He looks in good order. He's got to prove himself, though. He's been very disappointing so far, but does look good. And then, as I said, a toss-up between the 1 and the 6. I think the Hulk has to probably go in. He always needs a bit of a loosen up, but he also looks like he's done plenty of work. Son Pak Fu, I've got a bit of time for him. Whether or not he needs a run, that's my little query, but he's a very nuggety type of horse, so he might acquit himself well too, if you like him, and he's going out at good odds. But 5, 14, 13 and 1.
Thank you, Jenny. 5, 14, 13 and 1 for Jenny from the parade ring there with that horse on screen, in fact. Victor the Winner going on top. We're 4 minutes away. The man up in the grandstand will be taking a look at them going to post. Tom, what about this newcomer, Victor the Winner? He's looked good in his trials. Have you got him on top here to win on debut?
Yeah, I do, Nick. Victor the Winner, he's looked good in those trials, and just watching him head around to the start now with Matthew Poon. He's calm and relaxed. Looks like he's hardly turned here. Victor the Winner, like the recent trial at English Healing for $180,000. He was on speed in his most recent barrier trial and edged away over the last 200 metres to beat California Veins. He's clearly on top, Victor the Winner, drawn barrier 5. There he is heading around to the start. Success Fighter goes in now. I actually didn't mind his trial. He's not done too much in his career here to date. 6 unplaced runs. The trial win was by 3 lengths. Maybe Jimmy Tink can get him off to a flyer this time round. We know Jimmy Stable does perform certainly very well at the early stages of the season. Son Pak Fu. Now, he's got the cheek pieces coming off the blinkers with the 1 cow going on, and he on the weather here at Sha Tin, and he was under a good hold, I thought, there in that trial. So I'm interested to see if he can improve today at a bigger price. And number 7, Country Treasure, will just have to come across from barrier 12. Be interested to see how much gas he has to burn in those early stages. Blinkers off, pacifiers go on, and Luke Curry riding here for John Size. So 5, 3, 6 and 7 here, Paul, for the 3rd race of the day.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I'm going to take a chance with Son Pak Fu here on top. I did like that trial. He's only had the 1 start, and he had excuses on a wet track. I just saw from barrier 1 he'll put himself into the race, and at the price of 25 and 5.9, happy to make him the each-way play. Obviously, the favourite's going to be very tough to beat. Victor the Winner, Tung Tai On, the trials have both been good for him, so he's the main danger. So 6 to beat 5. The 7, Country Treasure, just plays up a little bit, this horse, but there's ability there. He's drawn wide. If he can get across, he'll put himself into the race. And then the Hulk, he's just so well rated at the moment. He's won off a rating of 69. He's down at this rating at the moment of 60, and he's been downgraded. So 6, 5, 7 and 1 for me there, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I've got the 4 on top here, Super Red Dragon. I know he's a little bit of a hostage to fortune. He probably needs a bit to go right for him, this fellow, but he is a 2-time course and distance winner, and he ran some super races in defeat last season when only narrowly beat, and he was a beaten favourite on his last start as well, but he's had a trial since, and he hasn't looked too bad in that. So I'll take a chance with the 4 here at a decent enough price. The Hulk goes into 2nd, the top one. I think company is going to suit him very well, and he does go well for Karis, and obviously over this course and distance also. He has got barrier 10, so needs to do a little bit from the get-go, but he should certainly have a part to play. I put the newcomer Victor the Winner in for 3rd. Look, really liked his parade. Jenny will elaborate on that very shortly, but he's obviously well fancied and clearly a nice horse on what we've seen so far. And I've thrown Gallant Waking in for 4th place. I think he's a little bit over the odds, if I'm being brutally honest. I mean, he's got to show that he can bring that Happy Valley form to Sha Tin, but if he can, I think now that he's been gelded after that 4th start, and he's run well since the operation, I certainly could see him running a nice race. But 4, 1, 5 and 2 for me, Jenny. But the newcomer, you were happy with the way he paraded?
Did everything right, Nick, yes, Victor the Winner. So we'll see whether or not he can perform on debut here. They've gone with the tongue tie for the first time here. I thought his trials have shown that he's definitely got some ability, and he does look fit enough, beautifully behaved. So he goes on top for me from number 14, Melbourne Hall, the last start winner in Class 5. So up into Class 4, £119 from gate number 1. Likely to get a decent enough run, but will require some luck in the straight. The 13 next best, Bursville, just on pure fitness alone. He does look really fit, and his trial, most recent trial at Chungpa was pretty good. Of the rest, number 1, the Hulk, just in front of the 6 there, Son Pak Fu. Son Pak Fu is an interesting one because he's only small. He's a very solid-bodied horse. It looks like he could do with a run, but I'm wondering whether or not that's just him. You know, he's just going to always carry a little bit of condition. So I still want to keep him a little bit safe. But in order for me, 13 and 1.
Thank you, Jenny. Well, we haven't got too long, Paul. Give us the play here for race 3, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a chance with Son Pak Fu here to improve on that debut run. He's drawn nicely there, barrier number 2, so he's going to get a very good run. He's £11.79, so we'll see how he goes. Cheek pieces come off him each way at 27 and 6.2, decent price. Now the money's just keep pouring in for this first starter. Victor the Winner, he's now right into 2.2.
Thank you very much, Paul. Not too many more left to load. Let's head to Tom for the call of race 3 this afternoon.
Thank you, and Nick. As Gallant Waking comes up into the line, that'll leave 5 left to come forward. Success Fighter, Universal Crown, along with 1 for All, Country Treasure, and Blissful Life. Favourite at 2.2 is Victor the Winner. Cape Cross. Yeah. Matthew Poon and Danny Shum teaming up with him. He's drawn barrier 5 and Attended gets up alongside. 1 for All goes in. Blissful Life is coming forward. Country Treasure, the last one. Last look at the board, 2.2 about Victor the winner. And we're all set to go. Race number 3 here at Sharton. Melbourne Hall off the inside. Bit of movement out wider. Starter eyes the field. Still holding them, Country Treasure going up out wider. Now they're racing. Away they go, and Happy Hero gets it back to be about one of the last ones, and tremendous gate speed from Victor, the winner of the favourite. He's found the front already over 1 for All, Success Fighter, Son Pak Fu, and Melbourne Hall 5th down on the rail. Next is Universal Crown, followed by Gallant Waking, and 2 lengths to Blissful Life. Country Treasure caught wider, hasn't got forward today. And on the rail is Mighty Star. A length to Birdsville, camped out wider is Super Red Dragon as Birdsville over races and gets on heels. Happy Hero back on the inside, and the Hulk is the last one. It's the favourite Victor, the winner at the 600 metres. He shows out by half a length. Running second, 1 for All. Melbourne Hall stalks them third with Success Fighter 4th. Gallant Waking, Son Pak Fu, and then came Universal Crown down towards the inside. Blissful Life further back with Country Treasure. It is Victor the winner at the 300 metres. He extends the margin to 2.5. Gallant Waking down the middle. There is Success Fighter, Son Pak Fu. Melbourne Hall, 1 for All, and right down the outside is the Hulk, but it's Victor. Victor the winner in front with less than 50 metres left to go. He's got them racked and stacked. Most impressive by 3. Second, the Hulk just in front of Success Fighter and Might Be Super Red Dragon. 4th out wider from Gallant Waking, Melbourne Hall. They were followed in by Blissful Life, Mighty Star, Son Pak Fu. Further back it was Happy Hero. 1 for All. Country Treasure never got involved. Universal Crown and Birdsville at the rear. Very impressive on debut. Victor the winner. 4-year-old by Toronado. Put them to the sword. Down the front, stacked them, and has been too good. Tight second. I thought maybe the outside, the Hulk, dropping in grade for the first time. But that is very, very easy. Matthew Poon has hardly moved an inch. Victor the winner, who was an English yearling purchase for $180,000. There is Danny on screen with a lucky red tie. He scores and scores well. Hardly turned a hair down the parade. Presented exceptionally well, has trialled well, and has raced even better. 5 the winner, standing by for 4th. The time, 19.3. They go, and Happy Hero gets it back to be about one of the last ones, and tremendous gate speed from Victor, the winner of the favourite. He's found the front already over 1 for All, Success Fighter, Son Pak Fu, and Melbourne Hall 5th down on the rail. Next is Universal Crown, followed by Gallant Waking, and 2 lengths to Blissful Life. Country Treasure caught wider, hasn't got forward today. And on the rail is Mighty Star. A length to Birdsville. Camped out wider is Super Red Dragon as Birdsville over races and gets on heels. Happy Hero back on the inside, and the Hulk is the last one. It's the favourite Victor, the winner at the 600 metres. He shows out by half a length. Running second, 1 for All. Melbourne Hall stalks them third with Success Fighter 4th. Gallant Waking, Son Pak Fu, and then came Universal Crown down towards the inside. Blissful Life further back with Country Treasure. It is Victor the winner at the 300 metres. He extends the margin to 2.5. Gallant Waking down the middle. There is Success Fighter, Son Pak Fu, Melbourne Hall, 1 for All, and right down the outside is the Hulk, but it's Victor. Victor the winner in front with less than 50 metres left to go. He's got them racked and stacked. Most impressive by 3. Second, the Hulk just in.
Well, wasn't that impressive? He had the name to go with, the ability, clearly. There's like the photo for second, with the Hulk getting up ahead of Success Fighter, but pick the bones out of that one, Paul. That was most impressive.
Yeah, he's got a big future here, isn't he? He's come out and won effortlessly there in race number 3, and look, it was just easy. You could see Matthew Poon, he was looking up at the big screen halfway down the straight. He's just getting the debrief with Danny Shum there now. I'm sure Matthew will be very happy with the way that horse did win that race, and did win it most impressively, Jenny.
Yeah, look, he was probably entitled to get a little bit tired in the straight on debut here, but he actually drew away once again and went on to win by a big winning margin, 3 1/4 lengths in the end. So I think Danny Shum has a very nice one here. He's off a rating of 52 as it stands, but he'll go up a bit in the ratings after that.
He certainly will, that's for sure. I think we'll be hearing plenty more of him. There are the winning connections also, and that's certainly how you want to start your career. What of the runners that chased Paul, the Hulk? He's run on for second. At one stage, he was near last on the turf.
He was. It'll be interesting to see what the handicapper does with him, because he's on that rating of 60, and they've just put him up a point. He's going to go back up into Class 3, but he hit the line really strongly. 22.50 in the end for the winner, 13 for the place, 21 for second, and for third, 56. A good run there also from Success Fighter. He's backed up that trial. The Quinella 1 and 5, 90.50. The forecast 5 to be 123. The trio 135, 564. The chess 5, 1 and 3. 1,974. And anything catch your eye there, Jenny, just in behind?
I thought there was a slightly better run from Blissful Life, who hasn't done much in 8 starts. He just sort of batted on quite okay. Just a slightly better run for him.
Yeah, not a bad run at all from him. I thought Gallant Waking boxed on okay, and Super Red Dragon was another from the backfield. What became of Sun Pak Fu there, Paul? Obviously, we'll look back on it in the patrol shortly. Where did he get to at the finish?
I think he just got tired late. Jenny said he might have needed the run. I think she might have been right there, because he was running down with Gallant Waking, and the two of them were sort of making their runs together, and Gallant Waking ran on and he ran fourth, and I think Sun Pak Fu just finished him behind him.
Yeah, he's a pretty laid-back type of horse, so he looks like he doesn't have to do much more than he wants to, and perhaps he did need to lose a little bit of weight. He weighs in at 11.79 pounds, so there's enough of him.
Take a look at the patrol, shall we, as they jump away. Now, looking for the winner, he's jumped towards the inside, and he's jumped very cleanly as well, Victor, the winner, to go and put himself in front. And I don't think Matthew Poon really wanted to be there, so they're going to come past him very shortly. Success Fighter is prominent. The outside is 1 for all with a red cap as they settle. Melbourne Hall following with Sun Pak Fu. Gallant Waking next in the field, in company with Universal Crown as they spin the corner. Country Treasure is a little bit further back at this stage. Also towards the rear there in the orange, we've got Mighty Star against the inside. Blissful Life is another one towards the rear. Super Red Dragon. The Hulk is absolute last at this stage, and also Happy Hero is another one towards the rear there, Jenny, as the race begins to start in earnest. But well there, Paul, in front.
Yeah, so Victor, the winner, going really nicely and going clear at this stage. He was going nicely. Melbourne Horn, those yellow colours boxed on. You can see Sun Pak Fu just got a little bit tight in there, so as Gallant Waking came down the outside there as well, but the winner was off and gone.
He certainly was. He's won it with any amount in hand. Matthew Poon with the luxury of a pat down the neck. A good run from the runner up there in second. The Hulk finishing off ahead of Success Fighter and Gallant Waking.
And they've weighed in race number 3. The numbers you need are 5, 1, 3 and 2. The Quinella places 1 and 5, 39.50, 3 and 5, 106.50, and 1 and 3, 221.50. Composite win, another A1. That's 3 in a row for the A1s, and returns you 16.50. The forecast 5 to be 1, 123. And the first 4, 1, 2, 3, 5 returns you 2,622. And the quartet in the correct order, with the favourite Victor, the winner, winning 5, 1, 3 and 2. Still returns you a healthy 28,010. Double 4 into 5, 190. 4 into 1, 70. Of course, Zach Purdon with Strive for Glory winning race number 2. Sectional times, let's have a look at these. 23.91, standards 23.85, 22.73, standards 22.45, 22.73, standard is 23 flat. The oval race time of 109.37, another one slightly outside standard, standards 109.3.
And we're counting down to the feature race here at Sharton on opening day of the 2022-23 racing season. It is the traditional opening day feature, the HKSAR Chief Executive Cup. Over the Triple Gallopers, it's drawn a really good field to here, with the top weight being Skyfield. He, of course, is the proven Group 1 performer in the field, Jenny, and it's got other horses in it like Lucky Patch, Duke Y, and we know what a terrific horse last season Lucky Swain S was, winning 5 of his 7 starts to be the champion Griffin.
Yeah, I've really been taken by him, Tom. There's no doubt about it. He's a lovely individual, and you'll see that when he comes into the parade here. Skyfield is obviously the class horse in the race. He's the highest rated. He's got to carry 135 pounds, and he's drawn gate 10, so he might just be up against it, but he's definitely got the talent. And Lucky Patch is a horse that was going great guns, but of course he had that really nasty fall, and since then it's been a little bit difficult for him, but hopefully he's back to his absolute best. I'd love to see the best of him again, because he looked like he was really going places in his early days. Of the rest, Campione's an interesting runner from the Cruise Yard. He's only a little horse, but he has got some speed, so he's going to be up there. But I think for me, I like the bottom weight, and also Lucky Swain. I thought Trillion Wind definitely gets in there with a better chance, because he's better drawn here today.
Absolutely, man for man with 2 in the race, and they're both trialled under double wraps, both Lucky Swain and Trillion Wind. Campione certainly likely to be the pace in the race, but can't forget about Harmony and Rich as well. Although he's first up, he has put a lot of body weight on over the off-season and whatnot, has Harmony and Rich. Touching on Pierre Ung, he trains Lucky Patch and Duke Y. Angus Chung is riding Lucky Patch, Jerry Chow riding Duke Y, and I caught up with Pierre down at the track on Friday morning. What are the nerves like going into a Sunday, especially with a couple of runners in a Class 1 race as well?
Yes, we've got two runners there, and hopefully we will find a way out there. Yeah.
Lucky Patch, obviously a horse you know well with your time with Francis Loy. Can I ask, is he the same horse that he was pre-International Day after that fall, or is it just knocked his confidence a little?
No, he's not. His fitness level is not there yet. Take a couple of runs to get him back into that top level of fitness. So it's more likely a warm-up run for him.
He had a tough run last start. Were you happy with his recent barrier trial coming into Sunday?
Yes, it's good enough. I know that his form wasn't there yet, but after this run or the next run, he'll be there.
I know you've been riding him in a little bit of track work as well. Yes. They've been giving you a good feeling?
Yes, not the best yet, not the best like last year yet, but he's getting there.
What about Angus Chung, the new 10-pound claimer? You've got him on board. Was that always the plan, just to give him a little bit of weight relief for that first run?
Yes, definitely, because it's a handicap race, so a 10-pound makes a big difference for him, and won't be too much pressure for him.
You've also got Duke Y in the race, who was a Class 1 winner last start. Now a 7-year-old. How's he settled into your stable?
He's settled in very well. He surprised me with his form and in the trial as well. So carrying that weight into the race, he should find a promising one.
He's versatile because he's won on the all-weather as well.
Yes.
But does it become a little tricky to place a horse like him?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Are you leaning towards one horse in particular, Duke Y or Lucky Patch?
I'll go for Duke Y, in the form-wise, yeah.
Great to hear from Pierre Ung, and Paul, he is the subject of the all-ups here. Lucky Swain S into 1.7, but back out to 1.8.
Yeah, 1.8 now currently, but clear favourite here. Trillion Wind's out to 7.2. Other ones there, Duke Y, he's right in the market at 8.8. Then we go 10 about Winning Dreamer, 12 about Skyfield, 14 Lucky Patch, 16 Super Wealthy, out to 18 about Campione. So they're the main ones. We'll keep you warm as the one, and Harmony and Rich the ones that aren't really in the market. But Jenny, Lucky Swain S is an odds-on favourite here for our feature. How does he look?
Classy, really classy. He's such a beautiful horse. He's an athletic type. He's just a beautiful thoroughbred. He's beautifully behaved. He's very alert with his two handlers, walking out well. Coat's beautiful, looks really fit too, so I think he's going to be hard to beat.
That's a glowing report for Lucky Swain as ahead of his seasonal reappearance. There he is on screen for you, and he certainly does carry himself very well indeed. He's only got 115 pounds, so the fact he can do a lightweight means he's picked up what is a very good ride. I mean, bossed a decent Class 2 field at the end of last season. Here's number 10, Trillion Wind. I know you're quite keen on him today, Jenny. This consistent galloper, Alexi Bedell, knows him extremely well. This will be his 15th ride on board.
Well, he's better drawn here, Nick. I thought from gate number 1 with his lightweight, he and Lucky Swain S trialled together, and they both trialled really quite well. I don't know that he could beat Lucky Swain S. I've still got a liking more so for him, but This guy's got a bit of age and experience on his side. He's a good enough horse on his day. He's got some strength in the shoulder. He looks nice and healthy. He's very neatly put together, and he seems to be walking out well. Lovely, relaxed type of attitude too. So he's good. He's got to be there with some sort of hope.
Yeah, he's second favourite at 6, and I think he is the punters here with the Trillion Win. He's at 6 and 1.9 being a handicap. Number 8, Keep You Warm, the next one we're going to have a look at. Keep You Warm, yet to win here at Sharton. His wins have been at Happy Valley.
They have, but a nice quiet achiever, this guy. He never really disgraces, and he's just a lovely relaxed type of horse too. He looks good, he looks fit, he's very fine skinned at the moment, but he's got a good amount of strength, and he just walks out freely enough too. He'll never disgrace himself. I don't know that he can beat the more favoured runners, but look, there's nothing wrong with him. He's strong and he's well.
Decent report there for horse 8, Keep You Warm, and you would have seen on that graphic he'll carry 117 pounds as well, so 2 pounds over for Antoine Hamlin there, getting down to his minimum at 117. 2 is Lucky Patch here, Jenny. We heard from Pierre a few moments ago, so he's got a brace of runners in this race, and well, we know how good Lucky Patch is on his day, and wouldn't it be great to see him bounce back to something like that form after what was a horror in the International last December?
Absolutely, yeah. So he was just going places, wasn't he, prior to that, and then when that happened, it was just put him well on the back foot, and he just had to recover. Now, he's bandaged on those hind legs. He is sweating up just a little bit in patches. He does appear to be walking out nice and freely. He's a very scopy type of horse, plenty of length about him. Fitness-wise, doesn't look far off being 100% fully fit. So I'm going to say a place hope for him.
Yeah, he's 14 and 3.1 is the 2. Lucky Patch was the favourite, or one of the favourites when he did fall. He was the favourite, in fact, for that international race. Lucky Patch, he's had 3 runs back, including a 3rd. Skyfield, look, he's a Group 1 winner, is Skyfield, but as such he has to carry 135, Jenny.
Yeah, but look, he's off a rating of 120 here at the moment. Gate number 10 for him, he's likely to get back a little bit. He'll require some luck. He's a terrific horse, and he has come off a really nice trial on the all-weather surface too. So let's take a good look at him here. He's very strong, nice and healthy, beautifully behaved. Appears to be walking out okay by his standards. He probably needs a little loosen up in front. He's not totally fluent, but that's just his style more than anything else. I think he's fit enough to run a decent race, so he should be strong at the end.
That is Skyfield, who very much is the class in the contest, of course, and Casper's got a pretty good record in this race down through the years as well. Trends will tell you, though, it will be hard for him, but he's a class act. Here's number 3, Jenny, Super Wealthy, David Hayes and Luke Curry. And if you can, just elaborate for us on some of his veterinary report, because he's been through the walls a little bit, this fellow.
He has. He had, back on the 30th of May, he had a surgery to his lower jaw, so he's obviously given that a bang in the stable, and that's why he's been off the scene for a little. The horse actually looks in pretty good nick, though. He's a big, tall, rangy type. He does look like he's done enough work. He looks fit enough. He does walk out fluently, and he looks in pretty good health. So I don't think he'll disgrace either. He looks good.
It's Super Wealthy, currently a 16 to 1 chance. Number 4, Duke Wire, next one. Look, he won at the back end of last season on a wet track. Jerry Chow aboard from barrier number 2.
On a career high rating at the moment of 109. The horse is nicely behaved here in the parade. Pretty much a rich chestnut colour, walking out nice. Looks fit. He's a very well put together type. I can't really fault him in any way, shape or form. I think he looks good, so he's there with some hope.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse, Duke Wai. He always seems to turn up and run his race regardless of surface, and so the only place he's really got to tick off is Happy Valley. He's never actually won at the Valley from a couple of starts. There is Pierron giving the instructions to Jerry Chow, and in conversation with connections of Duke Wai, winner of the Unification Cup, of course, when providing Paul O'Sullivan with such a great farewell from training here in Hong Kong. 5 is Harmony and Rich. Lyle Hewitson rides this one for Mead Choi. First run in a Class 1 race, Jenny, and, well, all of his form has been at Happy Valley.
Yeah, so he's been off the scene for a long time, this horse, and he's had a tendon injury back in November of last year. The horse is sweating a bit, the odd swish of the tail. He's put on 45 pounds, and it does show around the tummy area. So I'd suggest win, lose or draw, whatever happens here, he's going to improve with the run. He is quite a stocky type anyway, but he just doesn't look 100% fully tuned, and he's quite warm.
And he is a big price. He's at 50 and 8.3. Number 6, Winning Dreamer. Hasn't had the luck with the draw here. Barrier number 9 for him. Did win 2 starts ago at big odds and backed it up with a second behind Duke Way at his last start.
Yeah, prior to that he'd been struggling a little bit, but it was nice to see him find some form towards the end of the season. He's always been a beautiful horse. He's got plenty of scope. He does look really quite fit and healthy, and his attitude is good. He seems to be walking out nice and cleanly too, so he does present really well, which is often the case.
He's another one that's carrying a little bit of overweight. Will carry 117 pounds there for Vincent Ho, who spent his off-season in Japan, of course, and was amongst the winners there. And well, Frankie Law, the champion trainer, he's only got 3 runners today, and this is the first of them coming up in race number 4. We move on to number 7. This is one of Paul Lally's favourites. This is Campione, Matthew Poon on board for trainer Tony Cruz. Sort of finished the season on a bit of a low mark, if you will, Jenny, but how does he parade here ahead of his seasonal return?
Yeah, look, I suppose the fact that he went up from 84 to 100 with a win on the all-weather and also on a wet track is probably, you know, just a little bit of a query in my mind anyway. To look at here, beautifully behaved. He's a very neat type of horse. He's not overly tall, but he has even strengthened up a bit more in the off-season. Scales say he's dropped 10 pounds. You wouldn't know it to look at him. But, yeah, smooth in his action, relaxed, healthy, and well. So he's there with a place chance for me.
Yeah, 17 and 4.3, so he is a decent each-way price as the 7 Campione. He did run last start at the back end of the season, but that was on that really wet track, Campione. So we'll see if he can bounce back here on a good track. For the 7, he's likely to go forward and lead the race, I think, is Campione. He's quite a speedy type as the 7. We've seen the 8, Keep You Warm. We've seen the 9, Lucky Sway Ness. Have we seen the 10, Trillion Win as well?
I think we've seen them all,
yeah. No, he's looking good, Trillion Win, if you like him. He's strong, he's very calm.
That's it, we've seen them all. We've seen all 10, so Jenny will put her top 4 together. I'll quickly go through the market while she does that. And Skyfield, he's 11 chance. Lucky Patch at 13, 16 Super Wealthy, 9.1 Duke Way, 48 About Harmony and Rich, 9.7 Winning Dream, 2 Keep You Warm. The favourite, Lucky Swiness, just drifted a little bit out to 1.9 now, but still odds on, and 6 About Trillion Win.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, there is the favourite in those rather vivid yellow colours. You certainly won't miss him, that's for sure. And he's currently 1.9 and now 1.1 on a place line. 6 minutes away, a field of 10 here, Jenny. But 10 very, very good horses on show. And who are the 4 that make it into your numbers from the parade, please?
Well, it's impossible to go past the 9 horse on looks, Lucky Swainez. He's just beautiful. He's an athletic type. He's got size, scopes, he's got some strength, he's very fit looking, he's really healthy, and he walks out perfectly. So I can't go past him. The 9 has to go on top of number 6, Winning Dreamer. He looks like he's done plenty of work. He looks really quite fit going into this. A horse with plenty of length about him, and another one walking out nice and freely. So he's there. It's a Quinella horse. I thought Super Wealthy also looked like he'd done plenty of work going into this. He's dropped 28 pounds, in fact, so he's weighing in at 1,205 pounds. And he just looks really fit and well. He's had that surgery to the lower jaw, but there's nothing wrong with him here in the parade. He looks good. And of the rest, well, I'd probably have to put in the 4, Duke Y, just ahead of Skyfield, and probably the 10 there. Duke Y, I couldn't fault him either. I think he looks in really good shape. Nice enough individual. He's winner of 8 races too, so he's no slouch, and he's nicely drawn in gate number 2. So in order for me, 9, 6, 3 and 4.
Thank you, Jenny. 9, 6, 3 and 4 for Jenny. Also mentions, of course, for 1 and 10, Skyfield and Trillion Win down at the bottom as well. But it was Lucky Swainess who has certainly garnered plenty of fans down through his only season so far racing, and he goes on top for Jenny from the parade. 9, 6, 3 and 4. Those numbers, they are making their way out to the track. Let's find out who Tom Wood fancies for the feature here this afternoon. Cracking race, this one coming up, Tom. And Lucky Swainess, well, he really is a star in the ascendancy, isn't he?
He certainly is, and what we've seen so far of him, Nick, has been very impressive, and he steps up to his biggest task today in Class 1 here, albeit with 115 pounds, and that's really going to suit him. Sylvester de Souza rides here for Manfred Mann on the champion Griffin. In the trial, it was under a good hold there. Last time out, led, travelled up well, and kicked right away for a very smart victory over Rewarding Together. So He's clearly on top. I've got a stablemate in as well. Manfred Mann's got a couple of nice horses around him here in Trillion Win. Alexi Bedell rides from barrier 1. He was wide until he got up outside the leader in the early stages of last start, and so then just battled on okay behind his stablemate. Again, no pressure in that trial from Trillion Win at all, number 10. Outside of them, I'm keen to look at Lucky Patch here, especially with that £10 claim of Angus Chung. Let's go to £122 on his back. He was up outside the leader in the barrier trial, kept on well enough, and it was not a bad performance at all behind Cordyceps 6 2 runs ago, and then ran into Beauty Joy. Got a little bit keen last start, ran second in this race last year, did Lucky Patch. And Winning Dreamer, he's always been an old fave of mine, Winning Dreamer, and recaptured form when he scored it near enough to 50 to 1 2 runs ago, and then was on that testing track last time out, and really fought gamely behind Duke Wire, another one that has trialled nicely leading into this. So 9, 10, 2 and 6 here, Paul, for the Chief Executive's Cup.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I've got the same exact. It's a handicap, this race. So under these conditions, I think the 9 and 10 both come in really well. Like the 2 stablemates as well. So Lucky Swainess, I think, look, he's a really improving horse, because he raced there and he was winning there. He came to Sharton and he's 2 from 2 at Sharton, so he's just a really nice horse, Lucky Swainess. So I've got him on top. Trillion Win, I think, will get a perfect run from barrier number 1. I think he'll sit just behind the pace, which I think is going to be Campione. I'm going to give him another chance to see if he can. He should be able to lead Campione. He's a very speedy horse. He's in there for 3rd, and then the 1, Skyfield, is the class horse of the race, is Campione, but sorry, Skyfield is the class horse of the race. He just has to carry the weight. But look, he's got a wide draw. He'll get back. He'll be running on late. 9, 10, 7 and 1, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I'm also with the 9 here. Hard to get away from, isn't it, really? Lucky Swainess. I thought his trial was very good. Zach partnered him in that trial, of course, but obviously unable to ride him here. He was able to win on debut, so we know he'll go well fresh. And the way he bossed that Class 2 field at the end of last season was mightily impressive. And make no bones about it, they were some good horses in behind, so he does step up in grade, but I think he's certainly more than capable of doing so. Super Wealthy, I quite like the 3 here at a price. He's 16 to 1. I think he can go well, this fellow, with the hood coming off, and David Hayes, obviously, now they've addressed those issues he had, obviously, with the surgery to the jaw. Skyfield in for 3rd. It's going to be a massive ask for him, but he is the class in the race, and I thought his trial was very good as well. Karis Teton, his new rider, takes them out today. And I've got the 10, Trillion Winning. He's certainly a horse you can like, that's for sure. Model of consistency, gets on well with Alexi. Good draw, as Jenny's mentioned already. And he is a 3-time course and distance winner from 16. So enough to like about him here. 9, 3, 1 and 10. But the 9, Jenny, he's got plenty of fans. And what is it, briefly, that makes him just a really nice horse? He seems to have just a really good attitude.
Well, not only a good attitude, he's quite alert down there in the parade, but he's just such a good athletic type to look at. He's just got everything that you like to see in a racehorse. So hopefully, I hope he wins, because he looks fantastic, and if he doesn't, I'd be really disappointed the way he presented. So I had to have him on top. You're getting absolutely no value about him, 1.9 and 1.2 the place, so no value, but gee, looks good. So he goes on top of number 6, Winning Dreamer, winner of 7 races, this horse. He's coming off a nice trial. I thought he could run well. He looks fit enough to do so. The 3, Super Wealthy, another one that looks like he's done plenty of work. So he gets in with barrier 3 with Luke Curry on board here. Hasn't won for a little while, but certainly looks fit enough to run a decent race. And then the 4, Duke Y, just a really nice, calm, relaxed horse, a winner of 8, and he's actually coming off a pretty good trial on the all-weather surface. Karis Teton rode him in that. Jerry Chow will partner him this afternoon. So 9, 6, 3 and 4, a really good race coming up.
It certainly is. Here's to all of us. Paul, how do we play this race upcoming?
Well, you can't not put the favourite in, Lucky Swainess, I think. So he's in. Trillion Win, I think, comes in well, the handicap. And let's see if Campione can improve on that last start effort. And because he will be in the front out of trouble, I think. So, and he's the one that's going to add a little bit of value, 7, 9 and 10. But 1.9 about Lucky Swainess, 5.9 about the second favourite, Trillion Win, the stablemate. Then we go 9.4 Winning Dreamer, 10 Duke Way, 11 Skyfield, 14 Lucky Patch, 16 Campione, 18 Super Wealthy, and the 2 outsiders of the field not wanted here. Harmony and Rich at 54, and Keep You Warm is currently at 65.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, favourite now going 1.8. Just on a pace angle here, I mean, they're not going to hang around, are they? They're decent types, and there are confirmed front runners in here.
I think we will. Yes, I mean, Campione will lead, but you've got Trillion Win there. It might just make it a little bit hard for him from barrier number 1. He does like to kick up on the inside. Lucky Sweynesse has led in the past as well, so with his lightweight, I think he's going to be right there, but he doesn't necessarily want to lead, I wouldn't have thought. Now, Winning Dream is another one that's gone forward in the past, as has Harmony and Rich, but they're both drawn wide, so they just might find it a bit tougher.
Yeah, it's interesting with Trillion Win drawing gate 1 here. So he's going to be up there, and Lucky Sweynesse has drawn in gate number 6. So he will need a bit of luck in just getting a bit of cover in the early stages of the race.
Jenny, just a reminder on Skyfield. How did he parade down in the parade ring?
Yeah, he looked good. He's weighing in at 11.98. He's only put on 5 pounds. He's a lovely, strong horse. He was beautifully relaxed. He's never been a totally smooth walking horse, so he just needs a little bit of a loosen up, generally speaking. I mean, it's certainly nothing bad. The horse is very good, and he does look well. So if he was to be running on late, it's not going to shock at all. He's a very classy individual.
He certainly is. The light is flashing away on top of the HKSAR Chief Executives Cup, our feature of the afternoon, and a Class 1 race, and a very good one it is as well as they start to load them away. Lucky Sweynesse is the 1.8 favourite, and there is Campione about to go in as well. Just a field of 10, so they'll load them away pretty swiftly, I'd imagine, and we can head up to Tom Wood for the call of this afternoon's feature.
Thanks, Nick. And there is Keep You Warm coming up into the line. Francis Loy and Antoine Hamlin teaming up with him. He's yet to win here at Sharton from 13 attempts. His 3 wins have all been at Happy Valley. There's the favourite, Lucky Sweynesse, 1.8 for Silvestre de Souza, who's in the saddle. Son of Sweynesse out of that very good race mare in Madonna Mare. Coming up into the gates. Champion Griffin of last season. Now they're backing Keep You Warm out because he'd gone into the wrong stall. They put him in 3, but his draw is 5, so he comes up. So Super Wealthy about to come up to the stall. That is his barrier 3. Lucky Sweynesse to come forward. Skyfield out behind the line, has to carry top weight to hear the Group 1 winner and overcome a wide draw. And the 2 stablemates for Pierre Ung will come forward. Lucky Patch for Angus Chung and Duke Y for Jerry Chow. And we're sitting ready to go. Our opening day feature, the HKSAR Chief Executives Cup, 1,200 metres. Trillion Win off the inside. Starter holding them. Behind one of them, and they're racing in the Chief Executives Cup. No early pace. Skyfield. Duke Y was slow out also, and there's some early burn up front between Harmony and Rich and Campione. Both have got eyes for the lead, but Harmony and Rich is going to prevail here in the early stages. They've cleared out by 3 on Lucky Sweynesse around Keep You Warm and Trillion Win over on the rail. Next is Winning Dreamer, but he's 3 out around Lucky Patch. Interference there, and Super Wealthy. He got castled coming off the back by Trillion Win. Then behind those runners came Skyfield, Duke Y and Super Wealthy after that nasty check, and he's still racing awkwardly last of all. Down the side, ASAR Chief Executives Cup, and the leader is Harmony and Richie. Scampers away by 3 or 4 on Campione, Lucky Sweynesse, Trillion Win, Keep You Warm, Winning Dreamer, Super Wealthy, Duke Y on heels, and Skyfield down the outside. Harmony and Richie's been overhauled by Lucky Sweynesse. The champion Griffin from last season has gone bang, and he's off with the Chief Executives Cup. Lucky Sweynesse, and welcome back Silvestre de Souza. Boy, he's a beauty. Lucky Sweynesse has beaten Campione in a massive run. Duke Y. 4th, maybe Super Wealthy. He got completely flattened off the back at the 800, but he's in a photo with Lucky Patch, and then came Trillion Win. Next in Winning Dreamer, followed by Harmony and Rich. Condition told late. Skyfield and Keep You Warm. He's a beauty, all right, isn't he? Lucky Sweynesse, Manfred Mann and de Souza, 1 horse in picture shot. He's run away with the Chief Executives Cup with the pace up front. Duke Y 3rd. He got a bit of buffeting turning for home, or just before the home turn. And it will be Super Wealthy 4th. Massive effort from him. We'll have to watch the replay there to see what happened. It involved him and Trillion Win, where the Trillion Win got a little bit of a squeeze up on the rail. may have overreacted or not, I'm not overly sure, but the interference to Super Wealthy was significant, and Luke Curry did a very good job to stay on him. 9, 7, 4 and 3. The champion Griffin from last season, he's prevailed, and SDS, he's back. One of them, and they're racing in the Chief Executives Cup. Nobody pace Skyfield. Duke Y was slow out also, and there's some early burn up front between Harmony and Rich and Campione. Both have got eyes for the lead, but Harmony and Rich is going to prevail here in the early stages. They've cleared out by 3 on Lucky Swain S around Keep You Warm and Trillion Win over on the rail. Next is Winning Dreamer, but he's 3 out around Lucky Patch. Interference there, and back by Trillion Win. Then behind those runners came Skyfield, Duke Wine, Super Wealthy after that nasty check, and he's still racing awkwardly last of all. Down the side, they've gone lickety-split here in the HKSAR Chief Executives Cup, and the leader is Harmony and Richie. Scampers away by 3 or 4 on Campione, Lucky Swain S, Trillion Win, Keep You Warm, Winning Dreamer, Super Wealthy, Duke Y on heels, and Skyfield down the outside. Harmony and Richie's been overhauled by Lucky Swain S. The champion Griffin from last season has gone bang, and he's off with the Chief Executives Cup. Lucky Swain S, and welcome back Silvestre de Souza. Oh, he's a beauty. Lucky Swain S has beaten Campione in a massive run.
Well, what a win. Lucky Swain S for that man, Silvestre de Souza. And he made no secret of the fact, Paul, that he has not come to Hong Kong to just look at the scenery. He's come here to ride winners. And when you're riding horses like Lucky Swain S, well, that's the job made easy for you, isn't it?
See, what a win by Lucky Swain S. Now, there was a bit of trouble down the back straights. However, the head-on's going to be quite interesting there. I think he might have been involved, Lucky Swain S. But, gee, just won so easy there. Good run, I thought, again, from Camp Pacefield earlier on. And also, what a good run from Duke Y, Jenny, because he was back and he ran on strongly, didn't he?
Yeah, he was just a little bit tight in the straight as well, so once he was clear he really did make up some late ground, but there was no beating the winner here. Lucky Swain is more than impressive. It'll be very interesting to watch the head on though, Paul, because there was some tightening there. At one stage Lucky Swain was 3 wide, no cover, and we'll have to see whether or not he was involved in just that tightening there for, I think it was Keep You Warm and Trillion Win on his inside.
And just looking at the dividends here now, he drifted right out to odds against 21.50, 12.50, 39 for Campione, and Duke Y at 26. Quinella 7 and 9, 170. The forecast 9 to beat 7, 234. The test 9, 7 and 4, 1,752. And with that interference, Jenny, the Super Wealthy also got the worst of it as well, didn't he? And he ran on nicely there for 4th, so it was a good run from him. It was a good run from him, there's no doubt. So he's come back quite nicely. And I also thought, Duke Y was the other one. It's a bit of an eye catch. It's huge once again, 3 1/4 length. The horse is just too classy, too good. Yep.
He certainly was. There are his connections down, having their photographs taken. Well done to all involved with Lucky Swain, as he was champion Griffin last season, and he certainly brought that form forward into this, that's for sure, in no uncertain terms. I mean, just to reiterate, I mean, Campione and Super Wealthy, obviously, they were certainly 2 runs that you can take out of the race, as Paul alluded to there. Campione up on the speed and 4th, but I mean, without putting the cart before the horse, Paul. I mean, Sky really is the limit for this horse, isn't it? Like he's showing us like he's very good.
Yeah, very, very, you're right. I mean, look, he started off his career at Happy Valley and he was winning them there. Now he's come to Shardton. He's unbeaten here at Shardton, isn't he? He's 3 from 3.
Good horse to start at Happy Valley.
Yeah, that's true. And so, look, yeah, as you say, he was on a rating before of 98. He's going to go well into the hundreds now, and maybe he's one for the international sprint.
Yeah, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see what the handicapper does with this horse, and also the last winner as well.
Indeed, 2 very exciting horses, and that's exactly what we always hope for and wish for here in Hong Kong, of course, and we'll start the season off in great style. We have got a presentation for this race, so we'll obviously have that and bring that to you very shortly. What on the run of some of the other beaten brigade, obviously Skyfield, he looked to knock up and weaken. I mean, obviously it was always sort of an uphill task for him, wasn't it, with the big weight?
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, he was really against the handicap conditions, wasn't he, Skyfield? I mean, Muhammad and Rich made it interesting because he had that plan to go forward. He weakened out late as well. Winning Dreamer was wide, so a bit of excuse there. Keep You Warm was the one that got a bit of interference. I don't know what happened with Trillium Winner. I'd have to have a look at him.
Well, he was one on the fence, I think, that did get that little squeeze up. So I think he's got a little excuse too.
Yeah. Okay.
There is Sylvester. He's weighed in, and he'll head out very shortly for the presentation as well. 24 minutes away from race number 5 upcoming. But we've seen a Chief Executives Cup. There it is. A wonderful trophy it is as well, and I think we might be able to cross to the presentation now. So we'll do that very shortly for you. Obviously, we'll get the trophy in place, but the race having been won by Lucky Swainer, Sylvester de Souza. Obviously, Paul, Jenny, you would have seen more of him in action here in Hong Kong than I have in recent seasons. Obviously, he is a man who can certainly make his mark.
Sorry, Sylvester?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Very, very talented jockey, no doubt about it. Great to have him back.
He'll be really well sought after, and the good thing with him as well, he can ride these light weights as well. And as we know with jockeys here in Hong Kong, it's all about momentum, isn't it? And if he can get a few wins early, which he has done already here this afternoon, he's well on his way.
There is the presentation party making their way out onto the track. I think we can cross down to the presentation now for the running of the HKSAR Chief Executives Cup.
香港特區行政長官杯頒獎儀式現在開始。
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophy presentation of the Hong Kong SAR Chief Executives Cup will now commence.
各位馬迷大家好，2022至23年度馬季嘅第一場杯賽，香港特區行政長官杯嘅得主已經誕生啦，就係由金鑽貴人勝出㗎。Congratulations to Lucky Swainers winning the HKA's SAR Chief Executive Cup。喺呢個時候，我哋有請本會主席利子厚先生將特首杯嘅獎杯同埋銀碟交俾我哋嘅頒獎嘉賓，中華人民共和國香港特別行政區行政長官李家超先生，為我哋頒發俾勝出頭馬金鑽貴人嘅馬主鄭明亮、鄭裕彤、鄭美美、鄭裕偉㗎。Our club chairman, Mr. Michael Lee, has just handed over the HKSAR Chief Executive Cup trophy and also a silver dish to our presenter, the Honourable John Lee, Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, People's Republic of China, who is now going to present to Mr. Chang Mingwei, Chang Yutong, Chang Meibei and Chang Yuwei, the owner of Lucky Swainers. Thank you. 我哋繼續有請行政長官呢，就係將小型嘅銀瓶頒發俾勝出嘅練馬師文家良。Chief Executive is now presenting the silver vase to winning trainer Manfred Mann。恭喜晒！我哋繼續有請行政長官將小型嘅銀瓶頒發俾勝出嘅騎師蘇兆輝。Chief Executive is now presenting the silver vase to the winning jockey Sylvester de Souza。Congratulations and thank you, Chief Executive, the Honourable John Lee。恭喜晒！喺呢個時候咧，我哋要影翻一張嘅大合照㗎。Now we're gonna have a group photo together。So, ladies and gentlemen, can you look at our media friends and all the cameras in the front？我哋望一望前面所有媒體嘅攝影機啦。Huge congratulations once again to all our winning parties. 再一次恭喜晒勝出頭馬嘅馬主、練馬師同埋騎師㗎。香港特區行政長官杯嘅頒獎典禮咧，亦都已經係圓滿結束啦。請大家繼續欣賞餘下嘅賽事，祝大家好運。This is the end of the trophy presentation. Please enjoy the coming races of the day and good luck.
So the presentation then for the Chief Executives Cup goes to Manfred Mann, Sylvester de Souza and the connections of Lucky Swainez, of course. And we're going to have a look back at the patrol now. We'll take them from the 1,200 metres start, and away they go. Now, there was plenty of pace on early here. You can see the horses that wanted to go forward. Campione and Harmony and Rich were two that wanted to press on with it. Keep You Warm just in behind with the outside of Trillion Win on settling. And the last quartet consists of Super Wealthy, Lucky Patch, Skyfield out the back, and Duquai is the back marker at this stage, Paul.
You just see that tightening up on that corner there. And just on the side angle there, but you could see Keep Me Warm definitely got the backwash there. But Harmony and Rich ended up setting some pretty fast sectionals here going forward. Campione was the main chase. You can see Lucky Swainez going perfectly there on his outside. Trillion Wind going nice enough on the inside at this stage. Keep an eye on Duke on those blue colours. He storms home late along with Super Wealthy.
He certainly does. So you can see Skyfield getting to work on the outside, but Lucky Swainez now being asked for maximum effort under Sylvester. So just inclined to lug in a little bit, very quick to pull the whip through. Campione boxing on him behind, Harmony and Rich, and you can see Duquai in a bit of a jostling battle there with Super Wealthy trying to make their runs as well. But to the winner, just far too good. Lucky Swainez goes on to win. Beats Campione into second, and Duquai third ahead of Super Wealthy running home for fourth.
Well, he didn't. 9, 7, 4 and 3 here in the feature race number 4. Quinella places 7 and 9, 60. 4 and 9, 41, 50 and 4. Another A1. It's all 4 A1s here this afternoon, and that's returned you 15.50. The forecast, 9 to beat 7, returns you 234. The first 4, 3, 4, 7 and 9, 1,096. Seven, 4 and 3 returns you 12,482. Well, 5 and 9, 38.50, 5 and 7, 72.50. The first double trio, 1, 3, 5 into 4, 7 and 9, returns you 29,524. Let's see what look at these times. 23.25 is well inside the standard of 23.8. 22.31, standard 23.02, with standards 22.65. The overall race time was 108.58. Standards 108.55. So no one just very slightly outside of standard.
And we're moving on from our feature race to a race number 5, which is down the straight over 1,000 metres, class 4. Sparkling Dolphin, Chevelle Valiant, Lucky Banner, Amazing Rocky, Weifeng Legend and Jack Win all been up to a Chongpa back in the last 30-odd days with 16.5 minutes out to Paul. And Sparkling Dolphin, the horse that goes so well fresh, he likes to go forward, but there might be a few other challenges also.
Yeah, I think Chevelle Valiant will try and get across as well. Glory Bobo showing some cheap speed in his debut run. Lucky Banner, another one of the Griffins who did go forward last time. Eastars, a little bit hit or miss from the start. Amazing Rocky, he's got a good start, so he won't be far away, along with United We Stand as well. And the first starter, Watch Trolls as well.
Of course, this was a race last year. That was won by Cordyceps 6. All ups, number of them through Paul with Amazing Rocky. No doubt Zach Purton there.
Yeah, I think he'll probably drift back out. But Sparkling Dolphin 9 out to 10. King Sprint 9.4 into 8.7. We Are Hero 9.4 out to 9.9. Chevelle Valiant 6.5 out to 6.9. Lucky Banner, he's out to 8. Amazing Rocky 4.5 into 3.2. Glory Bobo at 24. Weifeng Legend at 20. 11 United We Stand, 17 Calvin Easter, here are the outsiders, Bold Print 76, Quorum 49, 63 Jack Win and Smart Leader
Thank you, Paul. That's how the all-up market is shaping up. We're 15 minutes away. Runners already coming into the parade for this our next race number 5 over 1,000 metres. First of them already in the parade ring here, Jenny. Amazing Rocky is the horse on the screen. I think we're going to start with him. He's been supported through the all-up, so obviously naturally expected. Zach Burton's already ridden a double. He finished off his season last season, only beaten a couple home, but his form prior to that was pretty good.
It was, and that trial on the 29th of August up at Chung Fa was pretty good too. He jumped fast, he led in that trial, and he got to the line really nicely. So I think that's the reason why he's well and truly in the market, along with Zach Burton being on top. The horse looks in good order. He does need a little loosen up in front, that off front, but he's a very strong, nicely put together horse, and he's well enough behaved. He's quite alert. So I think he looks good. I'll leave him there with an each way chance. Just a slight reservation on that off front, but he might loosen up perfectly okay.
3.3 and 1.7, the all-up's going through him. Zach Burton going for 4 here. 3, I should say, here this afternoon. Number 1, Sparkling Dolphin. He's got a brilliant fresh-up record. He's in that state at the moment, and he's got to carry the top weight, that's anything.
Yeah, so he's weighing in exactly the same weight as the last race, 1,176 pounds. The horse looks in good order. He never tends to carry much excess condition, but it's a good enough weight for a horse that doesn't. He does look very fit. That near side hind, he does tend to pick up a little high every now and again, and I have noted that before with him. He hasn't always been the smoothest walking horse behind, so no real changes there, but definitely fit enough, well enough, and look, he's the way he presents here, I've got to leave him with a chance because he does look fit enough.
A good report for the top weight. He's got an excellent fresh record. He's won half of his starts when fresh from 6, so he does go well at this time of his preparation. Number 2 is Kying Spirit here, Jenny. Danny Shum has now taken over the training, and Harry Bentley is going to take over on board today.
Yep, well, he's coming off quite a nice win on the all-weather track, the trial. To look at, very solid-bodied horse, very strong in the shoulder. Does tend to carry a little bit of weight around the midsection. He's actually put on 25 pounds, so that's probably a little query whether or not he might need the outing. He's not far off being fully fit. Don't mind that weight gain on him. He seems to have distributed that rather well, so he looks perfectly okay. I'll leave him with a place chance. We are Hero, Jenny. The next one we'll look at here, barrier number 1 for him. He's trialled not bad recently and did run 3rd behind Sparkling Dolphin last start. Yeah, I didn't mind the trial either. He was just off the pace in the trial and he got to the line nicely. He's a little on the warm side and he's a little bit anxious with his 2 handlers just restraining him there. Bit warm, fit enough though, definitely not carrying much excess condition, so fit, coat's okay in some areas and a little bit dull in others, so a little bit patchy there, but fit enough. I'll leave him with a place chance. Yeah, that is We Are Here. I certainly agree with you, Jenny, there on that trial. I thought it was rather eye-catching, to say the least. Number 4 is Chevelle Valiant, who I was so pleased to see get his head in front there back in May. We haven't seen him since then, of course, but he's got an extra 10 pounds to carry, Jenny. How does he parade? Well, he's a bit of a shuffly walker, this guy. Whether or not it's just nerves, he's just slightly nervous, but he's going to require just a little bit of a loosen up. He does look really fit. His coat's beautiful. Just a casual sort of swish of the tail from him. I think he looks well. He's not outstanding, but he's certainly well. So another one I'd leave with a place chance. 6.6 and 2.1 for Chevelle Valiant. He's shortly towards the inside barrier number 4, but another one that all push forward. Lucky Bennett, Jenny. Now, he's put on weight, which I'm sure you're going to say is a good thing for this horse, because he still weighs in at 966. Yeah, and he could do with a bit more weight. At 25 pounds he's put on. He's a bit cheeky. He sort of throws those front feet out, and he's just a bit eager with his handler there. He's not an overly big horse as far as height goes. He's probably just slightly shorter than the average, but yeah, look, he just needs a little bit more filling out, I suppose. Not to say he can't run, because his overall form's not bad in the Griffin races. He's okay. Only a place chance for me, though. Yeah, I don't mind him in this Lucky Banner. I think the fact he's drawn the stand side might help him, but he is an interesting runner for sure. So too this horse, Jenny, number 7, Glory Bobo. Talking of Griffins, this horse stepping into this handicap for the first time. He only had the 1 run. He's now been gelded, but he jumped at as a 1.3 favourite on debut. Yeah, so stamina's a little bit of a query for this horse after his trial and also after his first run. But the fact that he's been gelded, he now has dropped 22 pounds. He's weighing at 11.66. I like his attitude. He's a pretty calm and relaxed type of horse, about your average height. Walk-wise, he's okay. He's not the smoothest, but he's certainly okay. That's his style. Fitness-wise, a little bit of a query on that front. I'm probably going to say more a place chance because of that.
At number 8, Jenny, which is Weifeng Legend. He's had 4 trials to get him ready. 11.09 pounds for him.
Yeah, so he's a lovely, big, strong-bodied horse, this guy. I've quite liked his trials on the grass. The most recent one on the all-weather wasn't as good, but behaving himself nicely here in the parade. Another one, win, lose or draw, whatever happens with him, he'll improve with the run. I don't know that he's 100% fully tuned. I've actually made him a long shot because he's definitely got ability. So I'm happy enough to leave him there with a rough place chance, particularly at those odds. Nice enough type, but he'll improve with the run too.
Yeah, he's got a pedigree as well. He's after a 6-time winner up to 2,500 metres. United We Stand, Jenny, number 9, rider just getting on board. That's Alfie Chan riding for Piero.
Yeah, so he's a little bit on his toes. Quite a tall horse. Got himself rather warm here in the parade. Walking out nice and fluently though. And let's have a look. He's got some good overall strength. He's quite strong in the chest and shoulder. Apart from being very warm, everything else about him is pretty good actually. So
Jenny, we're just going to rattle through them here. He's the next one, barrier 14 for him.
Well, he always looks good, this horse, but he's the winner of just one. And sometimes he can miss the starts. There's going to be a bit of pressure here. The horse looks good. Once again, really healthy and well. So I'd expect a decent run from him.
That is Kowloon East Star. We move on to the 11, Bold Prince. Antoine Hamlin takes the ride here. We would need to do more on what we've seen so far, Jenny.
Yeah, haven't been taken by him. He's a very plain-looking horse. He's also got a bit of an attitude. He's very lightly framed. Couldn't have him.
That's the 11. He's at 62 and 10, and he is the outside of the field is the 11, Bold Prince. He's just had the 3 starts. He's finished towards the back. All 3. Dennis Yip is the trainer there. That's the 11. Quorum's had 6 starts. Best has been a 5th at Happy Valley.
Had some throat surgery, this horse. So that's obviously a little bit of a worry. And he's also had a lame right leg back in May. To look at here, well, he's a tall, rangy type. He does have some strength. His attitude doesn't appear bad, and he seems to be walking out okay. Looks reasonably fit, quite fine skin. He's not bad. I'll leave him there with a rough place chance too.
Yeah, that 5th at Happy Valley, actually, a few starts ago now at the beginning of April. I didn't think it was that bad, really. He was beaten 3.5 at a big price, but it'd be nice to see him go on and perhaps try and improve that form that he's shown so far. But he's 45 to 1 today, if you like him. 13 is Jack Wynn, who is the mount of Vincent Ho here, Jenny. He's had just the 4 runs to date and is struggling to land a telling blow.
Absolutely, and that trial looked pretty ordinary, the most recent one up at Chung Pa, so he's got a fair bit to improve on. He's not an actually hopeless type to look at. He's quite tall and rangy, and he's just quite eager with his 2 handlers, just trying to restrain him there. Very warm, sweating up a lot. I'm happy to watch him again, but I'm going to give him a pass because he's not a hopeless type.
There's one good run from him, I think, on debut. He was a bit unlucky down the straight 1,000, but since then he's been very disappointing. Smart Leader, he's a 2-time winner. Both have been at Happy Valley. He hasn't won here at Sha Tin on off times. It looks like he needs a bit further as well.
He might, but he just might get the speed to suit too, so he's probably going to be running on at the end of this. He's only got 116 pounds. He always looks good, this horse. He's very neatly put together. He's got some good muscle tone, nice and healthy, still walks out really freely, and a good attitude. So I'm going to give him a chance on looks.
That's the 14 Smart Leader, and he's currently at 23 and 5. There's 678,326 in that monster triple trio. Of course, we're expecting it to get up to 38 million. I'll just quickly go for the market as Jenny puts her top 4 together. Amazing Rocky, the favourite, it's drifting a little bit, but 3.5 still a steady favourite. Chevelle Valiant 6.3, 8.1 about Lucky Banner, 9.6 Sparkling Dolphin, 10 Kaying Spirit, 10 We Are Hero, 11 about United We Stand. He comes up next. 13 Kowloon East Star, Weifeng Legend comes up next. 19 and then out to 23 about Smart Leader. But Amazing Rocky, the favourite here at 3.5.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. Amazing Rocky is the favourite. So we're 5 minutes away. We need 4 from the parade ring, please, Jenny. And in what is a really intriguing race, this. We've got obviously Griffins from last season. We've got a new who eventually made it into the top 4.
Well, I thought the bottom weight actually looked really well. Smart Leader, he's an 8-year-old. He hasn't won here at Sha Tin, so that's a concern. He's only won 2 races and they've both been at Happy Valley. But he presented really well. He looked strong, healthy, fit. He was walking out really well. So I'd expect him to be strong at the end of this race. Very close to a class drop though, so I'm a little wary, but he certainly looks good. So he goes on top. Next best on looks is the 10, Kowloon Eastar. I'm not a huge fan of this guy. He's only won the 1 race, and he can be really quite hit or miss in a very big way. He either wins by a good margin or he loses by a fair bit. So that's my concern with him. I don't trust him, but he does look well, so he goes in. The 6, Amazing Rocky, definitely looks well, just needs a tiny little loosen up, but he's well in the market. He's trialled very well, and off that trial he's got to be a chance. And I thought Weifeng Legend, even though he might be in need of a run, he's a good type. He does look like he's walking out nice and freely, and I don't think he'll disgrace the way he presented. He's had enough trials to run a decent race, but he'll definitely come on for the run too. If you like the 1, Sparkling Dolphin, not much wrong with him either. So 14, 10, 6 and 8.
Thank you, Jenny. 14, 10, 6 and 8 for Jenny, and a mention there for the 1 Sparkling Dolphin as well. So they are Jenny's numbers, with Weifeng Legend as her long shot of the afternoon, and you're getting a decent price as well at this stage. There's a great shot of the home straight. One man that will have his binoculars fixed on that 1,000-metre start is Tom Wood, and let's find out who he likes now for this 1,000-metre dash. Who do you like here, Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. You can see looking down there from certainly that angle anyway. It's quite hazy here at Sha Tin today, but a great view back down the straight. 1, 6, 3 and 5. Can't go past Sparkling Dolphin, really. First up form is terrific. 3 wins from his 6 outings first up. He's off a career-high mark. Nothing wrong with the trial. I thought up at Chung Fa it was quite effortless from him. So Sparkling Dolphin ahead of Amazing Rocky. Hood comes off. Hasn't won first up, but has placed in all 3 assignments. To pull up with blood in the trachea last time out. Another one that's trialled nicely up at Chung Fa, winning by 3 lengths. We Are Hero trialled nicely here at Sha Tin. Wasn't put under too much pressure at the line, and last start was about midfield and was only a length away from Sparkling Dolphin. And the other one I've got in is that horse there on screen in the green and the gold colours, Lucky Banner. Put on a bit of weight first time out of Griffin Company, and was beaten at even or 2.5 last time out, Lucky Banner. I left out Glory Bobo. Paul burnt me at 1.3, so I'm not prepared to go again.
I'm wondering if you're going to go him again. I'm the same 4 as you. I can't argue. 1, 6, 3 and 5. Sparkling Dolphin, this is the time to catch him. Amazing Rocky, really good trial. He's in there for second. The 3, We Are Hero, good run. He's got to come across from 1, and then Lucky Banner. I'd like the fact he's put on 25 pounds. As Jenny said, we'd like to see some more weight go on him because he's still under 1,000, but it's a start. 1, 6, 3 and 5 for me then.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Tom, I don't think you're the only one that had your fingers burnt with Glory Bobo on debut, that's for sure, at 1.3. I'm going with a 5 here, Lucky Banner, so a bit of that Glory Bobo form, perhaps. I just like where he's drawn in 13. He's not overly big. He probably lacks plenty of substance, really. But that said, he has run some good races on both his 2nd and 3rd starts, and he's certainly got enough to perhaps win a race like this. So I'll go with him at a decent enough price. The 7, Glory Bobo, goes in for 2nd. Look, he's being gelded. That will hopefully aid matters. I mean, he's done not too much wrong. I mean, he didn't know his price, but yes, he did get beat at short odds, so would need some point of view. Chevelle Valiant goes in for 3rd. Always like this fellow, and I can see him running another nice race here. He consistently holds his form. And a friend, the 8, Weifeng Legend, in for 4th. Really like him as a type. Perhaps a nice horse further down the line, perhaps given his pedigree and all of that sort of thing. But he has trialled really well and certainly caught my eye at an early stage when winning those Chung Fa trials. So 5, 7, 4 and 8 for me here, Jenny. The 8 did make it into your numbers?
Yes, it did. I've made him my long shot, but he's 4th. I thought number 14 paraded the best, Smart Leader. So he's an 8-year-old. He hasn't won here before. Obviously, there's a few little ifs and buts with him off a rating of 41, but he certainly looked good. So he makes it on top in the looks department from number 10, Kowloon East Star, another one, a very tricky horse to catch on his day. But at least he's nicely drawn in gate 14. Horse looks really fit, healthy and well. The 6, Amazing Rocky, I couldn't really fault him. He's had substantial blood in his trachea on a few occasions, so obviously internally might be a bit of an issue. Just need a little loosen up, but everything else about him was good. And then the 8, Weifeng Legend, good type, does walk out well. I think there is improvement to come after today, but he just might be good enough to put himself in the picture. Next best was Sparkling Dolphin, if you liked him, and of course he's got a very good record down the straight. But 14, 10, 6 and 8.
Thank you, Jenny. We're almost at post time here, Paul. The runners will be loading very shortly. How do we play the 1,000-metre sprint?
Yeah, around the 136. So the favourite, Amazing Rocky, with a couple of double figures. Sparkling Dolphin is at 10 and We Are Hero at 11. But money coming for Kowloon East Star. He's into 10 and 3.6 now. And also Smart Leader. The good lookers are both being really well backed. Smart Leader's into 19 and 4.4. He's getting back through all the Quinellas and Quinella places, as is Kowloon East Star. So at prices, punters are looking at 10 and 14. But while all this is happening, Amazing Rocky still comes in. So there's still plenty of support around the favourite as well. He's not a drifting favourite by any stretch of the imagination. And he's now into 3. So he keeps coming in. So the 3 horses that are backed are 6, 10 and 14. Smart Leader's now gone green on a winner and place line. He's now at 18 and 3.8. Kowloon East Star at 10 and 3.3. Amazing Rocky at 3. So they're the 3 the punters want, 6, 10 and 14.
Yeah, plenty of movement there on that graphic, as you can see. A few turns. Just before they load here, Jenny, Glory Bobo, just remind us how he paraded. Obviously, he's having only his 2nd run, but he has been gelded.
Yeah, look, he has been gelded. I thought I'd give him maybe a place chance on looks. He does, fitness-wise, I was just querying whether or not he was 100% fit, so that was my only little worry.
That was Glory Bobo. He's the man of Jerry Chow running for Danny Shim as the light blinks away on top of the barriers for race number 5. They are beginning to stack them away with Amazing Rocky, the favourite, money for Kowloon East Star, and also Smart Leader down at the bottom as well as they begin to load the barrier stalls. Let's rejoin Tom Wood, who's going to call the action for us. Blinken, you'll miss this one, Tom.
Yes, we certainly will, Nick. Thank you. And this is the first leg of the 6-up here today, and there's good 6-up jackpot as well. Second leg of the triple trio with a huge jackpot there, and well over 600,000 still left after Lucky Swainess destroyed the field in the Chief Executive's Cup. Steward's report, however, might make interesting reading. That will be seen on the website later after the last, hkjc.com. Now, Sparkling Dolphin is coming forward. Goes well, Fresh Meat Joy, Karis Teeton, United We Stand. Another one that goes nicely fresh, has won in the past. Kaying Spirit still out behind the line. Smart Leader, Kowloon East Star, and also with Jack Wynn. Kowloon East Star into 9, Smart Leader into 13s. As Sparkling Dolphin comes up for Karis Teeton. This race last year won by Cordyceps 6, who's turned into an impressive individual. Won at a big price as well, I think, from memory, with Tony McCone on board. Now the last couple about to come forward. Smart Leader's gone brownies into 11. Kowloon East Star at a 9.3 out wide. The first straight race of the season here at Sha-Tin, 1,000 metres set for action. Kowloon East Star fractures in 14. They're off the way. Jumped away okay after that Kowloon East Star. Quorum was slow out. Fastest to begin was Chevelle Valiant, way out on the centre of the track with Kowloon East Star towards the grandstand rail. An Amazing Rocky. Bold Prince isn't far away with Sparkling Dolphin, Glory Bobo, Kaying Spirit coming up the middle. United We Stand, Weifeng Legend, We Are Hero. Further back in the field then came Quorum, followed by Lucky Banner. He's a fair way off the pace with Jack Wynn and Smart Leader. He's under pressure last of all. They're coming across the junction and they've got 400 metres left to go. Chevelle Valiant and Lyle Hewitson, stalked by Glory Bobo, Kaying Spirit, Amazing Rocky yet to be called on by Purton, and then came Kowloon East Star, United We Stand, Sparkling Dolphin. They're wide apart here. Chevelle Valiant now headed by Amazing Rocky, and charging through is Kaying Spirit after them all. Amazing Rocky in front. Here comes another one for Purton. That's 3 for the day. No, he just gets not out. He might have got nudged out at the end. It might have gone the early crow here. Carrying Spirit or Amazing Rocky, who looked to have them covered. Carrying Spirit has fought hard to make it very interesting on the post. Oh, he might have got there too. Third over, Chevelle Valiant in the centre. And then came behind those runners, United We Stand, who's ended up running fourth, and Carrying Spirit did win in the end. They were followed there by We Are Hero, and then came Glory Bobo. Jack Wynn picked a few off. Next in was Kowloon Star, Smart Leader, Quorum, Sparkling Dolphin further back. Bold Prince never really yelped, and he would have been one of the last ones with Wei Fung Legend. Favourite's been knocked off here. Spirit and Harry Bentley for Danny Shum. Son of Rubik, up 25 pounds in body weight. Had a few issues with blood in the trachea and bleeding. And wins just on the line. Carrying Spirit. We're waiting for the call to come through, but he'll get it. Ahead of the favourite. Amazing Rocking, knocked off late. Okay after that Kowloon Star. Quorum was slow out. Fastest to begin was Chevelle Valiant, way out in the centre of the track with Kowloon Star towards the grandstand rail. An Amazing Rocky. Bold Prince isn't far away with Sparkling Dolphin, Glory Bobo. Carrying Spirit coming up the middle. United We Stand, Wei Fung Legend, We Are Hero. Further back in the field then came Quorum, followed by Lucky Banner. He's a fair way off the pace with Jack Wynn and Smart Leader. He's under pressure last of all. They're coming across the junction and they've got 400 metres left to go. Chevelle Valiant and Lyle Hewitson, stalked by Glory Bobo, Carrying Spirit, Amazing Rocky yet to be called on by Purton, and then came Kowloon Star, United We Stand, Sparkling Dolphin. They're wide apart here. Chevelle Valiant now headed by Amazing Rocky, and charging through is Carrying Spirit after them all. Amazing Rocky in front. Here comes another one for Purton. That's three for the day. No, he just get knocked out. He might have got knocked.
Well, an absolute thriller, and Harry Bentley and Danny Shum combining there. Look at the photograph, desperately close. Three of them in the photograph as well. Chevelle Valiant, Paul, wasn't a million miles behind them there as well. I mean, cut out most of the running, but Danny Shum, hasn't he had a good start to the season? And this Son of Rubik getting up in the dying strides to go and claim the win.
Yeah, well, he had a good start last season, Danny Shum. I think he had 3 winners. He's had 2 now. Today, Harry Bentley got the horse across. He looked like he was going to get beaten, and then right on the post, he managed to just get up at that high head carriage as well. That's only his 3rd start down the straight for 2 wins now, Carrying Spirit as well. So a nice win from him, Jenny.
Yeah, look, he won first up when he was trained by David Hayes last season as well. So obviously he's a good fresh horse, and if you're on the favourite, you were home for all win, but it wasn't the case. The Carrying Spirit just found a fair bit late, so well done to you if you found him too.
And he's paid 14 and 140 and 39.50, so a good price there for the winner. 15.50 for Amazing Rocky and 27.50. A good run from Chevelle Valiant as well. Quinella 2 and 6, 210.50. The forecast 2 and 6, 676. The trio 526, and the TS there 2, 6 and 4. 4,082. I thought Sparkling Dolphin with that speed might go forward. He didn't. Kowloon Star, was good to see him jump well, Jenny.
Look, he did jump performance from him. He's got some really good natural speed when he does jump well, but he's petered out of it in the end, and it's just a very average 4 type of run. Smart Leader, he jumped okay, he drifted back, he had no early speed, and he did make up some late ground, but he just ran out of ground.
Yeah, good to see that man in the winner's enclosure as well on the first day of the season. Harry Bentley, of course, he had a decent season last, didn't he? And hopefully things can just continue to go forward for him as well. Very likeable chap and rides extremely well to boot. It was quite noticeable, Paul, that at sort of towards halfway they were pretty well spaced out, weren't they? There were 1 or 2 that just didn't really get into the race. I mean, I had eyes for Lucky Banner, but he just never looked like he was able to go the pace. No,
look, Glory Bobo showed what he showed on debut as well. He's got that cheap early speed, but didn't have the stamina at the end. Danny Shum's other runner, Glory Bobo. So back to the drawing board, I think, for him as well. The other one, which I saw, United We Stand, I thought he ran on like it.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the head-on now, the patrol footage for you. Sparkling Dolphin actually just gave a little bit of a fly-lap as the gates open there, but very quick away Kowloon East Star and Chevelle Valiant heading them all off. They're being followed then by Amazing Rocky, who's prominent. Glory Bobo just in behind them on settling. Now looking to the outside, or the centre of the track, you've got the eventual winner, Kaiying Spirit, in that cerise jacket with the United We Stand. Sparkling Dolphin, a little bit further back, the likes of Coram, Weifeng Legend in midfield. Lucky Banners being bustled along their leader out the back.
Well, Harry Bentley was looking for a little bit of cover there, and he was off the pace, and he managed to get it for a while, but now he asked him for a bit of a run. He's running around a little bit, but at the moment you would think that Amazing Rocky is home. Zach Purton's giving him a few reminders there, as is Harry Bentley on the eventual winner. He lays out towards the outside rail, but he's good enough to get the job done.
It hasn't stopped his impetus at all, has it? Spirit beating Amazing Rocky and Chevelle Valiant in a busy finish there for the 5th.
And the weight in 264 and 9 in race number 5. The Quinella places 2 and 6, 84, 2 and 4, 176, and 4 and 6, 56. Composite win was an A3, so we got the first one. It hasn't been A1 all afternoon, and that returns 19. The forecast 2 to beat 6, 676. Lucky enough to get the first 4. That will return you 1,169, 246 and 9. The quartet 2, 6, 4 and 9 returns you 33,644. Nine into 2, 219, 9 into 6, 14. Several of those times. 12.72 with standards 13.15, 20.62 with standards 20.55, Homan 23.18, standards 22.7. Another race outside standard. Standards 56.4. This was run in 56.52.
And we're moving on to race number 6, which is around about 23 minutes away. But before we do that, we can go back and hear from the trainer of Lucky Swainess after the Chief Executives Cup. That is Manfred Mann.
Manfred, tell us about that win from your perspective. It looked very easy.
Yeah, it's better than my expect, because the start beginning now in the Class 1 race. So he win easy, make me feel a little bit surprised.
Tell us about the off-season. Were you happy with how he has been in the off-season?
Yes, very happy, because the last season he's still fit. Now he's 4-year-old and little bit mature. Yeah.
What about the future? Where do you go after this race?
Looking for all the big races.
I mean, do you get the sense that he could be an international horse, one for the biggest days?
I think so. At this moment, I think he get in no problem, you know, to see.
What about the distance? I mean,
12 or 14 he can handle.
So Manfred Mann there talking to our executive producer Doug Chalmers regarding the victory of Lucky Swainess, and we can move on here to the 6th race, Regency Bobo Starry Night, the 2 runners that have been up to Chungfar and back in the last 30 days. Again, we're over 1,200 metres. Starry Night, Paul can go forward. He's shown pace and he's got the blinkers on today.
I think Zach Purton will show intent here and try and go forward and lead. The other one, alternative leader, is Amazing Victory. He's got an inside draw and he likes to go forward in principles in the race. He's drawn barrier number 2. Royal Agility, Smiling Moon, Turbo Powers drawn wide. Regency Bobo likewise. Victor Science Patch, Ambitious Heart, Brave Dreams, Jazz Steed, Right Honourable generally gets back along with Pride of 8.
Righto, first leg of the second double trio, and quite a significant move here, Paul, for a Beauty Tycoon.
Yes, 3.3 into 2.6. Let's have a look. Right Honourable 28 out to 36. Regency Bobo 36 into 30. Science Patch 27 out to 32. Amazing Victories out to 4.7. Beauty Tycoon 2.6. Pride of 8 31 out to 38. Royal Agility 47 out to 68. Turbo Power every night 4.5 out to 4.6. Smiling Moon 107 out to 167. Edifil 9.1 out to 10. 91 Ambitious Heart, 9 About Brave Dreams, and 57 the bottom one here, Jazz Steed.
Thank you, Paul. That's the all-up market for race number 6. I think we can hear from one of the riders in this race, and Derek Lung is the man.
Derek Edifil, a lightly tried deep field horse, only having his 3rd start for Ricky Yu. You rode him back in June on debut for a solid 5th. What sort of feeling did he give you that day?
Well, he's still a bit green, but after a short break, he feel like he's been improved. He quite easy win the trial, but you can see the trial, the sessional time is 1 second slower, so it's big with Phil. But he's happy to see him improve. But he will still can do some mistake in the race, so need some luck. And if everything's suitable for him, I think he will hit a nice draw. And future, I think he will go to 14 or even a mile.
Yeah, last start he lined up on a tricky track where it was quite rain affected, and he wasn't disgraced. In that trial that he won, he covered a bit of ground. You happy with what he did, even though it was a slightly slow time?
Yeah, like what I say, don't like to be help up or someone giving pressure. So if it won for him, it's better. And we have this time we have a bad draw, so with more luck, if can switch him off and find a cover, I think he will hit a nice draw.
How was his gallop on Thursday morning?
It's good, happy, still improving.
A new season. You had a fantastic season last season with 48 winners. Were you pleased with what you'd achieved, and have you got maybe a target or an aspiration for this coming season?
Yeah, I'm very happy with last season the result, and I want to thank all my supporters, the owner and the trainers, and I will try more harder. I mean, I always try hard, but I will keep trying hard and hope I can break my own record and just keep riding winners.
Yeah, great to hear from Derek there, and he's got Adafil in this race. A horse who can certainly, I think, show improvement, that's for sure. But really nice race, this one coming up, and it's a very important race, Jenny, because I think our best bets are going head-to-head here. And, well, if you don't mind, we'll start with mine. It's number 4, Amazing Victory. Karis Teeton, the man on board here, drawn gate number 1.
Yeah, look, obviously good luck to you, Nick, and good luck to me as well. Amazing Victory. He's a bit of a lightly framed horse, but in saying that, he's quite neatly enough put together. He's always going to be a bit on the small side by the looks of him, but he's very fit. He's really fluent, and he's really healthy, and he's nice and eager. So I think just taking him on face value, that's just probably as good as he's ever going to look, and I think he'll run a bit of a race. I think he looks well.
He's the second favourite at the moment, Amazing Victory at 4.7. He's drawn barrier number 1. Karis Teeton aboard, who does know the horse really well. And look, he got close last season without winning. I think, as I agree with both of you, I think he's a good chance in this race. Number 4, Amazing Victory. And he's doing a victory lap already because he's the only one in here at the moment is Amazing Victory. So 4.7 currently about him. And he is the clear... Well, he's second favourite. He's equal with Starry Night. We'll see Starry Night, Zach Curtin's mount when he comes in. He's also at 4.7, and Beauty Tycoon, the other main one, at 2.7. He's got some friends now. Oh, sorry.
Well, he has, and the good news is, too, with this horse, he's put on 11 pounds, so he's slowly increased his weight, which I think is a positive more than a negative.
That's the 4. Now, the 6 comes into the parade ring now. Pride of 8. Barrier number 10. Look, the 4th wasn't too bad last time behind a very promising horse in Tuchel.
Well, he's a 3-year-old colt, this guy. He's very stocky type too. Lovely natured though. Really healthy looking coat on him. Quite a thick neck, but some strength in the shoulder there. Does carry a bit of weight around the midsection. I think he's walking out okay. I thought his trial wasn't overly pushed out and covered a bit of ground in it, so you could give him a little excuse for that. But I do like his laid-back attitude. Probably improve with the run, so place at best.
Yeah, he could be one just to keep on the right side of, couldn't he? Pride of 8 going forward. Luke Curry on board. Number 8 is Turbo Power. Antoine Hamlin takes the ride here. He's drawing gate number 12. 7th of 10 in a recent trial, Jenny. Just the one win from 13, but has got place form over this course and distance.
I like his laid-back attitude. He's very calm. He's a horse that seems to be walking out nicely. He does look reasonably fit and healthy, and I can't really find too many faults with him. He parades nicely. He was quite consistent towards the end of last season. His trial, he wasn't pushed out in that trial, so I'm going to leave him there with some hope.
Might be slightly over the odds here, and he's at 34 and 7.7. Next one is the top one here, Right Honourable. Another one that's getting towards the twilight of his career. He's an 8-year-old now. He has won here at Sharton before, but barrier 14 with top weight.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a task, I would have thought, for him. 135 pounds and, as you say, gate 14. But he does get the class drop. He is a winner of 6 races, so he's been quite consistent throughout his career. The horse looks well. He might just need a little loosen up in front. He's being restrained there, so that might have something to do with it, but that's how it appears. He looks reasonably fit. He's very neat and healthy. I'm going to leave him with a place hope.
He's got a reasonably decent fresh record as well, as Right Honourable, the top one. He's a big price. So too is this horse, Jenny, number 2, Regency Bobo. Good old Regency Bobo, 9-year-old nowadays, starts 70 coming up for the old boy. How does he look?
Yeah, well, he's been one of my faves all along, this guy, 9-year-old, and gets the class drop as well. Struggling a little bit in class 3 there for quite some time, but he's been a model of consistency throughout his career. He looks healthy. You can see how calm and relaxed he is, which is always the case, and he still walks out well. He doesn't look bad at all, so he's there with place claims too. And
he's at 30 and 8.7 currently is the 2. Regency Bobo has been a good stalwart down over the years, a 7-time winner. He's also had 10 seconds as well. Number 3, Science Patch, the next one. Runner here for Pierre, and Jack Wong will take them out.
Finished second behind, a pretty promising one in Bundle of Charm last time he stepped out. This horse looks like he's well prepared, Science Patch. He actually looks really quite fit. A couple of handlers, but behaving himself nicely. Fluency looks okay. I don't think there's too much wrong with that. So fitness-wise, health-wise, he's good.
That is Science Patch, horse number 3, currently a 30-1 chance. We now get a look at the 5 for the first time. This is Beauty Tycoon here. Jenny, Alexi Bedell on board for the second time for John Sison. He just went through his racing last season, for mine anyhow, just progressing at a nice rate of knots. How does he look now for this season opener?
Well, there's not too much of a change in him. I was hoping he might just strengthen up a little bit. He still remains exactly the same weight, 1,041 pounds, and he's not an overly big, strong horse, but he's very calm. He looks nice and healthy in his coat, and he doesn't carry any excess condition, so you come to hand pretty quickly. So he definitely looks fit. He's just not a standout.
And it's the favourite, 2.8 currently. He did come in with the oil-ups. He just drifting out ever so slightly. Number 7, Royal Agility. Now, he did win 2 races last season. One of them was in a really wet track. Lowell Hewitson from barrier 8.
I always give this horse a good rap. He often ends up in my top 4 because he's a good type, and he's also got a very good attitude. Strong in the chest, walks out nice and freely still, and not a care in the world. Nice and healthy and smooth in his action. He's going out at very big odds. I'm not sure whether or not he can be competitive in this race, but there's nothing wrong with the way he presents. He looks good once again.
That is Royal Agility. He went up 10 points for that win that Paul alluded to on the yielding to soft track. He really did revel in it, and I wonder is he just paying the price for it possibly, but he does like the sting out of the ground. He won't quite get that today, mind. 9 is Starry Night. The blinkers going on replacing the cheek pieces here, Jenny. Trialled nicely enough leading up to this, and well, the man on board has already tasted success today, so no surprise to see him do it again.
Yeah, look, he's carrying the blinkers for the first time. The cheek pieces have been taken off this guy, and I did quite like his trial. Had a fever way back in May, so plenty of time to get over that. Horse looks good. He's an athletic type. He looks fit, ready to go, seems to be walking out freely, so he's an each-way chance. He's at 4.8 and 1.6. Currently is Starry Night. Blinkers on for the first time and has been quite consistent. Number 10, Smiling Moon. The next one we're going to have a look at here. Just had the one start and finished towards the back. Yeah, so he's a bit of a work in progress, I would say, at this stage, going out at very big odds. Plain enough type, but he's free in his action. His attitude doesn't appear bad. He actually looks reasonably fit, so an improved effort wouldn't absolutely shock. He's not overly tall, but he has got a little bit of scope for the size of him, so he's okay.
Yeah, he was a big price on debut, 78 to 1 or thereabouts. He's an even bigger price this time around. He's triple figures. He's the only horse in triple figures in this field, so he's probably got a little bit of work to do, but he has only had one run, mind. 11 is Adafil. We heard from Derek Long a few moments ago, Jenny. You know, when looking at his 2 runs so far, you can definitely take positives from them. How does he parade ahead of his 3rd run?
Yeah, nice and casually. He's got another handler sort of hanging around, but not needed because his attitude is good. He's actually a really nice enough type. He's got size, he's got scope, he's got really good strength in the chest and shoulder. He does walk out nicely. Look, win, lose or draw today, there's still a little bit of condition to work with, I would say. So he's probably there with an each-way chance, but I've probably got him more so as a place chance just because of that.
He's 9.2 and 3.6. 12 Ambition Heart, the 9-year-old. He's a big price. He's over 70 to 1. Did win 2 starts ago at Happy Valley.
Yeah, so he's probably better suited back at the Valley. Well, he has actually won here at Sha Tin over the 1400, so not impossible. Often looks good, and he seems to be holding his age really quite well as a 9-year-old. Still walks out well, still very healthy in his coat, and he's just a strong enough type. He looks perfectly okay, not the worst.
Do just note, Jerry Chow claiming just £1 of his £2 allowance. The horse will carry 120 here for this 6th race. Brave Dreams is the mount of Sylvester de Souza, riding for trainer Tony Cruz. 0 from 8, but did show nice bits and pieces of form last season, Jenny.
Yeah, well, he tends to get back in his races, so he needs good speed on, and if he gets that, he should be rattling home at the end. He looks really well prepared. He looks like he's done a fair bit of work. He's always been a nice enough type, so disappointing on a win front at this stage of his career. A little bit cheeky with his handler there, just wanting to go a little quicker and just showing who's boss. But he's a nice type and he's very fit, so I'm going to give him an each-way chance.
8.8 and 2.3. And the bottom one, Jazz Steed, is the last one we're going to have a look at. Visor will come off him. It's on this rating of 43. He's a 3-time winner, but all those 3 wins have been at Happy Valley.
Yeah, but he's only had the 3 runs at Sha Tin, so it's probably a little unfair to say that he can't go well at this course because he hasn't had many opportunities. The horse actually looks really healthy. He's got a beautiful shine to his coat. He's always had a nice relaxed attitude, and he actually looks really quite fit too. So he's an interesting one. He's off a rating of 43, and he's not far off a class drop, but he's fluent, he's well behaved, he does look fit and healthy.
That is the 14 Jazz Steed, and that concludes the parade for race number 6. Triple Trio news on screen there, as you can see. The first and second legs have been run, and there's 10,092 remaining. So there's a decent few after the first 2 legs there, going into the final one. So whoever is still involved in the TT, very best of luck to you as well, of course, with a massive jackpot. Back to Jenny very shortly. She'll put together her top 4 from the parade ring for us in due course. But before we do that, Paul, how does the market fare as far as race 6 is concerned?
Well, Beauty Tycoon continues to drift after those all-ups. She's at 3. Amazing Victory, 4 points tonight. They're the 3 main favourites at this stage. Adafil not far behind, though, at 8.1. Brave Dreams is at 8.7. He comes up on the next line. And after that, there's a big gap after that, actually. And it goes out to 28, and that's Regency Bobo. But Beauty Tycoon is the current favourite, the horse on screen at the moment.
Thank you, Paul. John, I'm sure Alexi would like to get on the score sheet on day 1, that's for sure. Jenny, I presume he might well make it into your top 4. If so, at which position?
Yeah, he's just scrapes in on looks, actually. Number 13 looks the best, Brave Dreams. But he is a maiden, of course, Brave Dreams. So he's had the 8 starts. He's had a few placings on the board. Tends to be slow out and get back, and he's going to need pace on, but he should be running on at the end. He's quite a good type, this guy. He does walk out freely. He looks like he's had plenty of work. He looks really fit going into this. And his most recent trial, he was quite asked to sort of perform late, and he did pick up a bit. So he should be running on. He looks good. 13 on top of number 9, Starry Night from the David Hayes yard. Zach Purton to ride blinkers for the first time. Another one coming off a pretty good trial. So I'd expect a good run from him. He looks well. The 4, Amazing Victory. As I mentioned, he's only small, but quite neatly put together, really fit, very fluent in his walking action. So he might be just a bit of a lightly framed horse, but he's got ability and he does look probably as well as he can. And then the 5, Beauty Tycoon, yes, I've made him my best. A bit of a plain type, but very fluent and very relaxed here in the parade, and has been a little unlucky in a number of his races. He's well drawn here today, so I think he does get his opportunity. So in order, as far as looks go, 13, 9, 4 and 5.
Thank you, Jenny. 13, 9, 4 and 5 for Jenny from the parade ring, with Brave Dreams going on top. He certainly found in the market at 8.7 and 2.3, and obviously Jenny's best here going around in the shape of Beauty Tycoon. That's horse number 5, making it into her top 4. We're 6 minutes away. We need some selections from our race caller now as we come to you, Tom. Nice little race, this one upcoming. Who was it that made it into your top 4 for race 6?
Yeah, Beauty Tycoon on top here, Nick, at 3 and 1.4. He's been a little bit unlucky. He's probably had 1 or 2 rides that weren't the best as well, Beauty Tycoon. But he should have matured, hopefully, over the off-season with that experience he's had. Wasn't too much pressure put on him in a recent barrier trial. Just was wide early last time out and tired late there in that race that was won by Ice Legend. So he's been beaten favourite a few times now, but hopefully he's matured now, being a 4-year-old. Number 5, Beauty Tycoon. Amazing Victory goes in. He raced wide throughout, closed off really strongly, powerfully over those latter stages of that last start contest, 2 behind Singapore Spirit. And he got up and won that barrier trial here at Sharton quite easily as well. Ran right over the top of them in the shadows of the post at Amazing Victory. Horse number 9, Starry Nights, dropped a fair bit of weight. Blinkers are going on. Cheek pieces are off. 2 trials. One of them was up at Chung Fa. Handy enough for trial recently here at Sharton. And put a number 11 as well, and that is Adderfield. Now, Adderfield's at 8.2 and 3.2, an improving 4-year-old by Deep Field, 5th on debut behind Super Axiom, and then ran on the good yielding track and was beaten 4 1/4 behind Super Sunny Singh. In his barrier trial, he stayed wide throughout. I thought he was relatively well held together over the concluding stages too by Derek Leung, was Adderfield for Ricky Yu. 5, 4, 9 and 11 here, Paul, race 6.
Yeah, same 4 numbers, just a different order. I was with the 9, Starry Night. I thought Zach Pritton can go the front here with the blinkers on and dictate. Beauty Tycoon, look, he's had those, he was a little bit green last season, but it was really close to winning, Beauty Tycoon, and with the off-season, that extra bit of maturity, he's in there for 2nd. Amazing Victory from the low draw and Adderfield on the back of that trial. So 9, 5, 4 and 11 for me.
Yeah, I've got the 4 on top here. Amazing Victory, made him the best of the day for me. Look, he's sort of well found in the market. I thought last year he was probably unlucky not to win one, really. He's doing most of his racing over 1,400 metres, but he's drawn well here, and I really liked his trial. We've seen a whole stack of trials, of course, in the off-season, or just as we start the new season, from a lot of these runners today, and for me, Amazing Victory's trial was arguably perhaps one of the best. So he'll go on top over the 5, Beauty Tycoon, who I've never lost any admiration for. I do think he's a very, very nice horse, and I know he hasn't quite put it all together just yet, and yes, he's been a beaten favourite on 3 occasions, but I don't think that tells the full story. He is a nice horse, and this might just be the time when he starts to put it all together and everything just drops right for him, but he certainly has to be in. A friend of 9, Starry Night, in for 3rd place, barring that last run. His 2nd and 3rd runs were very good, and he's obviously had a change of headgear, good trial as well, so expect a bright show from him. He's got a couple of pounds less to carry, and I put the 11 in, Adderfield. Don't mind this fellow. I think he's a bit of an improver in the field. He's a deep field, and 1 or 2 of them can just take a little bit of time, but he's won a trial, and he was another one who trialled well to win. So I've gone here in this race, Jenny. But Brave Dreams, the one you selected on top from the parade ring, certainly has fans. 8.9 and 2.2 at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of value there, I suppose, but he hasn't won yet, so hopefully he can put his best foot forward today. Number 13, Brave Dreams from the Tony Cruz yard. Sylvester D'Souza to riding, because he can be tardy out of the gates and gets back and requires speed on. So there's a few things that need to go his way, but I thought he presented beautifully. So he goes on top of number 9, Starry Night, one from the David Hayes yard. Only had the 4 starts and he's placed twice. So he's got ability. He does look well prepared. He looks fit and healthy. Zach rides him from gate 4, blinkers being applied. So I think he's a strong chance. The 4, Amazing Victory, only small but very neatly put together, very fit, really smooth in his action, placed drawn in gate number 1. And of the rest, I thought Beauty Tycoon, I've made him my best. He's a plain type to look at, but he's very quiet. Another one that's smooth in his action, does look fit. So 13, 9, 4 and 5.
13, 9, 4 and 5 there for Jenny. Paul, we need a play, please, for race number 6.
Yeah, well, 4, 5 and 9, I think round the favourites here, which is Amazing Victory, Beauty Tycoon, your two best bets, and also Starry Night with Zach Pert on the board. So 4, 5 and 9 being the play. But 3.1 about Beauty Tycoon, 4.1 about Amazing Victory. Starry Night is the third favourite at 4.8. 8 about Adderfills, 8.8 about Brave Dreams. They're the main 5 in the market. They're the ones that most punters want. After that, we're out to 30 now about Regency Bobo, Turbo Power 31, 32 Right Honourable, and Science Patch also at 32. So there's 5 horses really in this market, and then there's a big gap to anything else.
Indeed, that's the way it's certainly shaping up. They should start loading them away very shortly. Jenny, what about a personal favourite for you? You've made no secret of the fact that Regency Bobo is one of your favourites. I know he's a 9-year-old now, but I mean, perhaps dropping down into all that sort of that old form that we know that he can produce?
Well, if you go back 4 starts ago in Class 3, it was on a rain-affected track, but he did put in a decent enough run there, and his history would tell you that he's definitely good enough. 132 pounds and gate 30. Look, he has been a regular looking good every single time I've seen him in the parade, which is not often the case.
Yeah, he's a lovely old horse. They are loading them away here for race number 6. Beauty Tycoon, the 3.2 favourite. There's Right Honourable going in the top weight. And with that, we'll head up to Tom Wood, who will call the action for us for race 6 here this afternoon.
Thanks, Nick. Into race 6 is the first leg of the second double trio as Jazz Steed is coming up. Vincent Ho and Casper Founds. Only having his 4th run here today at Sharton. All his form has been at Happy Valley. Regency Bobo coming up. Royal Agility, Turbo Power, Starry Night and Amazing Victory be about one of the last ones. Beauty Tycoon is the favourite at 3.1 for race 6 of the day. And we're all set and ready to go there over at the 1200 metres. Off and racing immediately, and it wasn't a bad line away. Royal Agility didn't have a lot of early pace, and neither did Amazing Victory off the inside. Smiling Moon first out, with Starry Night going forward. Adderfill wider, and Beauty Tycoon over on the inside. Science Patch shoved along to get into a handy position right behind the speed as Beauty Tycoon gets his head up. Followed by Ambitious Heart, Jazz Steed's 4 deep. Brave Dreams between the inside. Speed is not strong here. 700 metres left to go. Royal Agility is back in the rear half of the field, followed by Pride of 8, Turbo Power, Regency Bobo, and Right Honourable last of all. Smiling Moon is the leader over Starry Night, and 3 up third is Science Patch, followed in turn by Adderfill. Next is Beauty Tycoon. He's been pushed up behind runners. He's got a wall in front of him, and then came Ambitious Heart. Amazing Victory back down on the inside. Brave Dreams, Regency Bobo out wider. Science Patch is raced to the lead. He's beaten off in second. Starry Night, Amazing Victories into the clear, and he's starting to charge the inside. Brave Dreams out wider with Adderfill. Science Patch in front. Amazing Victory, Brave Dreams, Amazing Victory. Amazing Victory under the Teton drivers won from Brave Dreams second. Third over, I think, was Science Patch, who just fell in a hole over the final stages. Turbo Power, Pride of 8, Regency Bobo rushing home. Starry Night, Adderfill, Right Honourable, and then came Ambitious Heart, who was further back behind those runners. Back there has been, as they've gone on by behind those runners, Beauty Tycoon, who weakened out of it. Right Honourable wasn't far away. Jazz Steed was further back in the field, and he would have been about one of the last ones on running through. Right up the inside, he needed to get some clear air. Amazing Victory he did for Karis Teton and Peter Ho. 4-year-old by Sizzling, and that he was scorching the turf right along the inside once he got that clear air, and he's been too good in the run to the wire. Amazing Victory for his first win at start number 9. He went off at 3.8 and 1.5. Peter Ho's first win of the season. Doesn't have too many in the stable, does Peter? And Karis Teton, 4 beats 13 Brave Dreams, 3 Science Patch, and 8 Turbo Power. Nice run from him as well. 4, 13, 3 and 8, 110.72. It wasn't a bad line away. Royal Agility didn't have a lot of early pace, and neither did Amazing Victory off the inside. Smiling Moon first out, with Starry Night going forward. Adafil wider, and Beauty Tycoon over on the inside. Science Patch shoved along to get into a handy position right behind the speed as Beauty Tycoon gets his head up, followed by Ambitious Heart. Jazz Steeds 4 deep. Brave Dreams between runners. Amazing Victory is down over on the inside. Speed is not strong here. 700 metres left to go. Royal Agility is back in the rear half of the field, followed by Pride of 8, Turbo Power, Regency Bobo, and Right Honourable last of all. Smiling Moon is the leader over Starry Night, and 3 up third is Science Patch, followed in turn by Adafil. Next is Beauty Tycoon. He's been pushed up behind runners. He's got a wall in front of him, and then came Ambitious Heart. Amazing Victory back down on the inside. Brave Dreams, Regency Bobo out wider. Science Patch is race to the lead. He's beaten off in second. Starry Night, Amazing Victory's into the clear, and he's starting to charge the inside. Brave Dreams out wider with Adafil. Science Patch in front. Amazing Victory, Brave Dreams, Amazing Victory. Amazing Victory under the team.
An absolute barnstorming finish there. Well done to that man, the Mauritius. Amazing Victory home in front here. 4, 13, 3 and 8 the numbers there. Good run, excellent run from the runner-up there, who was on top from the parade from Jenny. That was Brave Dreams, who's run a really good race for second. But well deserved, I think, this win, Paul, from this horse. He's been racing well without winning last season, and nice to see him do that today.
Yeah, he's been knocking on the door, hasn't he? You know, he had 3 seconds last season, a third and a fourth and fifth. So the worst he's ever run was 7th. So he'd been quite consistent, and a good ride there from Karis Teaton. I thought he sort of stuck on the inside and didn't go round a horse in the end.
No, he wasn't a gun out of the gates, was he? He was a little bit slow, but he was able to get himself into that midfield position on the fence there, and he just showed a bit of tenacity in the end. He's been very genuine so far. Nice to set your best bet home.
That's very kind. Good to get the first one home. It's all downhill from here, Jenny, so we'll just see how we go. But no, look, fantastic that he has won, and well done to his connections. His Science Patch has run a really good race at odds there, Paul.
Yeah, he ran third. I'll just go through the dividends. He's 38.50 and 15 for the winner. Backed a little bit late. And Science Patch, as you mentioned, good run from him at 70. The Quinella 4 and 13, 3 and 4, 177. Oh, sorry, the Quinella 4 and did you out a bit there. The forecast 4 and 13, 375. The trio 1,699, and the tiers 4, 13 and 3, 6,151. But yeah, you're right, Nick. It was a good run from Science Patch. He was 3 wide. Good runs in behind. Pride of 8 caught my eye, Jenny.
Yeah, a much better effort from him, wasn't it? And he's only had the 7 starts now, so he looks like he could be on the improve. He's finished in 5th position. Turbo Power was a pretty good run too. He was off midfield on the fence there for a while, and he's finished in 4th position, so he made up some nice ground from gate number 12.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the patrol very shortly. Anything else, Paul, that we perhaps should be looking out for that you managed to spot there?
I thought Beauty Tycoon might have had an excuse because he was in behind Smiling Moon and he was pulling the whole way. So I think there might have been a slight excuse for Beauty Tycoon. So I think he'll keep for another day.
Yeah, we'll have a look at him shortly, and the rest of the field and the race itself. Of course, the first 4 there paying just shy of $5,000, and the quartet. We'll put that on screen for you as well imminently, and that will pay a tick over $55,000 if you manage to get the first 4 home in the correct order. But that's how they finished in race 6, 4, 13, 3 and 8. As we take a look, as they jump away now, looking for the eventual winner. He was not the quickest away, but getting away running there was Smiling Moon to go and lead out, being followed by Starry Night, who was prominent in second. Science Patch up there as well, along with Adafil on the outside. Now Beauty Tycoon, he's just inclined to throw the head around a little bit towards the inside of Ambitious Heart. Next in the field as they settle. Looking further back, Amazing Victory is pocketed away well and truly on the inside. Brave Dreams. You've also got Jazz Steed up on the outer. Royal Agility in amongst them as well. Pride of 8 a fair way back with Old Regency Bobo, Turbo Power, and Right Honourable at this stage, Paul, is the back marker. Yeah,
he's in those blue colours, but as you can see, Smiling Moon was pressured all the way by Starry Night. Science Patch, he was 3 wide, so a good run from him, and and he stays on really nicely here. Beauty Tycoon has got that rails gap, or he's got the gap there, but he did pull earlier on. You can see, keep an eye on that horse, the black cap coming wide. That's Pride of 8 finishing off, and the one just inside him is the one finishing off nicely for the second, which is Brave Dreams.
Yeah, and as you can see there, the winner, Karis Teton, getting to work. I'm just inclined to lug off the rails slightly, having to be straightened up late, but was always doing enough to hold on, beating into second Brave Dreams, and in behind them we have Science Patch.
He did in 4, 13, 3 and 8 here in race number 6. Quinella places 4 and 13, 62, 3 and 4, 177, 50. The composite win was an A1, back to A1 here, and it returns 24. The forecast, 4 to beat 13, was 375. The first 4, 3, 4, 8 and 13, 4,980. And the quartet, if you manage to get it in the correct order, Amazing Victory winning, was 4, 13, 3 and 8, and that returns you 55,093. The double, 2 into 4, 627.50, 2 into 13, 213. Carrying Spirit winning the sprint race, race number 5. Triple trio, 4, 7 and 9, 2, 4, 6, 3, 4, 13 returns you 9,719,282. Good start to the season if you got some of that, and returns you 2,782. The sectional times were 24.73 with standards 23.85, 23.34 with standards 22.45, and 22.65 standards 23. The race on was 110.72, which is outside standards, been the theme for the whole afternoon here. Standards 109.3. Now, if you were lucky enough to get that triple trio services, then with a dividend of 9 million, you'll be happy. But also, there's the hotline, 1817, and that's what you need to do before 5 p.m. tomorrow. But as I say, if you've got the interactive services, you don't have to re-register.
And we're moving on to race number 7, which is the Lantau Peak Handicap over the 1,200 metres class 3, a field of 13 to partake here. Oriental Smoke has been the only horse that has been up to Chung Fa and back in the last 30 days and did trial there, and you can see the tractors are on the track with the rollers, as they are at this time of the day, rolling the inside portion of the track. Yours Super Fortune to go forward, but we know Infinite Power could potentially challenge as well.
Yeah, he's one that could try and get across, because he has drawn wide. So I think he have no choice but to try and get across. Oriental Smoke can put himself in a nice position from barrier number 6. Mr. Majestic's a debut runner. He's only had the one trial, Mr. Majestic. Lucky Archangel midfield there. Back to Gracie Love. Dynamic Spirit, another one on debut. He's had 7 trials to get him ready. And Power Cap, he's drawn wide. He'll get back. I think he'll be running on late as well.
Okay, so that's the speed map. We're about 18 minutes away or so from this 7th race. Let's look at Power Cap now. Last season, 2 of his 8 starts, along with a handful of minor placings. Hard to get a line on his recent trial, though. He was well out the back in that trial. He was. A very quiet trial for him. He does get back and runs on strongly. You can see him running on drawn wide. So I think he should go back from barrier number 11. He's got a good finish on him, though. You can see him really stretching out nicely here and just failing to get the win. Okay, we'll have a trial from Super Fortune. He's up 16 pounds in body weight today. Karis Teton looking for a race-to-race double, but he seemed to win this trial well enough. He did, and look, he's got plenty of speed, Super Fortune. He's a nice, big, strong horse, so I don't think that weight increase will worry him too much. Barrier number 4, he can get to the front, and I think he looks hard to beat for me, so I thought it was a nice trial from him. At the moment, he's 2-1 in the betting is Super Fortune, and we've got Oriental Smoke here, who's dropping 21 pounds today. One trial up at Chung Fa, one win from his 7 starts. Zach Purton and David Hayes.
Yeah, the other 6 he's run second or third, so he's a very consistent horse. Oriental Smoke, a nice quiet trial for him here as well. He's the current favourite. He's come up pretty short at 2.2, as you say. Zach Purton from barrier number 6, so he's one of the obviously main dangers here, and they just finished in a clump here, so it's hard to take too much out of this trial.
Yes, it certainly is, with them all finishing in a bunch to finish there. Righto, it looks like the main movers with the favourites here again, and I think he's probably on the skinny side.
Yeah, he looks a bit short, doesn't he? Dynamic Spirit on debut here in Hong Kong's at 60. Power Cap at 7.24. Super Fortune at 2.9. Second favourite. Oriental Smoke, the favourite, at 2.1. Solar Winds is over 100 to 1. Infinite Powers at 23. Mr. Majestic at 16. Brilliant Life at 42. E-Legends out to 57. Gracie Love's out to 65. Lucky Archangel, he's out to 28. And Villafon, big price, 144.
Thank you, Paul. That's the all-up market. Don't forget, just a reminder, all the W's, hkjc.com. You'll find all the replays of today's action, plus entries and race cards and news going forward, of course. But runners are gathering. Will very shortly be making their way into the parade ring. And well, Jenny, the intrigue, and it just continues at a pace here this afternoon. And I talk of the top horse, Dynamic Spirit, who brings some grade 1 form from Brazil, making his debut here this afternoon.
Absolutely. I just got a quick glimpse of him, and he's quite a nice horse, and he seems to have quite a relaxed attitude. We'll wait and see what happens when he comes into the parade, but yeah, just got a look at him there. He does come with Group 1 mile form from Brazil, so interesting horse for sure. Obviously 1200 here is probably going to be a little on the sharp side for him, but I'll wait for him to come in and just have another look at him.
Yeah, he could certainly be very interesting. So to another newcomer, Mr. Majestic, who is a 16. Paul, he's got form over at the Golden Sunshine Coast, heading across to Hong Kong, and he's now joined Douglas White.
Yeah, the thing, I'm quite happy to watch him because he's only had the one trial. I like to see horses win or race more than once in the trials, and he's only had the one. So he has drawn barrier 1 though, it's the positive, so we'll keep an eye on him. But here's the other first starter, the one you just talked about. He's the first one we're going to have a look at, Dynamic Spirit. Tongue tie on, 11.54. He's had 7 trials, he's been gelded since he's got here. I agree, Jenny, I think he needs further.
Yeah, I do, but I'm quite impressed by the type that he is. He's quite a nice individual. He's a little bit tense and nervous. You can see that neck arch there, and his eyes are glancing around everywhere. He looks quite an intelligent horse too, but I think he's carrying a little bit of condition, but very well put together. He's got a little bit of height. He's got some good strength, and he does walk out quite cleanly, but just carrying a little bit of weight. So interested to see how he goes. Fluent in his walking action.
That is the top one, Dynamic Spirit. Danny Shim's had a day already. Might get better as well. Harry Bentley, the man on board, has also been in the winners' enclosure. So we look forward to seeing him in action. We move on to number 4 here, Jenny. This is Super Fortune. Really nice type of horse, this, and there's plenty of him as well to fill the frame. He's won a trial in good style at the end of August.
He did, and he's really keen and eager. I've seen him be like this in the past as well, but he looks really hard and fit going into this, so he's well prepared. Starting to get warm on his neck, and just because he's so keen and eager, I would suggest he's going to be quite warm by the time he gets to the barriers, but he could not be any fitter by the looks of it, so I think he'll run a decent race. Yeah, I made him the best the afternoon. I thought he could go to the front here and be hard to run down. Super Fortune, he's at 3.1. He's the current second favourite. Power Cap, the next one, Jenny, number 2, drawn a little bit wide. Had a quiet trial leading into this. Couldn't really read too much into that, and did look quite useful last season. Yeah, that trial, it made me wonder a little bit, because we know that he's better than that trial. It was on the all-weather surface, so we can give him a little forgive for it. But towards the end of last season, you're quite right, he was in very good form. Now, he's bandaged in front. He was last time and the time before that. He's only small, little nuggety type of horse, carries a bit of weight around the midsection, which is pretty typical for him. He's only 1 pound more than he was last time. I do like his laid-back attitude, just a little strong nuggety type. So he's well. I'll leave him there with some chance.
That's the 2 Power Kip, who has been in pretty good time. We move on to 3 Drops of God. Luke Curry taking the ride here for John Side. Something I think we might see a bit more of this season, Jenny, and this horse is drawn in gate number 13.
Yeah, so I thought he trialled okay. He was under a bit of a hold and not really tested in that particular trial. He is back because there's a horse very close behind him and he's just hearing that. But he's a very calm and relaxed type of horse, generally speaking. He's just not liking that. But warm, solid. I think whatever happens here, he'll come on for the run as well. So I'll leave him with a place hope.
22 and 4.7 about him. Here's the favourite, Oriental Smoke. Just a 1 win from his 7 starts, but has been placed on all the other 6 runs.
Yeah, so very short in the market. He also looks extremely fit. He's dropped 21 pounds. You wouldn't want to see any more weight come off him, I will say that. But a little bit stiff walking behind, but a very fit looking horse, and he's nicely enough behaved. So he's good. I've probably got him more as a place chance on looks though.
That's the 5 Oriental Smoke, who was nothing if not consistent, never been worse than 3rd in his 7 runs, 6 solo wins, who is trained by Casper Found. Second start coming up for Casper here this afternoon. Jenny would need to do a little bit more than what he showed behind Lucky 8 when making his debut for the stable, though.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of these horses that's a bit on the lightly framed side. He weighs in at 1,040 pounds, so he's actually put on 5 pounds since his last run. Very calm and relaxed, not overly tall, but does have a little bit of scope, healthy enough, and he's sort of plain enough. I think he looks okay. He doesn't look unfit. Happy to watch him one more time, though.
Next one is number 7, Infinite Power. No one who's got some early speed. He's currently a 22 chance.
Infinite Power generally does look quite good in the parade, and I thought his trial was pretty good too. Got a little bit of height. He's behaving himself nicely. Still carrying a little bit of that winter coat, but he's got a shine to it. Walks out freely enough, looks well, looks fit enough, so I'm going to leave him there with some sort of chance at odds.
There's Infinite Power, who really does like to roll forward, usually does most of his best racing when doing so. Coming off the all-weather, last couple of runs have been on the synthetic surface. Here's number 8, Mr. Majestic. Lyle Hewitson and Douglas White teaming up with this horse. As we mentioned, the son of Golden Archer has won a couple, Jenny, at the Golden Sunshine Coast, and he was 5th in a recent Sharjah trial.
Yeah, so I didn't mind the trial. I thought it was okay. His most recent run up at the Gold Coast, he sat a bit wide and he just held on. He is neatly enough put together. I think fitness-wise, he will probably come on for the run. I don't know that he's 100% fully tuned, so I could only leave him there with a place chance.
Next one is the 9, which is Brilliant Life. He's only had the 3 starts to date. Blinkers will come off him, and Derek Long from barrier 12.
Yeah, Brilliant Life, another one that's trialled quite okay. Bandaged in front. He has had an issue with his left knee. That was back in November, so quite some time ago. A while since we've seen him, but he doesn't look bad. He's actually a nice enough type. He's healthy enough. Whether or not he needs a run, he's not far off being fully fit, so I'm going to say place hope.
That is Brilliant Life. We've moved on to 10 E-Legend here, Jenny. He managed to win a couple last season, though they were over around about the mile, the 16.50 in fact, for this fellow. He's drawn a good gate in 3, though.
Yeah, so he actually looks in pretty good shape. He looks like he's done enough work, nicely behaved in the parade, not overly tall, but very strong in the shoulder and just walking out nicely. Beautifully behaved, actually. So he looks very well, actually. I'm going to give him a chance at odds.
It's E-Legend, currently at 48 and 5.8. Gracie Love, the next one, another one at a big price. He's at 60 odd. It did win 3 starts ago here at Sharjah, over 1,400.
Yeah, he often finds this type of class, so a little bit on the tough side, Gracie Love, but he's a bit of a regular, looking quite good. Just needs a little loosen up in front. He's starting to sweat up a bit in patches here and there. Behaving himself quite well, looks healthy, does have strength in those hind-quarters. He's certainly okay.
Gracie Love, Dylan Moe on board that one, currently at 61.9.9 if you fancy Gracie Love. Did win 3 starts ago, but unfancy today. 12 is Lucky Archangel, who has seemingly saved his best racing for Happy Valley, Jenny. Both wins have been at the Valley, and does race here for a mark of 61, so leaves him in a sort of a bit of no man's land, really.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting, he's actually dropped 25 pounds and he does look particularly fit going into this, but he's quite warm too. He's just having a good look around. I'm certainly not concerned about the fitness level of him, but he's just getting a bit warm, so place hope for him.
15 and 4.7, Lucky Archangel. And the bottom one, number 13, Villafon. This looks too short for Villafon. He's sort of been racing over a lot longer. Barrier 2 for him.
Yeah, look, he hasn't had a great deal of relief in the handicap system, as he's only gone down 2 from that last run. So I think he just needs a little bit on the weaker side. The horse actually looks okay. He often does parade quite well. He's always had some good strength, and he seems to be still walking out quite well. So he gets a pass.
There's Villafiant, who makes up the parade there for our 7th race on the programme, and that's a look at all of them, with Oriental Smoke the favourite. More on the market shortly. We'll head back to Jenny for her 4 from the parade in due course. But Paul, as they make their way to post, I'll get it out in a moment. Can you give us a show of betting, please?
Yeah, 3 horses in single figures. Oriental Smoke at 2.4, Super Fortune at 3, Power Cap, he's next at 7.5. So they're the 3 main ones. Out to 14 about Mr. Majestic on debut, 15 about Lucky Archangel, so a little bit of support around him. Infinite Power comes up next at 20, and then after that we're out to 36 about 22, sorry, Drops of God, and then 36 Brilliant Life. But 2.4 the favourite, Oriental Smoke.
Thank you, Paul. He certainly is. Zach Purton looking for his 3rd winner of the afternoon. Jenny, Oriental Smoke as a type, is he good enough, or was he good enough today in the parade to make it into the top 4?
Well, he certainly looks fit enough, Nick, and he does get into the top 4, but he's not on top. I thought Super Fortune paraded really quite well here. He was quite eager here in the parade, but he does look extremely fit. Looks like they've done plenty of work with him. Karis Teaton rides from gate number 4. He's got plenty of pace, so he'll be up there on the speed and hopefully out of trouble. He goes on top for me from number 10, E-Legend. Now, all his good form has been at the Valley, but he's only had 1 start here at Sha-Tin. Just at the odds and the way he presented, I liked his strength. I thought he was walking out nice and fluently. From gate 3, it's the only ride for Alex Lai here today. So it's probably a bit of an ask, but the horse does look well. So he goes in at odds. Number 2, Power Cope. Different type, this guy. He's only very small, but very solid and strong, very stocky. So I think he actually looks pretty good by his standards. And then the 5, Oriental Smoke, who is the favourite as it stands, just drifting out a little bit in the market at the moment, but he looks really fit going into this. And you've got the services of Zach Purton on board, being very consistent too. So in order for me, 4, 10, 2 and 5.
4, 10, 2 and 5 for Jenny from the parade ring there, with Super Fortune going on top. He is the 2nd favourite. He is the favourite on the place market at 1.3 though, similar price to Oriental Smoke. But 4, 10, 2 and 5 for Jenny from the parade there. Tom, as we come to you for your selections here in race number 7. Handy little race, this one coming up.
Yeah, it is, and I think Super Fortune is good enough to score here. He's come into this with a good trial under his belt. He seemed to win that quite nicely. Led, was challenged, but boxed on pretty well behind Ace 1 last start. So he goes on top. Teaton looking for a race-to-race double. Oriental Smoke hasn't done a lot, if anything, wrong through his short career here. Now a 5-year-old trial up at Chung Fa was fairly quiet and a blanket finish there. Power kept midfield. He was a tad wide down the side, and Dash Leighton just missed behind Lucky 8 last time out. Trial was only very fair and probably hard to get a line on, but willing to take a chance with him. Power kept at 7 and 2. And the other one I've got in is Drops of God. Been a wee while since he has won, but he has won fresh in the past. He was beaten favourite 2 and 3 starts ago. So 4, 5, 2 and 3 here, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. On with the 4 as well. Made it the best of the afternoon. Super Fortune, I think he go the front and beat the favourite Oriental Smoke. He will be the hardest to beat. He's a very consistent horse. He's in there for 2nd. Power Cap, as Tom said, it was consistent last season. He's drawn wide. I think he'll be coming home late. I put Drops of God, and another one who's drawn wide. He'll need a bit of luck from the draw, but he's a good horse, Drops of God, and I just like the way he's been working leading into it. So we'll see if he can show that here on the track. So he's in there on a monoline. 4, 5, 2 and 3 there, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I've got the 4 and 5 as the first 2 numbers as well. Super Fortune's a horse I like a lot, and when having a look at this race, I thought his form and just where he's berthed and his running style, his first up record, there was plenty to like. Recent trial as well, very good. Oriental Smoking for 2nd. Look, I've been a fan of him, but I guess he's been frustrating. It's hard to try and get away from that, because he has been beaten at a few short quotes, and he's loomed there large on occasions. Perhaps, you know, when expecting to go through and win, he perhaps hasn't. But look, he's a nice horse. He's very consistent, and Zach knows him very well, so that's going to be key. Power Kip in for third, number 2. He's done nothing wrong. Creeping up the weights, mind, so it's going to be a little bit tougher for him, but I didn't mind him at all. There's only been a short head behind the useful Lucky 8 last time. And I put the 8, Mr. Majestic, in. Look, it might not be today. He's 14, 3.2, but Dougie White and Lyle Hewson, he's drawn well, so he'll not have to do much work from gate 1. And he clearly is a horse with talent, but he's a 5-year-old who hasn't raced all that often. 4, 5, 2 and 8, but the 4 Jenny Super Fortune from the parade ring. He looks as if he was just maybe on the sort of the cusp of maybe boiling over, but he was okay to your mind?
Well, he's been like that nearly every single time, I've got to say. He's one of these horses, he gets a little bit anxious and he can throw his head around a touch. And I thought he looked really fit and well. It looks like he's done plenty of work, and his trial was good. Gate 4 for him, he's got pace, he's going to be up there on the speed. If he gets an easy time of things, it might just play out nicely for him. So number 4 on top for me on looks. From number 10, E-Legend. Now his form is best at Happy Valley over 1650, so 1200 here. He is going in fresh, but I think he looks really quite well. He's off a rating of 61, so that's probably a little concern. They might be angling for that class drop, but I thought he looked well enough to run a bit of a race at odds. The 2 Power Cope, he's one of these horses that is just small, very nuggety, very strong, nice and sensible. He looks well by his standards. And then the 5, Oriental Smoke, who is quite an athletic type. He looks really fit. Don't want to see any more weight come off him, but definitely fit enough. So 4, 10, 2 and 5.
Right, the light is blinking away for race number 7. Paul, we need a play, please.
Made it simple. I like Super Fortune to beat the favourite. He's at 2.9, so made him the win. Money coming for E-Legend, though. He's into 30 and 4.2, so still a big price, but there is money for him. Oriental Smoke at 2.5. He's drifting out a little bit, is the favourite. Power kept there. He's been pretty steady the whole way through at 7.6.
Thank you, Paul. There he is going in. The field loading away pretty swiftly. Field of 13 for race 7 upcoming. Villafion going forward. Let's cross to Tom Wood, who's going to describe the action for us.
Thanks, Nick. Yes, we're waiting on probably about half the field to come up. Brilliant Life there on screen, about to move in. He's at 34 and 6. Super Fortune is coming up. Super Fortune at 2.8. Oriental Smoke 2.5. So they are coming together. E-Legend is coming forward. Solar Wind's about to come up. Alfie Chan riding him. Oriental Smoke and Gracie Love will be one of the last ones to come up into the line. Mr. Majestic is off the inside. They're ready to go over there at the 1200 metres. Ready. One going off out wider. Brilliant Life goes up. Attendant goes up with him. Now they're right, they're off and racing. Brilliant Life was really awkward out of the machine. Might have got carved up shortly after the start. Super Fortune away fast with E-Legend, and Mr. Majestic over on the inside. Oriental Smoke 4th. A length away Dynamic Spirit, then came Lucky Archangel, followed by Gracie Love. Drops of God posted wider. Around a stablemate Power kept Villafion. Further back is Infinite Power, followed by Solar Winds 2 lengths away, and Brilliant Life back at the end of the field. They're running along here. Super Fortune the leader. 3/4 in advance on E-Legend second. A length away third is Mr. Majestic, having a good initiation to Hong Kong racing in the trail. Oriental Smoke 1 back, 1 out, followed by Dynamic Spirit, Lucky Archangel, Drops of God, Gracie Love, Power kept, Villafion, Infinite Power is further back in the field with Solar Winds and Brilliant Life. It is Super Fortune in front against the running rail at the 250. Oriental Smoke bearing down, might just be wanting to lug in a little bit, but he is coming in, closing hard for Purton, and then came E-Legend and Mr. Majestic still there, but it's Oriental Smoke. Here's the 3 for Purton. He goes on to score very impressively by 2.5. Second over E-Legend. Mr. Majestic a great run third, and I think Super Fortune might have just survived 4th. Power kept was running on out wider. Lucky Archangel not far away, and Dynamic Spirit's gone okay with Solar Winds close up. Infinite Power further back was Villafion, Drops of God, Gracie Love, and Brilliant Life was always at the rear. Oriental Smoke has smoked them all right. 10-second E-Legend. Mr. Majestic, great run from him. 4th down on the inside, but David Hayes strikes here with the 5-year-old by Artie Schillett. Well done to owner Michael Smith out of a Flying Spur mare. And he went off favourite 2.6, just in front of Super Fortune, who's run 4th. They're at 2.8. Just waiting on numbers to be confirmed, but that's his second win here at start number 8 for Oriental Smoke. He delivers in Class 3 over 1,200 metres. There is David Hayes, and it's 5, 10, 8 and 4. 5, 10, 8 and 4. E-Legend second for Alex Lai. Mr. Majestic, great run from the former Australian galloper, 3rd, and 4th in Super Fortune. Brilliant Life was really awkward out of the machine. Might have got carved up shortly after the start. Super Fortune away fast with E-Legend, and Mr. Majestic over on the inside. Oriental Smoke 4th. A length away Dynamic Spirit, then came Lucky Archangel, followed by Gracie Love. Drops of God posted wider. Around a stablemate Power kept Villa Fion. Further back is Infinite Power, followed by Solar Winds 2 lengths away, and Brilliant Life back at the end of the field. They're running along here. Super Fortune the leader. 3/4 in advance on E-Legend second. A length away 3rd is Mr. Majestic, having a good initiation to Hong Kong, racing in the trail. Oriental Smoke 1 back, 1 out, followed by Dynamic Spirit, Lucky Archangel, Drops of God, Gracie Love, Power kept, Villa Fion, Infinite Power is further back in the field with Solar Winds and Brilliant Life. It is Super Fortune in front against the running rail at the 250. Oriental Smoke bearing down, might just be wanting to lug in a little bit, but he is coming in, closing hard for Purton, and then came E-Legend and Mr. Majestic still there, but it's Oriental Smoke. Here's the 3 for Purton. He goes on to score very impressively by 2.5.
Yes, Oriental Smoke winning, providing Zach with his 3rd winner of the afternoon. Great to see David Hayes get on the score sheet for the opening meeting of the season. Congratulations all round to the winning connections. And, well, Paul, as I just digest he certainly did go through with the job extremely well today.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He won really nice. He's always had that ability. He did do a couple of things wrong on the straight as well, but once he got into the clear, he just won really nicely. So a really good win there from him, Jenny, and a good run, I thought, from Mr. Majestic, because he only had the one trial.
Yeah, true. It was a very good effort. In fact, he was quite sort of tangled up on the fence there, and he couldn't really get clear running. When he did, he probably just petered on his run the last 20 metres or so, and E-Legend was able to just peg him back for that spot. But a very good debut performance from him, and it brings up a treble for Zach. Well done to David Hayes getting off the board on day 1. Of course, his sons are going so well in Australia too. That's, of course, Ben Hayes and JD.
They certainly are, yes. Well done to all the family, and I'm sure they'll be very proud for sure. But take nothing away from the winner. He's done it well today, Paul.
And he's paid 26 and 12, 36.50 for 10, which was E-Legend, good run from him, and 35.50 for the 8, which is Mr. Majestic. Quinella 5 and 10, 245. Forecast 5 and 10, 324. Trio 5, 8 and 10, 1,128. The test 5, 10 and 8 returns 3,608. I thought Super Fortune had every chance here, didn't he? He sort of had to work a little bit early, but he sort of wasn't.
Yeah, I did too. That's his race pattern, though, isn't it? He likes to lead and get an easy time of things, and I think he probably got his opportunity. He was carrying 132 pounds, so that's probably, the issue with him. The winner, 126 pounds. Now, the time, Paul, 109.06, just outside of standard, tick outside of standard. So that's probably the best time we've had throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been funny. The track's been running a little bit slow today because we've had no races so far inside of standard. But, a good time under the circumstances for sure.
Yeah. Dynamic Spirit, the Brazilian horse, he was off the pace and it seemed to be travelling okay. Head up a little bit, just petered out on his run, so he might have been in need of the outing.
Yeah, we'll look back on all of those runs very shortly with the patrol. There's the first 4 dividends, $361, but he's a very consistent horse, this winner. He's now won 2 from 8 and never worse than 3rd. The quartet paying just over 9,184 in that as they jump away, and the winner, Oriental Smoke, he jumped well from the inside, but nothing quicker than Super Fortune in the green jacket. It goes forward. E-Legend was prominent as well on settling. Gracie Love the inside. Further back, we've got Lucky Archangel in those cheek pieces, just taking back in company with Gracie Love as Dynamic Spirit has gone forward. Villa Fion towards the rear. Drops of God beginning to loop around runners as they begin to make that turn. Power Kippet is in just worse than midfield. Looking to the back of the field, one that's right up the back is Brilliant Life in those light colours as they begin to turn back towards home here, Jenny.
Yeah, so the horse that's done it the toughest is Drops of God. He's been posted there the entire way from gate 13, so he definitely has an excuse. He's starting to just peter out of it at the moment. Zach always had Oriental Smoke in a fantastic spot. He was 4th one off, and it gets a little tight there for those horses in behind, and that, of course, is E-Legend, and also the first starter in Mr. Majestic. But the winner just bowls away from them here. He goes on to win by 2.5, so a nice, easy win.
It certainly was a very nice win indeed from Oriental Smoke, and great to see David Hayes with the winner here this afternoon.
And they've weighed in 5, 10, 8 and 4 in race number 7. The Quadruple places 5 and 10, 82, 5 and 8, 82, and 8 and 10, 283.50. Composite win was another A1, and it returns you 13.50. That's 5 to beat 10, 324. The first 4, 4, 5, 8 and 10, 361. And if you manage to get the quartet in the correct order, 5 Oriental Smoke winning, 5, 10, 8 and 4, 9,184. The double 4 into 5, 96.50, 4 into 10, 314. The second double trio, 3, 4, 13 into 5, 8, 10, 138,672. Sectional times 24.19 with standards 23.8, 22.36 with standards 22.4, home in 22.51, standard is 22.85. The overall race time was 109.06 and the standards 109.05.
And we're up to race number 8, which is the first leg of the treble on the last 3 races. The Mahon Shan Handicap Class 4, 1400 metres. Eternal Bloom, Perfect to Great and Casa Legend have all been up to Chung Far and back in the last 30-odd days. With the Magic Supreme, we know Paul likes to roll along and did exactly that in a recent barrier trial.
Yeah, expect him to go forward and do something similar. Woodfire Bro, I think, will come across and try and be handy as well. Blissful Star, Stunning Impact's been running handily in the last couple of runs towards the back end of the season. Eternal Bloom should get a nice enough run. Then the back runners, Maximum Hart, back to Castle Legend. White Blue Yonder has got back in his starts and run well. And Leather Vanguard generally gets back as well.
Okay, there's the speed map for race number 8. We'll have a look at a few of the main players. Leather Vanguard last start winner, who's only had 2 runs and ran a big race first up, delivered second up, and also in this race runs ago now on the stable of Pierre Ong.
Yeah, and it was quite consistent at the back end of the season. Leather Vanguard's only had the seasons. Zach Purden rode him to victory here. Jerry Chow, they'll take the claim with him. He's going to jump on board, and it was a nice run from him, and he did win really well. So he's currently a decent price at 9.9.
Yeah, happy with that. Therefore, a Leather Vanguard. And here's his trial coming into this. Zach Purton was on board in the trial. Son Pakfu rather was the winner of, was in this trial as well up front, but he didn't really have to move too much on him at all, Paul, Leather Vanguard.
Yeah, nice easy trial from him. Yeah, he hit the line nice enough as well, and he's only had the 2 starts. As we say, he's run well in both of them. The fact, I suppose, that Zach Purden's not riding on race day, he's on Wide Blue Yonder, who is the favourite. That's probably why you're getting the price you are.
Indeed, and that is Leather Vanguard. There we've got Wide Blue Yonder, who was a winner 2 runs ago back in sort of the middle part to the end part of May, and he followed that up with a 3rd behind the very talented Tuchel.
Yeah, so look, his horse is going well. Again, Zach's aboard, so he's pretty short. He's come up really short at 2.5. He's had the 3 runs. He's drawn nicely, won the previous race, so that's why I think he's, when we see the all-ups, he's come in for a fair bit of support.
Yes, of course, teaming up with Zach Purton as well. Now, Rainbow Light, King Torbjorn. King Torbjorn has changed stables now with the Casper Founds. Rainbow Light had no luck at all, but did run on in this trial.
Yeah, I thought it was a nice trial from Rainbow Light. He generally races pretty well. He's quite a consistent horse, and finished off this trial, the grey horse, really nicely. So a good trial from him. As you say, King Torbjorn, he's changed stables now with Casper Found. So see how he goes for the new stable. And he hit the line strongly enough as well. He did. He's just got overcome barrier number 14. Eternal Bloom, another one we look at here. Now, you're keen on Eternal Bloom. He's at 8s and 3s. He's a son of Turn Me Loose up to 1,400 metres again. Yes, I think that'll suit the horse. He's only had the limited starts of 5. He's already won 1 race. Has Eternal Bloom. He's drawn nicely in barrier number 2, and thought it was a nice, easy trial here. I thought the horse is going pretty well, and I expect a big run from him. Yeah, finish off that trial with a real sense of purpose there without being asked too much. Eternal Bloom, and there you can see, as you alluded to, Paul, the money through the all-ups to the fave. Yeah, Wide Blue Yonder all the way from 3.6 into 2.4, but Exuberance at 47, Eternal Bloom at 8.5, Leather Vanguard 9.6, Magic Supreme at 80, Woodfire Bro, he's into 6.5, he's come in, 19 about Rainbow Light, King Torbjorn's way out to 41, Blissful Star 14 out to 15, Maximise Heart out to 49, Righteous Doctrine out to 39, Stunning Impact 9.4 out to 12, Perfect to Great 42 out to 63. There is support for Castle Legends. He's drifted on the all-ups. Danny Shim's already had a double here this afternoon. He's 8.2 to 9.5.
Thank you, Paul. That's how the all-ups shape at this stage. Runners coming into the parade ring. Wide Blue Yonder, the favourite. I must thank Graham Cunningham, who got in touch to let me know that Wide Blue Yonder, in fact, was David Hayes' most recent winner since that win in the last. So he's got the favourite here, and hopefully he can perhaps get another one before the day is out, David Hayes. But we'll start the parade here, Jenny, with number 11, Righteous Doctrine, who is horse number 11 here. Matthew Poon on board for Michael Chang. Some of those recent runs, the better ones, might have been on the all-weather, you could argue, but he is a 3-time winner, and he's been placed over course and distance.
Yeah, so 1,400 here for him. He looks really fit. He's always been an athletic type of horse, and he still walks out well as a 7-year-old. Attitude is good, and he looks in really good health. So it's not an unusual sort of parade for him. He does often look good, but he's a little hard to catch on his day, and he's awkwardly drawn in gate 12. He tends to get back anyway, so if there's sufficient speed, he should be finishing off. On looks, I could alwaase give him some sort of chance, because he often looks good, and he does again today. Yeah, big price for him if you like him. He's at 37 a win, 7.4 currently on the place line, and that is the 11, which is a Righteous Doctrine. And is he the only one we've got in here at the moment? We've got another one just about to come in. Okay. We can have a look at that one when he comes in, but Righteous Doctrine, he's getting towards the end of his career as well. He is a 7-year-old now, and Blink is back on him. Here's the next one to come in. It's Stunning Impact. Peel trains him now. Angus Tong's going to take 10 pounds off him as well, so he's going to come in with a lightweight, barrier 3 for him. Yeah, good ride, I think, for Angus here. He's only a little horse. He only weighs in 1,052 pounds, but the good news is he's put on 18 pounds. He does look very fit. He does appear to be walking out cleanly. He's a little bit on the warm side, like most of them, but he's an interesting one. Just standing near him or walking near him, he does overreach a little bit, so he can click those hooves there a bit. But I'm sure that's not going to worry him in racing. He's been consistent, he looks fit, he's well.
Yeah, I quite like him here, actually. Stunning Impact. I think he's a decent chance at odds, and has to carry absolutely no weight as well with a claim. Number 3 is Leather Vanguard, Jenny, just the beneficiary of 2 runs, but the second of them was a nice win. He looks a nice horse going forward. He does, and I thought his trial was really good too. Although Zach Burton rode him in that trial, and he doesn't partner him here. He is on the favourite in Wild Blue Yonder. This horse, he's a little bit awkward behind. He's just taking these little short steps behind.
and even in front, likewise. So he is going to need a bit of a loosen up. Now, I've noted this with him on, well, last time that I saw him and he was able to win. So you're probably best to ignore those comments. He should loosen up very well by the time he gets to the gates. He's really healthy, he's very neat, he does look reasonably fit. So I'm going to leave him there with some chance.
Magic Supreme is the outsider of the field. Jenny, he's a better horse on the all-weather, I think, these days.
Yeah, I think so. And the 1400's got to be a bit of a query too. 1200 is normally his go. He did trial very well, but yeah, nice and relaxed. Seems to be walking out very casually. He doesn't look unwell, certainly okay, so he's not going to be the worst.
That's Magic Supreme. We've now got the favourite on screen, Jenny. Wide Blue Yonder for the Purton and Hayes combination. Really good chance this for Zach to make it 4 on the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks good too, this horse. So well in the market, nicely drawn. He's got a fair bit of weight to carry, but he himself weighs in at 1135 pounds. He's actually put on 24 pounds in the off-season, and he doesn't look unfit by any means. He looks like he's done enough work. He's healthy, and he seems to be walking out well. He looks keen to get on with things too, so he's a chance, a good chance.
Going to the top one now, Exuberant. He's another one at a big price. He's one at a big price. He's at 45, coming off runs at Happy Valley, coming to Sharton for the first time.
Yeah, first up over the 1400 here. Look, 135 pounds he's got to carry, and slightly awkwardly drawn in gate number 8. I just need to get over to him. Now, he's put on 23 pounds. And just from a distance, it looks like he might just be carrying a little bit of excess as well. So you can see he's nicely behaved, he's healthy, he's got some good strength in the shoulder. But I think he'll probably come on for the run. I don't think he's fully tuned.
Got the 2 on screen there, Jenny. Eternal Bloom, whose only course and distance run was a pretty good one a couple of starts ago. That was behind Stunning Impact. They meet again today.
Yeah, he looks well. Nothing wrong with him. He looks in pretty good shape. He's beautifully behaved. He's got a nice shine to his coat. He does look fit enough, and he seems to be walking out well. So he's a chance in this.
Next one we're going to look at is the 6, Woodfire Bro. He's a last start winner. He's drawn barrier number 6. He should go forward from that draw. He didn't look too bad last term.
So once again, he's quite relaxed here with his 2 handlers. And he's not a bad mover, this guy. He's got a fair bit of scope. He's also got some strength. He's nice and healthy, and he still walks out very nicely. So he's got to be left there with a chance. He's a nice, sensible horse.
That is Woodfire Bro, currently trading at 7.1 and 2.5 for a horse who got the win last time when seen. 7 is Rainbow Light. This is the Mount of Lyle Hewitson. He's a Happy Valley winner, Jenny. He's had 5 goes here at Sharton. He's never actually been too disgraced here at Sharton. He has run some good races in defeat.
Yeah, absolutely, and he was badly held up last time when he stepped out, so there was an excuse for him. Nicely presented from the Douglas White yard. He's just nice and casual. He seems to be free in his action. He doesn't look unfit. He looks quite healthy, in fact. There's nothing wrong with him. He looks well. 19 and 4.1 for King Tourbillon. He's another one who trialled quite well recently. He's changed stables. He's now with Casper Founds. Yeah, actually looks good too, King Tourbillon. So he's just 2 pounds lighter than he was last time he stepped out. But he's another one that's quite free in his action, really healthy and fit. So interesting runner at odds. I'll leave him there with a little chance at odds.
Yeah, those blinkers coming off King Tourbillon now. Ran 9th of 14 behind Turquoise Alpha when last seen. There he is, horse number 8, 23 and 7.5. If you like him, one at a price perhaps. We move on to number 9, Blissful Star, who was doing the majority of his racing, Jenny, last season at Happy Valley. But he has run here at Sharton, and I went back and had a look at that run, and it certainly wasn't the worst either. And he's at a fair price today. He is. I think probably due to the barrier, gate number 11, he's got to deal with here. A horse that doesn't lack any substance. He's quite a strong individual. He is bandaged in front and just slightly warm. Whether or not he's 100% fully tuned, that's probably my only slight query with him. Not far off, though. So, place hope. 16 and 4.2 currently for Blissful Star. Number 10, Maximise Heart. Did win fresh up last season when he was produced in February. And Victor Wong aboard, barrier 5 for him. Yeah, so the course and distance does suit him. He's only a small, very neatly put together type. Good enough strength in his shoulder and well enough behaved too. Whether or not he's quite good enough in amongst a few of these, that's my little query. I don't think there's much wrong with him though.
come out of the off-season looking as well as he was towards the end of last season. So I'll still leave him there with a place home.
That is Maxime's Heart, Victor Wong, the man on board there. He's on a dropping mark, that horse, as we take a look at 13 Perfect to Great. 0 from 24, Jenny, here in Hong Kong. His mark has slipped to 45, and that's due to some pretty average racing recently.
Yeah, trial wasn't too bad. He was a bit slow out, and after that he didn't go too bad. But he's got plenty of height, plenty of scope, but he is carrying a bit of condition. Scale say he's put on 21 pounds, and it shows. He doesn't look fully tuned at this stage, so he'll improve with the run. And he's also got those false hooves on too, so they've obviously had a few issues there.
And the bottom one's number 14, Castle Legend. He's an 8-star maiden here in Hong Kong. There's plenty of support for him. He's come now into 7.3, has drawn barrier 1.
Just getting a little agitated, the odd swish of the tail and the throw of the head. Strong enough bodied horse though. It's hard to say how he's walking because he's just sort of a little agitated, but I think he looks well enough. I'm not going to rule him out, but I would like him just to mellow out just a little bit. So I'm going to say more a place chance.
Yeah, he's well found, isn't he? 7.3 and 3.3 there. Karis will be on board, drawn gate number 1. So that is the parade for our 8th race on the programme. It's over 1,400 metres, 6 minutes out, and your favourite is Wide Blue Yonder here at 2.6 and 1.5. But we'll find out who Jenny likes on the parade ring very shortly. But before we do that, Paul, any moves so far in the market with 6 minutes to go?
There's one at a massive price, Magic Supreme, 77 into 60. He's the likely leader in the race, so there is support around him. But Wide Blue Yonder has drifted a little bit out to 2.6. 7.3 Woodfire Bro, 7.4 Castle Legend, it's 9.1 about Eternal Bloom, and 9.7 Leather Vanguard. They're the single-figured runners, and then up to the double-figured runners, which start with Stunning Impact at 10 and 16 about Blissful Start.
Yeah, a little bit of money there for Stunning Impact. It was 12 a few minutes ago, but runners heading out. There's Exuberant making his way towards the track first. We're 5 minutes out here. Jenny, who makes it into your numbers, please, for racing?
All right, so number 2 goes on top for me, Eternal Bloom. So right for Vincent Ho here from gate number 2. I thought his trial was pretty good. He seemed to move nicely there, and he does parade really quite nicely once again. So I'm going to have him on top of the favourite, Wild Blue Yonder. I don't have a lot between these top 4, actually. They're all looking pretty good. So the favourite definitely goes in. I think he's a strong chance with Zach on board. Next best is the 11, Righteous Doctrine. So he always goes out a little bit of value. You've just got to try and find him on his right day. That's the issue. He doesn't often salute, but gee, he looks well again here today. So he makes it in. And then the 6, Woodfire Bro. I think he's close to being fully fit, but he's quite a strong individual, and he won his last start, so I think he might run a bit of a race here today, nice and fresh. If you like the 8, I thought he's worth a mention because he's big odds. He actually looked pretty good too, so if you like him, I couldn't find any faults with him either. But 2, 5, 11 and 6.
Thank you, Jenny. 2, 5, 11 and 6. And a mention for the 8, King Tourbillon, as well, as they make their way down to post. But Eternal Bloom, the one, that horse on screen, in fact, that came out on top for Jenny Chapman from the parade. We're 4 minutes away. Runners are going to post. Let's find out who our caller fancies for the 8th race. Tom, who do you like in this one?
Go with a 3 here, Nick. Leather Vanguard made him my best of the afternoon. Leather Vanguard liked his trial, looked strong. I thought leading into this assignment today, as we can see the jockey Luke Ferraris getting the leg up aboard Perfect to Great, coming down the raceway there, and he was second on debut at a big price, backed that up with a handy win over Stunning Impact. He came through the international sale here in Hong Kong, and last start at the trail travelled well, got to the lead at the 200 metres, or before the 200 metres, was able to hold out Stunning Impact and co. So look, I like this trial coming into this, and Benno Jung and Jerry Chow team up here with Leather Vanguard. Rainbow Light, complete horror show for him last time out, badly held up in the straight, down on the fence, got checked. He was beaten as 4.1 favourite there behind Nunchucks. Finished 3 lengths from him, but it was just a complete forget. And I didn't mind his trial. He ran on at the end down the straight here at Sha Tin last Saturday morning. Wide Blue Yonder goes in. He was taken back to last and made solid ground out wider. His trial was good enough. And Eternal Bloom, the gelding by Turn Me Loose. Prodigy going so well at the moment. Drawn barrier 2, should get all favours from there. And he got to the line nicely in that trial up at Chung Fa. Just battled last time out behind Chevalier Prince, beaten just over 5 lengths. So 3, 7, 5 and 2 here, Paul, for the 8. Yeah, with the 2, Eternal Bloom. So he's on top. I really liked that trial. I thought he had full of running when he went to the line there. And he has 1,400 metres, looks ideal. Barrier number 2 as well. He was a little bit sort of crowded around horses last time at that last start when he did run 8. Prior to that he'd been very consistent. So he's had the break, and I've got him on top the 2 to beat the 3 Leather Vanguard. Look, he's run well in both his starts, going for the claim with Jerry Chow aboard. Wide Blue Yonder, the current favourite, Zach's had a really good afternoon, and from barrier 4 he's run well in all his 3 starts. And Woodfire Bro, he goes in there as on the 4th line, a last start winner, and he's another one that was consistent last season. 2, 3, 5, 6.
Yeah, I've gone with the 12 here, Paul, playing the long shot cards in race number 8. The horse in question, Stunning Impact, Angus Chung, will be on board. This horse will now carry £115 for trainer Pierre Rung, and I just feel that these two might be able to team up and both salute for the first time here in Hong Kong. His form is pretty good on the whole. He doesn't win all that often, but the fact he's so lightly weighted, good barrier, that's sort of what I like about him. And in a race that I think is probably more open than a 2.8 favourite would suggest, I thought you could take a chance with Stunning Impact. Wide Blue Yonder goes in for second. Look, he's done nothing wrong. Zach's, I think, had the choice of 1 or 2 in this race, and he's chosen this one, so that's a bit of a tip in itself, really. Good to see David get a win in the previous. The 2, Eternal Bloom, goes in. I like that run 2 starts ago. Judge him on that behind Stunning Impact. I think he gets close, given that I fancy the 12. And the 3, Leather Vanguard, doing little wrong. He's by the same stallion as a certain Golden 60. Perhaps not in that league just yet, but I think he's a nice horse going forward, and expect him to run a nice race. So 12, 5, 2 and 3 for me here, Jenny. But it's a really competitive race, this, I think.
I think so too, and it was a bit like that as far as the parade was concerned too. I don't have a lot between these top 4, and I could have even included the 8 horse. I thought he paraded quite nicely too, but the 2 goes on top for me, Eternal Bloom. He's a 4-year-old. He has won 1. He's only had the 5 starts. He's had a 2nd as well, so there's ability there, and he does look well. I thought the 5, Wide Blue Yonder, the favourite, should be quite hard to beat. He comes off a good trial, nicely drawn. You've got Zach Purton on board. Definitely looks fit and well. He's also quite proven already with just the 3 starts and 1 win. The 11 goes in, Righteous Doctrine, very hit or miss type of horse, but once again paraded very nicely. Blinkers being reapplied to him, so hopefully that helps. He'll be back, he should be running on. And then the 6, I thought, Woodfire Bro. Like his attitude, this horse really sensible and did walk out nicely, looks strong enough and fit enough. So in order, 2, 5, 11 and 6.
Thank you, Jenny. Paul, we're just about at post time, so what's the play for race 8?
Yeah, around the 2, 3 and the 5. So Elegant Bloom, also Leather Vanguard, and the favourite Wide Blue Yonder. Now there's still money coming for Magic Supreme. He's halved in price. He's down to 30 and 6 now. He's been backed with every runner through Quinellas. The other one that keeps getting backed is the 14 Castle Legend. He's getting back through Quinellas as well. And he's only at 7.1, so son of Tavistock there. There's plenty of support around at the bottom one, Castle Legend, and also around the 4, Magic Supreme at a big price, the likely leader in the race. He's now at 30 as the 4, Magic Supreme. But Wide Blue Yonder, he's drifted a little bit. He did come right in with the all up, so he's now out to 2.7. Eternal Bloom's getting backed on a place line. He's into 2.4 a place. Still 8.1 for a win, though, as the money keeps coming for Magic Supreme. He's down to 28.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the first time we've seen one brown lamp today, and he's brown lamped on both the win and the place market as well. So more money being piled into to Magic Supreme. They are still milling around behind the barriers. Jenny, you gave a mention for King Tourbillon, the 8. He's joined a new stable now as well, but you were certainly happy with his parade, just didn't quite make it into that top 4.
Yeah, look, I was considering him. I thought he actually presented quite well. Obviously, those 11 runs he's yet to place, and he hasn't picked up any prize money, so he's got a bit to improve on, but he actually paraded quite nicely. He looks really healthy.
That is King Tourbillon. As they start loading away, there is a red light flashing on top of the barriers, and that means that the loading process is underway for race number 8, but more money for Magic Supreme at big prices. He's into 26. Wide Blue Yonder is the favourite at 2.8. Also favourite on the place line. Let's head up to Tom for the call of race number 8.
Thanks, Nick. As Leather Vanguard is coming up into the gates, he's at 10 and 3. King Torbian and Blissful Star rather, about to come forward into the machine. Over there at the 1400 after this, and 1400 as well to round out the day. Righteous Doctrine to come forward. Matthew Poon with the winner earlier today, that being Victor the Winner, the very impressive Victor the Winner for Danny Shum. Rainbow Light is coming up into the gates. Perfect to Great, Casa Legend and Eternal Blue. 2.8 wide Blue Yonder. David Hayes looking for a race-to-race double. Still money pouring in for Magic Supreme. He's brown lamped, win in place, and we're set and ready to go for 1400 metres. Race 8. Off immediately. That was a pretty good start, barring Perfect to Great, who got back to be a clear last. Magic Supreme reined up early to go to the front here over Maximise Heart, who's right there. Wide Blue Yonder, followed by Casa Legend. Deeper is Blissful Star. Woodfire Bro not far away. And then came Eternal Bloom about midfield and one off, or maybe a fraction better than midfield. Exuberant came next, but he's a little deep on the track. Righteous Doctrine's very wide. Leather Vanguard on the rail. The pace is not overly strong. And to the outside of Leather Vanguard is Stunning Impact. Rainbow Light third to last. King Torbian back there with his stablemate Perfect to Great last of all. So the leader down the side at the 750 is Magic Supreme, but he's got company from round the outside. Righteous Doctrine, who's never been on the track. He was beyond midfield and he's whipped around to join the leader. Running third is Maximise Heart, but he's not travelling well. Neither is Wide Blue Yonder, shaken up on the turn. Blissful Star next, Casa Legend. They've quickened the tempo here. Eternal Bloom is out wider, followed by Woodfire Bro and Leather Vanguard. Magic Supreme, Righteous Doctrine, Maximise Heart. Wide Blue Yonder's a length and a half away. Blissful Star, Casa Legend, Eternal Bloom, Stunning Impact. It's Maximise Heart in front for Victor Wong. Wide Blue Yonder starting to come. Stunning Impact and Eternal Bloom right over the top with Blissful Star from the rear. Eternal Bloom just holds on. From a fast finishing Stunning Impact second and Blissful Star third. Fire Bro, and then came Maximise Heart. King Torbian ran on. Leather Vanguard Perfect to Great, and then came Righteous Doctrine, Exuberant, Casa Legend. Rainbow Light, Woodfire Bro and Magic Supreme towards the tail end of the field. Eternal Bloom at 7.8 and 2.4. For Vincent Ho just holds on from Stunning Impact. Third over Blissful Star. And the fourth of them to run through will be confirmed shortly by the judge. Eternal Bloom, Vincent Ho, Ricky Yu. Son of Turn Me Loose. Gee, they're going so well at the moment. Winning left, right and centre. And he's gone off in the market at 7.8 and 2.4. Standing by for official confirmation on numbers. It should be his second win at start 6. Vincent Ho, Ricky Yu on the board. And the 4-year-old should be Semaphore the winner. Standing by, but we're waiting for the numbers on race 8. That was a pretty good start, barring Perfect to Great, who got back to be a clear last. Magic Supreme reined up early to go to the front here over Maximise Heart, who's right there. Wide Blue Yonder, followed by Casa Legend. Deeper is Blissful Star. Woodfire Bro not far away. And then one off, or maybe a fraction better than midfield. Exuberant came next, but he's a little deep on the track. Righteous Doctrine's very wide. Leather Vanguard on the rail. The pace is not overly strong. And to the outside of Leather Vanguard is Stunning Impact. Rainbow Light third to last. King Torbian back there with his stablemate Perfect to Great last of all. So the leader down the side at the 750 is Magic Supreme, but he's got company from round the outside. Righteous Doctrine, who's never been on the track. He was beyond midfield and he's whipped around to join the leader. Running third is Maximise Heart, but he's not travelling well. Neither is Wide Blue Yonder, shaken up on the turn. Blissful Star next, Casa Legend. They've quickened the tempo here. Eternal Bloom is out wider, followed by Woodfire Bro and Leather Vanguard. Magic Supreme, Righteous Doctrine, Maximise Heart. Wide Blue Yonder's a length and a half away. Blissful Star, Casa Legend, Eternal Bloom, Stunning Impact. It's Maximise Heart in front for Victor Wong. Wide Blue Yonder starting to come. Stunning Impact and Eternal Bloom right over the top with Blissful Star from the rear. Eternal Bloom, and Eternal Bloom just holds on.
Well, we've been treated to another thriller as far as finishes are concerned. Well done to Ricky. That's his 900th winner here in Hong Kong. Many congratulations to Ricky Yuan. Vincent Ho's the man that steered it home. So great scenes there, Paul. And well, getting to 900 winners is certainly no mean feat. That's quite an achievement.
Yeah, and congratulations to Ricky as well. And Eternal Bloom, look, Vincent Ho gave it a really good ride. He had the horse in the perfect spot. Eternal Bloom, he went out wide, and the horse finished off really strongly. It was a nice win from him. Obviously the 12 came late, which was a stunning impact. I thought Righteous Doctrine was going to pinch it at one stage, didn't he?
Well, he had a tough trip, didn't he, from gate 12, and he just could not get in. He was 4 wide, no cover throughout, and had to go forward, and when he did, he was there for a while, but he couldn't sustain that. Quite strong on the line too, Eternal Bloom.
He certainly was very strong to the line. That run a couple of starts ago over the course and distance would have certainly suggested he could take a race like this, which he has done. What of those that have chased here, Paul? Obviously Stunning Impact has run a nice race. Alfie Chung, he's had a couple run really well for him today.
He has, and look, he almost got up, didn't he? Castle Legend, it wasn't too far away. There was all that support for him. A lot of money late for King Torben. He actually started, he went brown. He started at 12, and Magic Supreme ended up at 29. But it was 78.50 for the winner, 24.50 for the placing, 30 about Stunning Impact, and 61 for Blissful Star ran third. The Quidella 2 and 12, 340. Forecast 2 to beat 12, 751. The Trio 2, 9, 12, 1,893. In the test, 2, 12 and 9. Perfect to Great. I thought he was running on a little bit at the end at a big price. Once he gets up and trip, he might be one to keep an eye on.
I thought one that really did catch the eye, he's ended up in 4th position, was Woodfire Bro. Nice effort from him.
Yeah, he's a nice type as well, isn't he, going forward? Derek Lim was on board him. We'll take a look at the patrol very shortly. Of course, there is Vincent weighing in. And obviously, Paul, for as much as everybody might have been relaxing in the off-season, Vincent, not so. He took himself off to Japan and continued to ply his trade there with success as well.
He did, yeah. So was following him on social media there and had a few wins in Japan, so I'm sure he enjoyed his experience over there, as these jockeys do when they go across.
Great to see him getting support over there as well, and as you say, great experience and with success too.
It certainly was. I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed it. Let's take them from the start. Middle of the line there, Exuberant was away cleanly. Magic Supreme went forward in the pink jacket on Settling. They're being followed then by Maximise Heart in behind. White Blue Yonder is prominent in the orange jacket. Blissful Star the outside. You can see Righteous Doctrine towards the rear. Wait for that move shortly. He'll get on his bike and whip right around the field at the lead. But Castle Legend down the inside in the light blue colours, being followed by Leather Vanguard. Stunning Impact, the eventual runner-up, worse than midfield. Eternal Bloom is a little bit better than him at this stage. Reading further back to Exuberant. Also at the back we've got Rainbow Light and King Tourbillon, another one inclined to throw the head around a little bit. And Perfect to Great, Paul, is absolute last at this stage. Is now Righteous Doctrine is on the move.
Yeah, he runs on, the horse in the orange. Keep an eye on him. But Righteous Doctrine really putting it to Magic Supreme in front. Maximise Heart, he's been pushed out. Blissful Life had a hard run, but he stayed on nicely. Favourite White Blue Yonder, he's on the inside there as well. Castle Legend, he's coming out in the blue colours, and the eventual winner in the purple sleeves, he's the widest at this stage on those front runners.
Yeah, he was always well placed under Vincent there to mount his challenge. He's got clear sailing down the outside. The eventual runner-up, now red and pink spots, he's running on in between runners. That's Stunning Impact, Blissful Star, Maximise Heart, White Blue Yonder, all chasing, but it's Eternal Bloom in front here, and Eternal Bloom gets up to score a big win for trainer Ricky Yu and Vincent Ho.
Maiden 2, 12, 9 and 6 here in race number 8. The Quidella places 2 and 12, 112, 2 and 9, 240, and 9 and 12, 254. The composite win was an A2 this time, 23.50. The forecast 2 to beat 12, 751. $12, 3,150. The quartet in the correct order is 74,335, 2, 12, 9 and 6. The double, 5 into 2, 198.50. 5 into 12, 50. The sectional times, 13.5, where standards 13.55, 23.75, so pretty slow that second sectional. 22.78, where standards 23.35, Homan 23.34, which is inside the standard of 23.4. Now the race time will be 2.05, so another one outside standard.
We're up to race 9, which is the Taimo Shan handicap, and it's class 2 over 1400 metres, the main race on the undercard. California Deep Shot, Good Luck Friend, Sylvester, Jumbo Fortune, Master Montaro, who've all been up to Chongqing and back recently. And it's the first leg of the final double trio here. Paul, California Deep Shot likes to go forward. What about Wood Method? He has led in the past, but took no part last start when he played up in the gates.
Yeah, so there's a little query over him, isn't there? Whether he, if he does jump well and goes forward, he could put it to California Deep Shot. He's drawn wide. California Deep Shot's drawn inside him, but he's another one that can go forward. Packing Victory. Now, he won this meeting last time, but has had a few problems, this horse. Trialled quite well recently, but he does like to go forward in his races. Good Luck Friend. Sylvester should get a nice run. Spirited Express, Shining Gem. The Golden Scenery, back to Jumbo Fortune. Master Delight, Master Montaro, the big boy, will probably go back.
Okay, California Deep Shot won this race last year, the Class 2 on the program. But we can hear from the jockey of the Sylvester, that is Zach Purton. Let's talk about Sylvester, who goes around in race number 9. Horse who was fairly consistent last season, only missed a top 4 berth on one occasion. Were you happy with what he delivered last campaign?
He did a really good job. As you touched on, he's very consistent. And the only time he missed prize money was when he had the irregular heart, so you can't hold that against him. He raced well all the way to the end of last season. He seems to be in good shape again this season. He trialled well. I worked him this morning, and he seems like he's a more relaxed horse this season. He always tries his best. Class 2, he's got 122 pounds on his back. We know there's nowhere to hide when you get up in these high grades, but do you think he can put his best foot forward? I think when the circumstances suit him, they can. He has been more effective in fast run races than slowly run races. He relaxes a lot better, and he still gives the same type of performance at the end. So I'd be looking for a nice tempo if we could get that. A couple of other horses you've teamed up in the past in the race as well, Packing Victory and also Master Montaro, who's a bit hit and miss, and Packing Victory's obviously had his issues. Did you have the pick of them at all? Was it 100% commitment to Sylvester? I took the ride on Sylvester, so I stuck with that one, and they're all good chances. It's hard to line up the form early in the season because each trainer has their own training style, and you're sort of relying on how they've prepared the horses, and whether the horse is in his best form or not. The trainer's committed to running on that day, so he generally does anyway, and I just got to hope that I'm on the best one.
Zach Purton there regarding Sylvester for the champion trainer Frankie Law. Paul, some all-ups here through the Quinella Place.
Yeah, through the Golden Scenery and Jumbo Fortune, the 2 and 7 through that Quinella and Quinella Place. So there's been plenty of support through that. I'll tell you what that is from California Deep Shot, 9.3, out ever so slightly to 10. The Golden Scenery, 4.7 into 4.2. Good Luck Friend, 27. Out to 38. Packing Victory, 9.4, he's come in. The favourite Sylvester, 4.2 into 4. Shining Gem, 15 out to 19. Jumbo Fortunes, 12 out to 13. Master Montaro, 14 out to 16. Spirit Express, 5. He's been steady there. Master Delight, 22 into 19. Winner Method, 17 out to 19. So we can tell you the 2 and the 7, that Quinella is now paying 14, and the Quinella Place 2 and 7, it's 5.9. So it's been affected by the all-ups.
A few key races here to have a look at as well for this 9th race. We'll start with the Golden Scenery. Master Delight, Good Luck Friend. The Golden Scenery was certainly good in his last campaign here. Master Delight sort of went a bit cold at the end of his.
He did, didn't he? Look, I think he's still on the up to Golden Scenery. I think he's a really nice horse. Barrier number 4 for him. I think he's going to get every opportunity from there. He came through the middle. Luke Ferraris has only had the 2 rides on him, and he only had 3 rides, I should say, on him, and he's won and been placed on the other 2. So expect another good run from this horse. And I like him this season. I think he's a horse that can go through up into Class 1 easy enough.
To beat a handy field there. Here he is with his trial winner method. Jumped away nicely in this barrier trial. You can see him there. Free time would be, however, he hasn't won course and distance yet.
That's the query, is it? What's his right distance? With a method, he can do things wrong at the start, as we know. He took no part last time, but if he jumps and runs nicely, then he comes in with a decent weight, 118 off a rating of 81. So he could well run pretty well, but I'm more favouring the reliable
towards the end as well. Now we've got California Deep Shot, who did win this race last year, comes out of the Premier Cup, was beaten a fair way there, was pushed in this trial. And Master Montaro, well, I'm just not really sure where he fits in at the moment, to be honest.
No, and look, he's drawn wide. I think he'll go back and sort of run on. California Deep Shot with him, he gets a 10-pound class. He wouldn't want to lump 135. He's drawn wide. He just might have to work a little bit to get across from barrier number 11.
Now, Packing Victory, he won the stay last year. It was Class 4 over 1,200 metres, but he's had issues, but he was sort of one of the gun 4-year-olds heading into the campaign there.
Yeah, he's run last at his last 2 starts. His Packing Victory, this trial's better, and he's had surgery in the off-season as well, so to correct that roaring condition as well. So that's if that's worked, which it normally does or can do, then we know he's a good horse on his day.
He's interesting. Now this horse does interest me. Ricky Yu, Derek Lund combining here with Spirited Express. Much better second up. Comes to 1,400 metres where he won it in New Zealand.
He did. He was called Need I Say More when he raced down there. And look, it was a nice enough trial, I thought, from him. He did come to hand pretty quickly up here, and he's got a really good barrier draw as well. So look, I think he's going to get his opportunity. He's drawn ace, barrier number 1. Only had the 2 starts, and there was a lot of improvement from start 1 to start 2.
Yep, certainly there's plenty of proven performers in this race, Nick, but there's a few of the unknown as well, with the likes of what Packing Victory might do resuming here after that throat surgery.
Not sure if Nick is with us at the moment, so...
I think can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Okay,
yes.
Brilliant. So 1 or 2 glitches in the system. Yeah, just going back to your question there, Tom, with Packing Victory. I mean, I'm thoroughly intrigued to see how he runs here today. I mean, let's not forget, you go back to that win that you took, well, the win on New Year's Day, the 1st of January. He beat Beauty Joy. Like, it's very good form. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing what he does now that he has had that surgery. But we'll start the parade here, Jenny, with horse number 8, Master Montaro. He's got the cheek pieces coming off. Karis Teeton and David Hayes teaming up with this fella. Did manage to register a win last season from the 14 start.
Yeah, look, he did. I think we were all expecting a little bit more from him, but not to be. But he's been once again really well presented. He's a lovely, big, strong, scopy type. He walks out really freely. He does look like he's done enough work, and I can't really fault him. So I'm going to give him a chance on looks.
He's a big horse, is Master Montaro. He's currently at 12 and 4.5, so a double figure price there for the 8 Master Montaro. And he is a horse that has run reasonably well, fresh in the past, and has won fresh up. Number 1, California Deep Shot. Did win this race last year. He's got the 10-pound claim, which I think is really going to help this horse, barrier 11.
Yeah, trial was okay, I thought. He ran second behind a horse called Lightning Warrior, who looks to have plenty of ability. He's always been a good enough type, very well, neatly put together. He does carry a little bit of weight around the tummy area there. He's only put on 7 pounds, but I don't think enough to really worry him. Fluent in his action, won this last year, so I think he's there with some chance. He gets a claim for Angus Chung here. He looks well. He often does.
Yeah, Tony Cruz has got the 2 joint highest rated runners in this race. California Deep Shot is now dropped to 98, along with the Golden Scenery, of course, who has got to 98, courtesy of that win when we last saw him. And that is where we will head next, the Golden Scenery. Luke Ferraris on board for Tony Cruz. Paul touched upon the record of the rider, Jenny. Seemingly gets on really well with Luke, this horse, and that win when beating Beauty Fit was a good, tough win.
Yeah, he's a horse that needs some speed on. If he gets that, he's going to be motoring home. He's got plenty of ability. I've got plenty of time for this horse. Unfortunately, he's got to carry 135 pounds. Weighs in at 1,063. So he's not a big gross horse by any means, but he's very athletic. He's really sensible, and he's nice and healthy, and he does walk out well. So he looks good by his standards.
Yeah, I quite like him in this. I think he will get that speed with California Deep Shot, and if there is pressure, it might come from Winner Method. That's the 2 Golden Scenery. 3 Good Luck Friend. Another one that does like to go forward. He's a big price. He's a 36 to 1 chance. Wagner Borges from Barrier 6.
Able to win one last season, this guy, but he's not the smoothest of walkers, Good Luck Friend. He's a 6-year-old. In front, he needs a bit of a loosen up. He's not great there, and even behind, that off-hind puts down rather quickly. Body-wise, he's good, he's strong, and he's quite a sensible type, but he's going to need a bit of loosening up for me, so he won't make it into the top 4.
Yeah, he's a decent price today as well, Good Luck Friend. He's well over 35, well, I say well over $35. He's 36 to 1, but he's 8.2 on a place line, Good Luck Friend. Did win 3 starts ago, but this certainly is a little bit tougher for him. Here is the 4, Packing Victory. He's been very, very highly touted, Jenny, throughout his career. Obviously, it's surfaced and come to light that he does have 1 or 2 issues. If he can put those behind him, what can we expect today, and how does he parade?
Well, he's a really nice horse. He's very smooth in his walking action, and the issues that you were talking about, of course, he's been declared Aurora and he's had surgery for it. So it's internally what's going on there and how that surgery has worked. But to look at, he looks fit, healthy and well. He's not overly tall, but he's beautifully put together and he's really fit and healthy.
Sudden Reliable Man is the 4, Packing Victory, and we know he's a very class horse, a good horse on his day. He's got barrier number 2 as well as the 4, Packing Victory. Number 5 is the current favourite, Sylvester, another horse who was very consistent last season, Zach Purton from barrier 7.
Yeah, he's not lacking for fitness, that's for sure. Weighing in 1,140 pounds, but looks like he's done plenty of work. Sweating up just in little patches here and there, but well behaved, smooth in his walking action, could not be any fitter. So he should acquit himself well.
He's one of a number of horses in the race who come into the race in good form on the back of their final outings last season. He does look well, and he's currently 4.3 and 1.8. If you like him here, Sylvester. Zach Purton will be on board. This will be his 8th run. Frankie Law's final runner of the day will be Sylvester here. And what is an open-looking race at this stage? 10 minutes out. The market has him on top, but he's certainly a bit of value, you'd have to say, at those sort of prices. Number 6 here is Shining Gem. Vincent Ho riding for trader Ricky Yu. Drawn in gate number 3 here, Jenny. Now, this is a stronger Class 2 than the one that he ran in behind Circuit Stellar at the end of last season.
He's a very consistent horse, though, isn't he? And, you know, he's a winner of 5 races. He's won over this course and distance. He's won over the 1,200 at Happy Valley and the 1,200 here and the 1,400. So consistent, a little bit versatile, nice and relaxed, very strong all over. He does tend to carry a little bit of weight around the tummy area there. He's actually lost 10 pounds on the scales, but that's just him. So I'm not concerned about that. I think the horse looks well. Wouldn't shock.
The 7, next one, Jumbo Fortune. Now, he did go favourite on debut here in Hong Kong. He's had the 6 starts now. He's changed stables. Well, he changed midway through the season. He went to Casper Founds. This will be his 4th run for Casper Founds. And barrier number 8, Alexi Bedell rides.
Nice horse. He's a lovely athletic-looking type. He does appear to be quite eager and keen. He's got a little bit of height and scope, and he does look like he's done enough work. He looks really quite fit. So he's a horse that I could give a chance to at odds.
That's a good report there for the 7. Jumbo Fortune from Jenny there. Casper Founds and Alexi Bedell teaming up, and he certainly is a nice horse. He's a lovely, big, substantial type of horse as well, and he's certainly got ability, that's for sure. Number 9 is Spirited Express. We saw this fellow through the key races prior to the parade for this one, Jenny. He's going up in trip, this horse, but he did win over this distance in New Zealand, and he's drawn well, has trialled nicely too.
Yeah, I thought he looked pretty good last time he stepped out as well, and he was big odds, and he actually acquitted himself really well. He's got a very good attitude, and he's got a lot of strength, particularly in the shoulder there. Walks out freely. He's quite a solid-bodied horse all over. Now, I just don't know that he's 100% fully tuned. That's the thing with him, and I really don't think he is. So there'll be more to come, whatever happens here. So I'll say more a place chance.
Yeah, he did win a Group 2 in New Zealand at Tarapa as well, along with a Group 3 as well in a listed race. So there was ability there for, need I say more, now called Spirited Express here in Hong Kong. He's at 5.7. Master Delight is the next one we're going to have a look at here. Sylvester de Souza here from barrier number 5. John Size, the trainer.
He's bandaged on all 4 legs as per usual. He's the plainest horse that I've spoken about so far in this field. He is not overly strong-bodied, but the scales say he weighs in at 1,103 pounds, so that's a decent enough type of weight. He does look fit because he doesn't tend to carry much excess condition, and fluency looks okay. So plainest horse, but very fit and fluent.
Yeah, he's a nice horse too, has plenty of talent. Did run in the 4-year-old mile, of course, funded by Joe Moreira on that occasion. 11 is Winner Method. Lyle Hewitson partners this one for Danny Shum. And well, when we were due to see him on the 10th of July, Jenny, that didn't quite go to plan for him. But he's back here today off a mark of 81. No,
he misbehaved in the gates and got his leg over the stall. So he wasn't since then he has had a recent trial and he wasn't overly tested in that. Thing is, he's won over the 1,000 metres 3 times, 1,400 he's yet to win over. So the distance is obviously a query, but he himself is a lovely horse. He's a big, strong type. He walks out nicely. He looks really healthy, good strength in the shoulder. Whether or not he needs an outing, I'm guessing he might. That's the only thing. So place hope for him.
That's the bottom one, Winner Method. Currently a 9-to-1 chances at Winner Method. And that's the field. We've seen all 11 here for race number 9. I'll quickly go through the market as Jenny puts the top 4 together. And California Deep Shot, he's at 10. The Golden Scenery, he's at 4.8. Good Luck Friend at 36. Packing Victories at 9.5. The favourite Sylvester at 4.3. Shining Gem at 13, Jumbo Fortune at 13, Master Montaro's at 12, Spirit Express, he's in the market at 5.7, Master Delight, he's at 21, and Winner Method, the bottom one, he's a 10 chance.
Thank you, Paul. That's how the market looks for our penultimate race of the afternoon. There's California Deep Shot making his way out to the track. I wonder if he makes it into Jenny Chapman's top 4. Did he make it in there, Jenny?
Well, you know what, there's 6 horses that you could choose from as far as looks go here, and he is one of them, but I'm going to just leave him out here today. And the other one that I'm leaving out is Master Montaro, but I've got to say both of them look well. I gave them good raps, but the ones I thought looked the best, number 7, Jumbo Fortune from the Casper Founds Yard. He was trained by Tony Cruz, so he's in a new stable here. Alexi Bedell rides him. I thought his trial was okay. He sort of picked up quite late in that trial, and the 1,400 might just suit him. So he looked good. He goes on top of number 4, Packing Victory. The horse had the throat surgery. Hopefully all that's worked. The horse is very fit, healthy looking, nice type, sensible. The 5, Sylvester, I thought Zach rides him for Frankie Law and is coming off a nice trial. And then the 2, I thought the Golden Scenery looked really quite fit. One from the Tony Cruz Yard. Got plenty of time for him. He's very genuine, good horse, so he makes it in. But as I said, the 8 and the 1, they both look good too. But 7, 4, 5 and 2.
Thank you, Jenny. 7, 4, 5 and 2 with mentions for both 1 and 8. California Deep Shot and Master Montaro as well. And that horse on screen heading down, he made it in. The Golden Scenery, very nice horse and certainly has plenty of ability. But it was 7 on top, Jumbo Fortune, Tom, for Jenny from the parade as they head down to post. And well, as far as supporting races outside of the feature goes, this is a very good one.
It certainly is. A number of chances in this race. Nick went with Spirited Express here. Much improved effort last time out, beaten 3 quarters behind Beauty Charge. Did miss the start a little bit. When Clear, I thought, ran on really well, and I think that the step up to 1400 metres should really assist him this afternoon. He was on speed in his recent trial. I thought he stayed on nice enough there. Spirited Express, Ricky Yu looking for a race-to-race double after bringing up 900 Hong Kong career victories in the previous with Eternal Bloom. The Golden Scenery, I think, certainly has to be hard to beat. Settled near the rear, loomed up at the 250. It was a real strong effort from him. Luke Ferraris has got a very good association with the Tony Cruz galloper. Nothing wrong with his trial. Shining Gem, now he was caught wide beyond midfield last start, and his run I thought was pretty good, all things considering, with the ground he covered there. He has won course and distance in the past, hasn't done too much first up 6 goes for just 1 second placing, no trial leading into this. And Saw Vest, hard to knock him. Saw Vest, Zach Purton again from that Class 3 victory, but did win that trial well up at Chung Fa, and his only failure, of course, what last season was when he had that irregular heart rhythm there for Saw Vest. So 9, 2, 6 and 5 here, Paul, for the night.
Yeah, similar with me, but I'm with the 2 on top, the Golden Scenery. Look, he won at the back end of last season. He's drawn nicely in forward. He's just got to carry the weight. That's just the key for him. But I think he can get out of this class. So he's on top, the 2 to beat the 9, which is Spirited Express. Really improved from start 1 to start 2. He's trialled well, and he's got a barrier number 1 as well. The 5, Sylvester, is very consistent, and he goes in there for 3rd. And then the 4 and for 4th, which is Packing Victory. I didn't know quite what to do with Packing Victory, because we know he's got the class easy to win this, but he has had issues. He's had the surgery, and I thought the trial was okay, so I didn't want to completely leave him out. 2, 9, 5 and 4.
Yeah, I've gone with the 1 here on top, Paul. California Deep Shot. I think he's a definite chance, and I think, look, aided by the claim of Angus Chung there, I think the £10 is going to be a massive help for him, obviously not having to carry 135. So I think he's a decent chance here, as we see the 10 getting a nice warm-up. Master Delight there on screen. Packing Victory in for 2nd for me. I'm thoroughly intrigued by this horse. I've always been a fan, and obviously it's a desperate shame that he wasn't able to go on with it after winning on the 1st of January when beating Beauty Joy. Things obviously haven't gone his way, but hopefully they can rekindle that spark which we saw him to such great effect when he was able to win and run those good races. The Golden Scenery, the 2, goes in for 3rd for me. Lovely horse. It's going to get tougher though, because he's creeping up the weights, but he's the type of horse who might just step into Class 1 company and take that step in his stride. So we'll put him in for 3rd. And a friend, the 9 in here, Spirited Express, in for 4th place. Agree with the guys and with the comments that have been mentioned. Of course, here he goes up in trip. He's got decent New Zealand form, and he created a nice impression on his 2nd start when running 3rd. That was behind Beauty Charge. So I'll go 1, 4, 2 and 9. But any number of chances here, Jenny, as far as the race is concerned and the parade. You said you could have maybe thrown half a dozen in, but it was that horse on screen.
Yes, I thought he paraded really nicely, actually, Jumbo Fortune. Hopefully he behaves himself behind the gates there, but he looks in good nick. He's really healthy, he looks fit and well. His trial was quite okay. I think he's an interesting horse stepping up to the 1400 as well. It might just suit him. So I've got him on top. He looks really healthy and well. The 4 goes in, Packing Victory. Externally looks a treat, nice and relaxed. He's walking out well, he looks fit enough, so hopefully internally everything is all right. The 5, Saw Vest, he's as fit as he can be, so he should run well. And the 2, Golden Scenery, well, he never carries much excess condition anyway, and he's a pretty genuine type of racehorse. We already won 3, numerous placings. Gate 4 for him, probably get back a little bit, but should be strong at the end. There he is on screen. So in order for me, 7, 4, 5 and 2. As I said, nothing wrong with Master Montaro or California Deep Shot if you like them.
With Jenny's numbers, Paul, we need a play for race number 9, please. We're just about at post time. What's it to be?
Yeah, around the 2, 5 and 9. So the Golden Scenery with Sylvester, and also the 9, which is Spirited Express. He goes in there as well. So 2, 5 and 9. Still an open market though. If we quickly go through it, we've got a little bit of time there. We've got California Deep Shot 9.5, 4.7 the Golden Scenery, 37 Good Luck Friend, 8.6 Packing Victory, 4.4 Sylvester, 14 Shining Gem, 12 Jumbo Fortune, there is money coming for him now, 13 Master Montaro, 6.2 Spirited Express, 22 Master Delight, 10 Winner Method, and there's Quinella's going through the 10 and 11 in particular, which is Master Delight at a price, he's at 22, and Winner Method, who's now coming to 10.
Thank you, Paul. That's how the market is looking at this stage. Still yet to start loading them up. Jenny, we just saw California Deep Shot on screen. Just to remind us how he paraded.
Yeah, look, I've always wrapped him. He's a nice type. He's beautifully put together. He's another deep field that we have here. Winner of 3 races, been up, into Group 1s and Group 3s. So back into Class 2 here, it's much more his style. And he did win this last year. I couldn't find too many faults with him. I considered him for the top 4, so he's looking well, if you like him.
And Paul, just on that horse there, Spirited Express, obviously you'd be more au fait with the New Zealand form, perhaps. Obviously he has got some very strong form, hasn't he?
He did run in sort of group races in New Zealand. He's won 7, actually. He won 7 races before he got here. He did win 2 Group 2s, 2 Group 3s, and also a listed race amongst them as well. So, look, he was a pretty good horse before he came over. And Jamie Richards, funny enough, did train him in New Zealand. I wonder if he's keeping an eye on him up here.
Yeah, winner of the Wellington Guineas. So he's a horse that's got plenty of talent.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jamie will be keeping half an eye on Spirited Express. One man that's keeping more than half an eye on them is Tom Wood. He's calling the action for us today. We've got 2 more still to come. This is a crackerjack, Tom, as we come to you for the call.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. It is Class 2 over 1,400 metres, and Sauvest is the favourite. Zach Purton looking for 4 this afternoon. And Sauvest at 4.4. Now, there is Packing Victory on screen. He's coming up. Does have similar colours to Master Montaro, but Master Montaro does have the pink stars on the sleeve. Now, Shining Gem is coming forward. Ricky Yu with the winner in the previous. He's got a couple going around here, does Ricky. In fact, 3, and he brought up 900 Hong Kong with Eternal Bloom. Master Delight and California Deep Shot have gone forward. Angus Chung riding California Deep Shot. Master Montaro coming forward. Good Luck Friend about to come up. Wagner Borges rides to him today. The Golden Scenery, Sauvest and Winner Method. Packing Victory into 7.5 and 2.2 a place. Place money for Winner Method as well. And he'll be the last one to come up here for race 9. It's Class 2, 1,400. All set and ready. Off and racing now for the 1,400 metres, and that was a great start. There is speed from California Deep Shot out wider with Winner Method. Sauvest charging forward onto the pace as well. Good Luck Friend. And not far away is Packing Victory. On the rail next, Spirited Express, followed a length and a half away by Shining Gem. Master Delight, the Golden Scenery, Master Montaro and Jumbo Fortune. They are the 2 at the tail. He jumped away cleanly today, did Winner Method, and he's found the front here for Lyle Hewitson, margin a length and a half. On the favourite, Sauvest running 2nd, and 3rd is Good Luck Friend. Packing Victory is racing 1 back, 1 out, 4th at the 800 metres. Spirited Express is midfield, 3 back on the fence, followed by Shining Gem, a length and a half, the Golden Scenery. California Deep Shot's covered ground. He's 3 out at the 600 metres, followed by Master Delight, Jumbo Fortune, and Master Montaro back last of all. Winner Method coming around the home turn at the 450. Sauvest is up on his outside and within striking distance. Then came Good Luck Friend, Packing Victory, Spirited Express, Shining Gem, and back behind them is the Golden Scenery starting to let loose out wider with Master Montaro. Sauvest, Good Luck Friend over the top is coming. Spirited Express, the Golden Scenery right down the outside. Good Luck Friend for Wagner Borges at any old price is going to score. Sauvest 2nd, Photo 3rd, Jumbo Fortune, Packing Victory. Spirited Express, the Golden Scenery. Winner Method, Master Delight, Shining Gem, California Deep Shot, and towards the tail was Master Montaro. Good Luck Friend at nearly 40 to 1. Thanks very much. Sauvest 2nd, 3rd. Not much between Jumbo Fortune and Packing Victory. It might be Packing Victory just in front of Jumbo Fortune. The son of Swiss Ace out of a postponed mare picks up his 6th win at start 21, is 2nd in the grade, is 2nd at course and distance, and a race-to-race double for Ricky Yu. Wagner Borges on the score sheet for the season as well. Trialled quietly up at Chung Fa, was a winner 3 back course and distance in the grade over the Golden Scenery at 10 to 1. Well, he's paid a heck of a lot more than that, 39 and 9.6 a place. Too good. Good Luck Friend, a 6-year-old, scores and scores well over Sauvest, who did close off favourite, and we're waiting on confirmation of 3rd and 4th. Jumbo Fortune there with Packing Victory. But Good Luck Friend, too strong at the wire. 100 metres, and that was a great start. Got out wide with Winner Method. Sorvest charging forward onto the pace as well. Good Luck Friend, and not far away is Packing Victory. On the rail next, Spirited Express, followed a length and a half away by Shining Gem. Master Delight, the Golden Scenery, Master Montaro and Jumbo Fortune, they are the two at the tail. He jumped away cleanly today, did Winner Method, and he's found the front here for Lyle Hewitson, margin a length and a half. On the favourite, Sorvest running second, and third is Good Luck Friend. Packing Victory is racing one back, one out, fourth at the 800 metres. Spirited Express is midfield, three back on the fence, followed by Shining Gem, a length and a half, the Golden Scenery. California Deep Shot's covered ground. He's three out at the 600 metres, followed by Master Delight, Jumbo Fortune and Master Montaro back last of all. Winner Method coming around the home turn at the 450. Sorvest is up on his outside and within striking distance. Victory. Spirited Express, Shining Gem, and back behind them is the Golden Scenery, starting to let loose out wider with Master Montaro. Sorvest, Good Luck Friend over the top is coming. Spirited Express, the Golden Scenery right down the outside. Good Luck Friend for Wagner Borges at any old price is going to score. Sorvest second, Photo third.
Well, what a bit of a turn up there with Good Luck Friend winning, Wagner Borges and Ricky Yu combining, and well, he's done that pretty well here. And when you go back through his form, Paul, he actually won an 80 to 105 rated race, beating the Golden Scenery. So arguably the form was in the book, but he was a massive price today.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Good Luck Friend. He sort of hadn't really produced too much fresh up in the past, but look, he did it here really nicely, and I didn't know where to look halfway down the straight. There was plenty of chances. They were spread right across the track, but Good Luck Friend, he got the best of it coming through, and a nice ride. Well done to Ricky Yu. That's a quick double for him, Jenny.
Yeah, he's got off to a great start, hasn't he? And well done to Wagner Borges. He gave that horse a great ride from gate number 6. Managed to get the run of the race there and just eased out at the right time, and was too strong, too good, as it turned out. So that brings up his 6th win, Good Luck Friend. They've had a bit of fun with him.
They certainly have, yeah. 6 wins from 21. Let's look at the photo for third. Good run from Packing Victory there, Paul. We'll obviously dissect it a little bit more in due course, but he looks to be somewhere back to his near best.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Jumbo Fortune ran well, and Golden Scenery was arriving late down the outside too, so he should come on from that as well. But 393 and 90, 24 for third, Packing Victory. The Quidella 3 and 5, 800 and with 50 cents. They forecast 3 to beat 5, 2,489. The trio 3, 4, 5, 2,285. If you got the tears 3, 5, 4, that returned you 17,345. So look, it was really spread across, as I said, at the sort of the 150, Jenny. There's plenty of chances there. A few of the horses ran pretty well.
Yeah, California Deep Shot, I think he's had a few excuses from gate 11. He was wide. He looked a bit awkward there at one stage as well, so we'll watch the replay and see if there's anything that we can see with him, but definitely covered some ground.
He certainly did. Master Delight for a moment as well, got a little bit short of room. We'll have a look at that on the head-on as well. He had to switch for he's run towards the back of the field. Jumbo Fortune's made up a whole stack of ground. I think the first 4,700 set as well, very shortly indeed. But a cracking race. And I think, Paul, you hit the nail on the head as far as sort of where to look for chances, because there were just so many of them.
There was, wasn't there? Look, you weren't sure who was going to win at the 200-metre mark, because it was sort of right across the track. Those horses were making pretty good ground coming out wide, but it was more, action was sort of more to the middle of the inside there, and a horse that had been right on the pace, which was Good Luck Friend, as we can have a look at the patrol, he prevailed.
He certainly did. Let's take back towards the rear. California Deep Shot from out wide, having to do a little bit of work early. Master Montaro going back. You can see going forward now is Good Luck Friend in the white cap, Sylvester Company. Winner Method is there outside. Back to Spirited Express with a red cap on the inside of Packing Victory, and behind that one we've got Shining Gem, California Deep Shot, the Golden Scenery. Jumbo Fortune's out the back in the cerise and green colours. Master Delight and Master Montaro, Jenny, at this stage is the back marker as they hurtle into the bend.
Yes, So Jumbo Fortune in those pink and green colours, just keep an eye on him. He actually makes up some good ground towards the end, but just misses out on third spot there. California Deep Shot, he's been wide the whole way through, so we can give him a forgive run here. Winner Method showed that pace and went to the front, but not able to sustain that run. The winner just seems to be travelling along really quite nicely at the moment. He's asked for a bit of an urge here from Wagner, and as he does, the horse really responds nicely.
Yeah, a bit of a knock-on effect there with Spirit Express and Shining Gem sort of into the path of the golden scenery. You can see Master Delight out the back, but Good Luck Friend just too strong in the end, just inclined to run around a little. Wagner straightens him up and he runs nicely and strongly to the line. Packing Victory running home, so too Jumbo Fortune as well, and Sylvester involved. But take nothing away from the winner, he was very good. Good Luck Friend.
Yeah, weighed in 3, 5, 4 and 7 here in the penultimate race, race number 9. 3 and 5, 263, 3 and 4, 423.50, and 4 and 5 returns you 85. Composite win was an A3 this time, as you'd expect with a big price, and that returns you 21.50. The forecast 3 to beat 5, 2,489. The first 4, 3, 4, 5 and 7 returns 4,736. And the quartet in the correct order looks something like this. 3, 5, 4 and 7 and returns a healthy 154,476. The double 2 into 3 is a decent one, 2,764. 2 into 5 returns you 65. Sectional times 13.52, where standard is 13.55, 22 flat, where standard is 21.8, 23.44, standard is 22.95, and 22.94, standard is 23.1. The race time was 1:21.9, another one just outside of standard. Standard is 1:21.4.
We're counting down to the final race here at Sharton today. It's the Sunset Peak Handicap as the sun begins to set. The floodlights are taking effect, and it's Class 3, 1,400 metres. Good to slow the prediction here, Paul, and Circuit Stella could certainly roll forward. And as I've posed to you on Racing to Win, Captain Win with that lead up in a trial, and he has led up overseas before. They might roll the dice here with a new trainer.
Yeah, because there's no natural leader. It's a very hard one, this one, because no horse actually has sort of led in the past. So Circuit Stella with the claimer, I thought, might try and go forward. And we did interview Angus Chong, and he did mention that they might be positive with him. As you say, Captain Win has gone forward, has gone back. He's with a new stable, so not exactly sure what we're going to see with him. Beauty Express is on the inside. Happy Datey shouldn't be too far away either. Gallant Crown likes to be handy, and Counted was a big winner on the last race meeting of the season last year, 199 to 1. He wasn't too far away, but he had a good draw. He's drawn 12 now.
Okay, so a field of 14 here in the last, as Paul alluded to there. Angus Chung is our interview subject here regarding. You've got a ride for Tony Cruz in the last race, Circuit Stella. He was the last winner over 1,400 metres. He's only carrying 1 extra pound with your claim. How do you feel he went in his trial the other day?
The trial was probably, on the dirt. I reckon not very suitable for him, and I'm pretty sure he will perform a little bit, perform better on the grass. And I wish the horse can go in front a little bit, maybe on the pace, and travel on the pace.
To ask that because there doesn't look to be any natural leader in the race, so that is a possibility of leading with him.
Yeah. I wish I can use less the energy to put himself to the leader position, but depends the pace and yeah, how I might jump on that race. So yeah, hopefully I can put it a little bit in front.
So great to hear from Angus Chung. He hasn't got a winner on the board yet, but he did go close in one of our earlier races today. Okay, Paul, what's happening through the all-ups for the lucky last?
Well, Ricky Hughes won the last two races, and Precise Express is charged in here. That's where the all-ups have gone through at this stage, 11 into 8.5. Also the favourite, Jack Purdon, of course, he's had a great afternoon, 3.4 to 2.9. But Circuit Stellar, 6.9 into 6. Captain Win, 14 into 12. Lightning Bolt, 41 into 36. Never Do Soon, 3.4 into 2.9. At Precise Express, the 11 into 8.5. King's Capital's gone the other way, 30 to 35. Encounters at 15. Tempest Express has gone out to 30. Texas Moon out to 38. Gallant Crown out to 33. Beauty Champ, he's marked money for him, 7.7 out to 10. Storm Legend, 15 out to 20. Lucky Gold, 23. And Happy Daily, 7.5, now out to 9.4.
Have a look at a couple of key races here for this last race before runners come into the yard. Never Too Soon. This was a dominant performance on the last day of the season, Paul. And Beauty Champ, I thought, ran on strongly at the end too.
Yeah, good runs from both these two. They're both in the market here as well. You can see Never Too Soon did run away. We saw David Hall and Zach Purdon win the first. They're going to try and bookend the program here with Never Too Soon. Last start winner. This was the race. And he won, yeah, as you say, very dominant win here from him. Drawn barrier number 13 now. He did draw a single-figured barrier, but he has to move out a little bit.
Okay, Never Too Soon there. Now, Captain Win, he got into a speed battle in this trial here with Campione. He was shaken up in the straight. They changed the gear. The visor goes on for the first time. The crossover noseband comes off. This was sort of what made me think they might try and lead with him.
Yeah, look, they've led with him in the past, and he sort of did win his race. He did come from last. So, look, he's with the new stable. He's drawn wide, so there's options there for him. I wouldn't be surprised if he did go forward. The cross noseband comes off, the visor goes on with the new stable. We'll see what happens with the tactics there. He's quite a versatile horse, and he has been a heartbreaker in the past because he's sort of really ranged up on the bit, looking like he's going to win, but he hasn't found much when he let down.
And he's certainly done that, Nick, on numerous occasions. Has Captain Win cruised into it and then produced nothing. So we'll see what he can do today.
Yeah, if I may just not comment, because I sort of made similar comments there earlier on regarding Oriental Smoke, and that certainly backfired on me. So, but yes, indeed, no, I fully agree. Captain Win with a new stable, Pierron, a very interesting runner. Don't forget, hkjc.com, of course, is where you can head. You'll find all the replays, results, news, views, entries, race cards, everything's available online there. But we're 16 minutes away from our final race. Jenny, runners are about to come into the parade ring, and on what's been a thoroughly enjoyable day's racing, I think it's fair to say. Looking forward to the last as well.
Absolutely, yes. We've got a nice Class 3 coming up here, and I think Lucky Swainez and the first starter were the highlights today so far.
They were indeed.
Victor, the winner.
Yeah. What of that horse, Paul? I mean, you've seen a lot of horses race here in Hong Kong. That arguably has to be one of the a very impressive first start performance. That's certainly what you'd expect to see if you've got a first starter. Yeah,
it was a nice win, and we've seen plenty of horses that can win first start. We'll see what the handicap gives them and see what they can do second up. So I thought Lucky Swainez, we'll see what happens with him, and obviously they've got lofty ambitions looking at the international. But here's the 14 Happy Daily, the first one we'll look at here, Jenny. Two-time winner, was very consistent last season.
He was. He's a 5-year-old. He's not a bad mover either, and I thought his trial was quite good too. He seems to be in pretty good order, very fine-skinned, healthy. He's not a standout type by any means, but he looks fit enough, and he does appear to be walking out nice and freely. Attitude's good too, so I could leave him there with some sort of chance with his lightweight and his good draw.
Yeah, he runs here off a mark of 60. Does go well over the course and distance as well. Karis Teeton was winning on him a little while ago, but he'll be the man of Sylvester de Souza here this afternoon for the last. We go back to the top of the handicap with number 1, Circuit Stellar. We heard from Angus Chung a few moments ago, Jenny. Obviously the £10 claim's going to help matters, and here's a horse who managed to win when last seen, and that was a Class 2. This is a Class 3.
Yeah, so he looks well placed here. But his trial was interesting. He covered a bit of ground, but he sort of sat midfield, and he didn't look outstanding by any means. He looked a little bit on the average side in that. But obviously he's got ability, and he's only small. He weighs in at 1,049 pounds. He does need to loosen up in front, but he did last time when he was able to win, so you can probably ignore that with him, but you can see that for yourself with that off front. He's fit. And he's well behaved, so I think he looks well enough. I'll leave him on a place line.
Lightning Bolt, Jenny, we know him better as an all-weather horse. He's currently at 35 and 8.6.
Where is he? I've got to find him. Yeah, so he's just making his way into the lineup. Yeah, I thought his trial wasn't too bad. Lightning Bolt. He looks really quite fit going into this. Actually put on 11 pounds, but I don't think he looks bad for it. Nicely enough behaved, very quiet, relaxed type of horse. He's only a 4-year-old. But he looks, yeah, nice, neat type. You know, I wonder whether he is 100% fit. So that's probably my little query now. I've had a second look at him here, whether or not he might just be carrying a touch of condition. So I'll say more a place though.
Yeah, he did debut over 1,400 metres in the UK. Runs over that trip here today, of course. Captain Win, Jenny on screen, number 2, currently a 12-1 chance. Pierre and Luke Ferraris teaming up with this fellow today.
Coming out of what's been quite a good trial now, Campione in that trial, an amazing victory, and this horse conducted himself quite well. So he looks good. He's dropped 17 pounds, and I don't think that would harm him actually. He looks pretty good. He's very calm and relaxed, and he does walk out nice and casually. He's got strength in the shoulder, and he looks in good order, so got to leave him there with some hope.
The favourite is Never Too Soon. Jenny, how does he look, the 4?
The 4 looks athletic, very fit, 1,076 pounds. I like the fact he's put on 19 pounds, looks better for it. Really healthy in his coat, and he looks well prepared too from the David Hall yard. Yes, he's a legitimate chance on looks.
The Ricky Yu horses have been going extremely well this afternoon, and he's got Precise Express in this. Derek Lung will be the man on board. He's won first up in the past, Jenny, and he's a 1,600 metre winner, so does stay that bit further.
Yeah, he can be a bit tardy out of the gates on occasions. That's the only thing with him. But a winner of 3, and he's pretty calm and relaxed here in the parade. He's not overly tall, but he looks healthy and just carries that little bit of weight around the midsection. Only weighs in at 1,021 pounds though. Yeah, look, he's okay. There's nothing wrong with him.
The 6 Kings Capital, Jenny, the next one here, Luke Curry. David Hayes, he's been on the winner's board this afternoon. Barrier 8 for him.
Yeah, a horse that can actually pull out a run fresh, and I think he looks in fairly good order. He's coming off a nice enough trial. He's got a bit of size about him, a bit of strength. Fluency doesn't look to be bad at all, and he's fit enough to run a bit of a race. So I could leave him there at a little bit of value. I think he looks well.
That is King's Capital. Luke Curry on board for David Hayes as we run through these runners on parade. Number 7 is Encountered, who well, provided us with a real shock on the final day of last season when winning at any old odds. Has run in a recent trial, and that was behind a certain Lucky Swainez, Jenny.
Yeah, so I think off that you could probably give him some consideration. You're not going to get those sort of odds about him today. But he's actually a really nice horse. I remember when he did parade that day, and you know, I sort of threw him up as a horse to maybe throw into the top 4, but unfortunately I didn't put him in. But he's a nice horse. You can see for yourself, he's got a good attitude, he's got a bit of height and scope, and he does walk out well, so there's nothing wrong with him either.
Number 8, Tempest Express, he's quite well rated now. Jenny, he's one of higher ratings, and blinkers go back on him.
Yep, so he's bandaged on those hind legs, which is a new addition for him. He is only small in height, but he has got scope, and he's really quite smooth in his walking action. He does look really quite fit going into this, and he's very healthy looking in his coat. So no real guide in his trial. Well, you know, typical John Sides trial. They don't push them out at all, and they cover a bit of ground, but I think he looks quite well. Wouldn't shock.
He was kept busy last year, had the 14 runs. Does go well for Frenchman Antoine Hamlin as well. Number 9 is Texas Moon, who Was a 1200 metre winner when beating Rock Your Heart, who's a pretty useful type, back in February. This will be second go over the distance today, Jenny.
Well, it was a bit of a shock win at 71-1, and after that he hasn't done anything really, so he needs to improve. I thought his trial was a bit on the ordinary side too. To look at, he does look quite fit. I like his attitude. He's pretty calm and collected. He's got a bit of scope and he's got a bit of size, but yeah, his fitness level looks to be okay. Not sure what to expect with him. Obviously he shocked us one time. He might be able to do it again, but not going to rule him out on looks.
The 10, the next one, Gallant Crown. His wins have been at Happy Valley, his Gallant Crown. He comes here to Sharton. He's been here 8 times. He's been placed a couple of times.
Yeah, so, well, his last start when he was able to run third was an okay effort. He often looks good. He's another sort of nice enough type and always behaves himself quite well, Gallant Crown. Very fine skinned, which is typical from the stable, but he seems to be walking out okay, just a casual, relaxed type of horse. Nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, he seems to excel around the 1650 of Happy Valley. That's where he's done all his winning. Beauty Champ on screen now. Jenny Larkierson and Douglas White teaming up. He finished his season last term with a third, beaten 3 lengths by Never Too Soon.
Yeah, he's a really gross sort of heavy type, this guy, Beauty Champ. 1,202 pounds. He carries a fair bit of weight around the midsection there. Has got some strength in the shoulder and he has got a fairly good attitude. But he always looks like he's just carrying a bit too much weight. So it was like that last time he was able to run third. But so that's just him really. For me, only a place hope. 12
Storm Legend. He's still a 12-start maiden here in Hong Kong. Alexi Bedell from Barrier 9.
Storm Legend looks quite fit, this horse. Placed 3 of 12, so maybe not impossible for him, but he hasn't got that win on the board. Yeah, a fit, athletic type of horse. He looks very alert, and he seems to be walking out okay, so he's well.
Yeah, I don't mind him in this at a bit of a price, Storm Legend. And finally, number 13, Lucky Gold. Vincent Ho jumping on board this one for Francis Lawyer here, Jenny. He's going up in grade, this horse, this afternoon. He's gone from 60 rated to 62, hence why he has to step into Class 3.
Yeah, look, he's a horse that he's actually put on a bit of weight. He's put on 20 pounds, and it shows. He sort of carries that around the midsection there, but he is quite a stocky type anyway. He also needs a bit of a loosen up with that off front. He's a bit of a pronounced knee action with that. So there's your little negatives with him, but yeah, solid horse, and he'll probably improve with the run, I would suggest.
He's at 25 and 7.4. That's the 14. And the lucky last here, race number 10. I'll quickly go through this market and have a look at the prices. Zach Purden has won the Jockey Challenge with 48 points, just to confirm that. And as we go through these prices, Vinny will put her top 4 together. Circuit Stella's at 5.9. Captain Wins at 13. 34 Lightning Bolt. 3.1 Never Too Soon. 8.9 Precise Express, King's Capital 31, 12 Encounter, 28 Tempest Express 33, Texas Moon 33, Gallant Crown, 9.5 About Beauty Champ, 19 Storm Legend, 25 Lucky Gold, and Happy Daily, single figures for him at 9.7.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, that's how they bet for the final race of 10 here on the season opener from Sha Tin. For the new season here in Hong Kong. Runners leaving the parade ring very shortly. Never Too Soon is the favourite there at just over 2 to 1. Jenny, for the final time this afternoon, we need 4 from the parade ring, please.
All right. Well, number 2 goes on top for me, Captain Win. He's dropped 17 pounds and he's now in the stable of Pierre I thought he looked really fit and well, and he's always had a terrific attitude, this horse. Unfortunately, he's only just won the 1 race, but he looks in really good condition, so he goes on top, the 2. From number 4, Never Too Soon, who is the current favourite at 3.1. Zach rides him. Zach's had a great opening day, and so is David Hall, winning the first race too. This horse looks in really good condition. He should run well. He's well in the market and definitely looks fit and healthy. The 6, King's Capital, one from the David Hayes yard, a ride for Luke Curry. Thought he presented quite nicely, and I didn't mind his trial either, so maybe a little bit of value there with him. And the bottom weight, number 14, Happy Daily. I thought he presented really quite well too. He's quite a strong type of horse with a really sensible type of attitude, so he makes it in. So good luck if you're having a bet in the last. It's been a terrific day. I look forward to your company again on Wednesday night at the Valley, but these are my numbers for the last. 2, 4, 6 and 14.
Jenny, indeed, yes, we look forward to having your company at Happy Valley on Wednesday night, of course. 2, 4, 6 and 14, Jenny's numbers for the final race here this afternoon. Captain Win on top, ahead of Never Too Soon, King's Capital and the 14 Happy Daily making it in for Jenny from the parade as they make their way down. We're 5 minutes away. Tom, the final race upcoming on what's been a tremendous day's racing here this afternoon. I'm sure you'll agree. What's been the stand-up performance for you, and what do you like in the last?
2 standout performances, Nick, on what has been a great day here. Lucky Swainess, obviously his turn of foot, the last sort of 200 metres was blistering from Lucky Swainess. He was very, very good, and Victor the winner obviously has to be a highlight on the program as well, the way he was able to put them away in that third race for Daddy Shum and Matthew Pernin. Great to see Ricky Yu with a couple of winners, one of them, the first of them, Eternal Bloom, to bring up 900 there for Ricky Yu. But they were certainly the highlights. Lucky Swainess, last section for Lucky Swainess was 22.7, which by far the quickest by fair way on anything else in that field. Duke Wine next best, but a couple of progressive horses we've certainly seen today in the form of Lucky Swainess and Victor the winner. I thought this was probably just about the toughest race of the day outside the Class 5 affairs. I went with Never Too Soon. He was back beyond midfield and he put them to bed very easily in the home straight last time out over Decrypt to score by 2 3/4. So if he's turned the corner and come on even more so, I think he can go close in this race, but it is wide open. Captain Win certainly interests me. He's dropped in body weight. He trial was pushed out a little bit. Wonder if they change the tactics here without any real natural leader in the race. Number 11 goes in, Beauty Champ. He was well back, and he also finished off pretty well behind Never Too Soon. He was comprehensively beaten 3 lengths, but he was running on, I thought, quite nicely at the end. Nothing wrong with his trial. And Precise Express goes in. He was certainly good at the back end of last season. 2 wins from his last 4 outings. He's won 3 in this grade. He's never, however, won course and distance over the 1400 metres. Has placed a couple of occasions. Derek Long, Ricky Yu looking to round out the card with a treble. So 4, 2, 11 and 5 here, Paul, for the lucky last.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's a tough one to finish. I ended up with a favourite though as well. Never Too Soon, so dominant last time, and I think he'll get back. He'll be finishing off strongly. Circuit Stella, now if he can get to the front, set up some slow sectionals there. Angus Chung's got a good opportunity there, and he's another last start winner. The 13, and then a couple of roughies, 8 and 13, 13 and 8. 13, Lucky Gold. He's a big price. He's put on a little bit of weight, but from barrier 6, I think he'll get his opportunity. It was a good run last time. He's definitely on the improve. And then also the 8, which is Tempest Express. Now, Tempest Express is a very well-rated horse. He's won off a rating of 76. He's all the way down now to 68, and Blinker's back on him from the inside draw. So he might be slightly over the odds at 28 and 7. So I wanted to include him. 4, 1, 13 and 8.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I've got the 12 on top here, Storm Legend. I've gone for a bit of a price in what looks a bit of an open race, really. There are some obviously, very decent types up towards the top of the ratings, but I think Storm Legend, who has not quite delivered it just yet in a dozen starts, I think that win is just around the corner, and he has been placed off a mark of 69, runs off 65 here. He's got £120, and I just thought maybe if the races run to suit, it might well be him that comes out on top. Number 1, Circuit Stella, for me, goes in for second. Obviously, like the booking of Angus Chung. He's gone close today, but no cigar. But maybe he's saving all of his luck for the last race. And when we last saw him, he beat Keithy, who's a horse I got plenty of time for. Never Too Soon, when beating Decrypt, that was very impressive. He's got up £7 and he's drawn wide, but he does look the type of horse that might just carry that forward now. And Encountered, obviously, he took us all by surprise at massive odds on the last day of the season, but he looks like he might just be a horse that now the penny has dropped. He can go forward. So we'll throw him in for 4th, 12, 1, 4 and 7. Just to recap Jenny's numbers for you: 2, 4, 6 and 14 from the parade ring for race number 10, 2, 4, 6 and 14. Well, we're not too far away, Paul. How do we play the final race of the day? Try and send the punters home with a winner.
Yeah, look, two in the market and 1 Too Soon. Circuit Stella should be on the pace. And then Tempest Express, I think he might be slightly over. He's a well-rated horse now. Blinkers on him. He's at 29 and 7.2. So hopefully he can add Tempest Express. So 1, 4 and 8. Circuit Stella, Never Too Soon in him. Looking at the prices though, Never Too Soon's pretty well back favourite here at 2.9. He's been pretty... Happy Daily, then Circuit Stella at 6, Happy Daily at 8.5, Beauty Champs in the market at 8.6, Precise Express at 9.6, then we go 13 Captain Win, 13 Encountered. After Encountered we're out to 20 about Storm Legend, and then we go to 29 about Lucky Gold. So there is some money about Lucky Gold. Tempest Express now out to 30, and then 36 about King's Capital, 37 about Texas Moon, 39 about Gallant Crown, 40 about Lightning Bolt, who was better known on the all-weather, and that's the outsider of the field at 40.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, we've just about reached post time. There is Happy Daily. Sylvester de Souza will be on board him, of course, and he's currently at 8.4 and 2.3 times. As far as a day for punters goes, Paul, obviously they've had plenty go right for them today. Obviously, a few of the shorter ones have gone in, and the two obviously that we've spoken about were obviously on the side of the favourite backers, if you will, but there's been a decent few results go the other way today as well. Yeah, well, good luck friend in the previous, wasn't he? He was at double figures, and then the favourite getting touched off in the sprint as well. Carrying Spirit just managing to beat Amazing Rocky, which was... so he just managed to beat that at 4, and he was at 14. So a couple of double-figured, couple of favourites, as you say. Money coming for Beauty Champ now. He's come into 7.4, so that's where the late money's going at Beauty Champ. Plenty of his support around him. And look, he's drawn barrier number 3 with Lowell Hewitt's on aboard, so I think he's going to be right close to the pace as well, Beauty Champ. But Never Too Soon, still a favourite here at 2.9. Circuit Stella just drifted out a little bit to 6.2, but quite a tricky race, I thought, to finish here. It is a tricky race. Just before we go to Tempest Express? Yeah, look, I like Tempest Express and Lucky Gold as the two good roughies, but I thought Tempest Express is probably the better one of the two, with being quite well rated with blinkers on from a low draw. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, plenty of chances in the last, and the man to call it for us is Tom Wood. Tom Wood, thanks for a sterling job done today. The final race is all yours.
Thanks, Nick, as they load up for this final time over there at the 1400 metres, the Sunset Peak Handicap. We're back on Wednesday night at Happy Valley, an 8-race program there. Fields after 9 AM tomorrow, hkjc.com. We'll kick things off at Happy Valley on Wednesday night at 7:15. Favourite in the last is Never Too Soon at 3, and Beauty Champ support for him into 6.7 as Circuit Stella is coming up to just about complete the line, along with the purple cap there of a Lightning Bolt towards the outside. Tony Speechley on the rostrum. Now they're right, and they're racing, and it was a pretty good line away. Lightning Bolt, one of the last ones to leave, and Precise Express gets back. Circuit Stella going forward with Lucky Gold and deeper on the track as they sort their order out as Encountered, followed by Happy Daily and Beauty Champ racing about 5th. A length away Tempest Express, and then came Gallant Crown, Storm Legend, Precise Express over on the inside with King's Capital. A length and a half away then came Captain Win, followed by Never Too Soon, and the two at the tail, Lightning Bolt in front of Texas Moon, who's back last of all, and about 15 lengths off the leader, who is Circuit Stella. Pace is not too bad coming down the side at the 750. Leading here 3/4 on Encountered, who's running second. Third is Happy Daily with the perfect run, and Lucky Gold 4th. 2 lengths to Tempest Express, who travels strongly from Beauty Champ. Precise Express over on the inside of Gallant Crown, Storm Legend flush wider. Never Too Soon, King's Capital, Captain Win, and then came Lightning Bolt and Texas Moon last over on the inside. It is Circuit Stella at the 350. Happy Daily's trucking, but he can't get out because Encountered's kept him in. Tempest Express, Lucky Gold. Out wider is Gallant Crown, Beauty Champ. Never Too Soon's a fair way away. Still it is Circuit Stella, but right down the crown of the track, Gallant Crown and Tempest Express towards the inside. Gallant Crown, he wins the last from Tempest Express. Encountered Circuit Stella. Beauty Champ, Captain Win, Happy Daily, no luck in the straight at all. Lucky Gold close up, and then came Lightning Bolt. King's Capital, Storm Legend, Never Too Soon, Precise Express, and Texas Moon at the rear. Number 10, Gallant Crown. Karis Teaton with a winning double. And Tony Millard on the score sheet. 6-year-old by a hallowed crown for the Equity Syndicate. They'll enjoy that. Tempest Express second and counted third. Circuit Stella should be fourth down on the inside. Poor old Happy Daily and De Souza could not get out. But take nothing away from the winner. Gee, the favourite never fired a shot at all, never too soon. Would need to see the replay there again. Been a wee while since this guy's been able to win a race. It's his, fifth win at start 24, his first course and distance. All 4 of his wins so far had been at Happy Valley. Comes to Sha Tin and delivers for Tony Millard in the last, right down the middle of the track. Gallant Crown, the 6-year-old by hallowed crown out of a Stravinsky mare. Too good in the last. There's the numbers on the screens as Semaphore 10, 8, 7 and 1. Tempest Express, good run from him. He really travelled strongly in the run. Number 7 and counted, backed up that win at any old price at the end of last season. And Circuit Stella has run 4th. They're right and they're racing, and it was a pretty good line away. Lightning Bolt, one of the last ones to leave, and Precise Express gets back. Circuit Stella going forward with Lucky Gold and deeper on the track as they sort their order out as encountered, followed by Happy Daily and Beauty Champ racing about 5th. A length of Gallant Crown, Storm Legend, Precise Express over on the inside with King's Capital. A length and a half away then came Captain Win, followed by Never Too Soon, and the 2 at the tail, Lightning Bolt in front of Texas Moon, who's back last of all, and about 15 lengths off the leader, who is Circuit Stella. Pace is not too bad coming down the side at the 750, leading here 3/4 on it. Counted, who's running second. Third is Happy Daily with the perfect run, and Lucky Gold 4th. 2 lengths to Tempest Express, who travels strongly from Beauty Champ. Precise Express over on the inside of Gallant Crown, Storm Legend flush wider. Never Too Soon, King's Capital, Captain Win, and then came Lightning Bolt and Texas Moon last over on the inside. It is Circuit Stella trucking, but he can't get out because Encounted's kept him in. Tempest Express, Lucky Gold. Out wider is Gallant Crown, Beauty Champ. Never Too Soon's a fair way away. Still it is Circuit Stella, but right down the crown of the track. Gallant Crown and Tempest Express towards the inside. Gallant Crown, he wins the last from Tempest Express.
Gallant Crown gets the win there for Tony Millard. Well done to him, teaming up with Karis Teaton there, who has now ridden the horse 8 times for 3 wins. And, well, he might even be a little bit shocked because those wins usually come at Happy Valley, but one at Sha Tin today. Paul Lally, so close yet so far. Tempest Express has put it up to the winner, but he's gone down by a neck.
Yeah, it was a good run from him, wasn't it? But big dividends here in the last. 520, 50 and 116 for the winner. 50 to 1 winning the last. 92 for Tempest Express. And then Encountered backed up that big win at the last end of the season, and he's at 31.50. Quinella 8 and 10, 4,275. The forecast 10 to beat 8, 7,952. The trio 7, 8 and 10, 16,458. And the test, if you managed to get that, was 122,744. And Nick, yeah, big. We said it was tricky, this race, and it turned out it was. And big dividends there in the last.
Yeah, Tony Millard will be a happy man. There he is down there having his photograph taken, another fellow cyclist, so that's very well done to him, of course. But yeah, we were speaking before the race jumped that there had obviously been a mixed bag of results. Some short price ones had gone in, and there have been a few at longer prices, and this is certainly one of them. Look at that, $520.50 for the win if you were with Gallant Crown. Encountered's run well. He's backed up that big price win of his with a third here, Paul.
Yeah, it was good. Like, look, he always worked well, this horse, in the mornings. Encountered, and he came to here to Sha Tin, and then he put that win together, which was good. It's good to see that he's backed it up. So he's got a good future here, I think, in Hong Kong. There was late money for him. He did come into 8.4 eventually. Look, the Happy Day out of the race, though, he just couldn't get a run the whole way down the straight, unfortunately, and was stuck there on the inside. So he'll keep for another day, Happy Daily.
He certainly will. They'll keep him on the back burner for sure. I mean, he's off a rating of 60 there today, so I think top weight Class 4 possibly. If they can do that, then, well, he's more than capable of running well in Class 3s, but a lot of his better form has been in the slightly lower grades. Of some of the others, I mean, obviously Tom mentioned in the call with Never Too Soon. I mean, he's run disappointing. And we should just mention, obviously, the Trainer Challenge, Paul, a new Hong Kong jockey club, Danny Shim, wins it for the first time with 28 points.
Yeah, well, a couple of wins and a placing there with Shum, so well done to him. And look, he had a good season last season. It was a good start to last season. He's had a good start to this season as well. So well done there to Danny. And yeah, a good run. Now this horse had all his good form had been previously at Heavy Valley. He had been placed here a couple of times, but he's come here now to Sha Tin, and a good ride there from Karis Teaton, who also had a double here this afternoon, and finished off strongly down the middle of the track to win nicely.
That's 806,457 for the quartet if you managed to find the first 4 homes, so that's a lovely return. But we'll take a look at them from the start here, the final patrol of the afternoon, and as they jumped away, decent enough dispatch. Centre of the line you can see Storm Legend in those yellow and brown colours just taken back. King's Capital going forward is Circuit Stella, and towards his outside is Encountered, in company of Lucky Gold under Vincent Ho, also prominent. Happy Daily down the inside, watch for him in a wee while. Beauty Champ following with the Black Shadow roll. In behind that one we've got Gallant Crown with Tempest Express. Further back then to Sice Express. Never Too Soon's out the back at this stage. And also the other runner in the colours of purple and red, that's Texas Moonpool out the back and just struggling at this stage. Yeah, and you can see also Captain Win in those pink colours. He went back in the end as well, and 3 back on the inside was the favourite, which was Never Too Soon. But setting it up with Circuit Stella as they come round, keep an eye on the horse in the green because he doesn't get out the whole way down the straight. Encountered kept him in there, as you can see. Now Tempest Express, he bullocked his way into the clear, and he now comes to challenge in the purple. And keep an eye on that horse in the blue and pink coming wide. He's the eventual winner, Gallant Crown, and he finishes off strongly. He certainly does. Finishes off with a real rank. See Tempest Express just inclined to lug in a little bit there onto Antoine Hamlin, but he straightens him up. Sylvester de Souza has accepted defeat. They're all too late, but Gallant Crown, it was too good. Beats Tempest Express, Encountered, and Circuit Stella was 4th over. Weighed in the last 10, 8, 7 and 1 here, and race number 10. 8 and 10 the Quinella places, 959. 7 and 10 658.50, and 7 and 8 586.50. Composite win was an A3 and it paid 31.50. Ever in doubt there with the first and second horses, both in the A3 category. Forecast 10 to beat 8, 7,952. The first 4, 1, 7, 8 and 10, 25,672. The quartet 10, 8, 7 and 1, 806,455. The double 3 into 10 pays 14,096.50, and the concession there 1,537. Going to be in for a big treble looking at that double. The third double trio was a ripper as well, 1,530,884. Let's see if the last two. There we go, the treble 2, 3, 10, 111,356, and 2, 3, 8, 15,458. The 6 up, the concession returns you 42,333. And if you managed to get all the numbers, you didn't, because no one did. There's no winner, so we'll get a jackpot. It was 7 million we were estimating for that one, so yeah, just over 7,597,782 to our next race meeting here, which will be next Sunday at Sha Tin on the 18th.
Danny Shum is our new, our first ever Trainer Challenge winner, and he won there with 28 points. Right, the sectional times 13.77, standards 13.5, 22.39, standards 21.8, 23.09, standards 23.2, and Homan 23.12, with standard is 23.25. Overall race time was 1:22.3 of 1:21.75.
Thank you, Paul. That does wrap up what has been an entertaining day, an opening season day here at Sharton on this Sunday afternoon. We've seen some quality performances right through the course of the afternoon, human and equine. In terms of the equine performances, well, Lucky Swainess winning the feature race, the Chief Executives Cup, would have been one of the most impressive winners of the afternoon. His turn of foot over the final 200 metres was certainly blistering, and Victor, the winner, was a very strong performance by him on debut, winning over the 1200 metres. Effortless it was as well. In terms of the human performance as well, Zach Purton back at the winner's circle again with the 3, Karis Teeton with a couple, and great to see Ricky Yu on the board with a couple of winners also. We do it all again on Wednesday night at Happy Valley, the first there at 7:15. On behalf of the great team who brought you the coverage today, we bid you farewell from Sharton on this Sunday evening. Bye-bye.